My lovely, lovely, lovely imps. How are you doing today? Psychosocialism, Joey Ravioli, Aska, Metroplex Asylum, Punk C Corpse, Annie, Uncle Gumball, Intentions Nasty, Joey Ravioli, I think I already said you once, Gatefish, Jessica Metal, War Buddy, Psychosocialism, Yan, Spyro Gal, Holic Master, Hollow. I forgot to do the announcement on Discord. How stupid. How stupid. And from the YouTube chat, we have Chilacales Verdes, Leanne Scott, Poetic Poser, Alberto T, Falmer Flamingo, Tabby Gale, Mother of Mudkips, Yao Kai, Rioma, HK, Owen, Tabby Gale, Arrow 102, Rick Wallace, Cadence Cooley, and Tabby Gale. Maybe I said you twice. Wooly, Lady Kelgana, and Somniostatic, and don't forget Uncle Gumball, my lovely, lovely imps. How are you doing today? If you feel like the stream looks and sounds, what the hell is going on here? Hey, that's not supposed to be there already. Hey, wait a minute. What the hell's going on here? If you feel like the stream looks a little weird today, I apologize. I had to do some work to my to my OBS, and I may have messed things up. Did I get a sacrifice? I may have received numerous sacrifices. It looks like it was applied in post. Well, it wasn't. This is real paint on my face. It does look clear, but the color looks slightly off. Let me see if I can fix the color. The color correction looks a little goofed. There's a little bit. Okay, all right. Oh, no. No, 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 no. Not that. That's not correct. Strange. Well, whatever. I think it's probably, I think a setting got changed on my camera last night. It makes me look very glowy. Like I look very weird. There's something up. Oh well. Everyone, welcome to the stream. If you are here and you have not liked the stream yet, please press the like button. It helps us grow the power of the demon imp horde. So please. Oh, thank you so much, Posadas John. I deeply appreciate that. Oh, I turned my neck yellow. What the hell? That is not correct. So wait, let's put this all to defaults. There's the default settings. Ah. Oh. Ah! Wait. That's not correct. That's not, my neck is not supposed to be yellow. Here, we'll leave it on the defaults. It's okay. I can look a little bit pale today. We'll have it be just a tiny bit pale today, okay? There we go. It's a pale day. All right? All right, everybody? Yes, I will be a 90s goth. Also, check out my sick-ass shirt. Look at that. It's got like a hidden demon on it. Isn't that sick? Yeah, actually, the black and white does look kind of good. Yeah, so, everybody, I was running really late today, so we're gonna have our little usual cozy hour, as we do, but I'm also gonna eat some food. So I hope you can forgive me. We can chit chat, but I'm gonna have my sushi. Look at this. My partner got me sushi. How sick. By the way, later today, so hold on. My goodness, my brain is all over the place today. First off, today we will be sitting down and having a fucking pog-ass conversation with TJ Kirk. That's gonna be in approximately 1 hour. I'm very excited for this conversation. We're going to be talking about politics. We're going to be talking about philosophy. We're going to be talking about life. And I'm going to try and get TJ to give us the promo for his upcoming book, which is really cool. The Swamp Shaman himself, indeed. I actually think they gave me the wrong sushi. If I'm completely honest, I think this is the wrong thing. No, maybe it isn't. This looks, here, I'll show you a bit of it. Here. Make him say more slurs? Listen, I don't make the shots on that, okay? TJ can say however many slurs he wants. It's up for the audience to decide whether or not it was used effectively, okay? Listen, I think TJ is an excellent slur user, personally. Personally, I think his slur usage is on point. You know, he doesn't throw them out there without reason. So, you know how I am about slurs. I love fucking slurs. The right ones, in the right place, with the right messaging and everything. Anyway, what I have here is, it appears to be, this is different than what I ordered. This is a different one than I wanted to order. Are you going to discuss his move from base to cringe to based? I haven't watched since how long? I mean, sure. I mean, we can talk about that. I mean, I don't know that I don't feel like I need to interrogate him on that. Poop gets censored, but tranny doesn't. Look, I don't set those rules. I mean, maybe I do, but at least I don't know where the settings are for the chat auto censor. So I'm sorry about that. No, this is going to be a fun night, Yak Taxi. Tonight is going to be great because after we're done talking to TJ Kirk, we're going to play a really cool game called Cult of the Lamb. You guys want to see you guys want to watch the trailer for Cult of the Lamb real quick? Because that game, by the way, it is so up our alley. Okay, let me hype this up. Cult of the Lamb is a game that literally came out this morning. Okay, it's been in the works for a long time. It's got like Binding of Isaac-esque gameplay, but you literally build a cult. You build a cult, you set the doctrine, you use your followers to take over the world. It's so awesome, and we are gonna play it tonight and play it a bunch in the future, okay? Because let me just say, Oh, chat did die. What the hell happened there? That's strange. There we go. Let's refresh it. Bada boom. There we go. Like Cultist Simulator, but not a card game. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Let's watch the trailer. I want you guys to get hyped for this. It's cute as hell. It has amazing sound design. 1 second. Cult of the Lamb. Here you go. We'll watch it together. Okay? Here we go. This is the Nintendo Switch launch trailer, but I don't really care. Hey, get that out of there. That's out of date. All right. Here we go.
COMMUNING. Now. What?
That's what we're playing tonight. That's what we're playing tonight, my lovely imps. So we're gonna be rescuing critters, indoctrinating them into our cult. Hey, don't play that one. I don't want to see that one. Don't fucking autoplay me no Nintendo bullshit. All right? Oh, intentions nasty. Not the animation. Look, I cannot recommend this game yet because I literally just started playing it, but I'm telling you, it's so far fucking awesome. And the animation is top notch. Oh, this one has gameplay? All right, let's watch the gameplay one. Well, wait, I'm gonna show you the gameplay. All right, fuck it. We'll watch the little gameplay preview. Fuck it, we'll watch it. Who cares? I gotta finish this food, so let's do it. And then we'll talk about a bunch of stuff, because I got some stuff I gotta rant about before TJ gets on. Wait, does it sound windy? Hold on. I apologize if there's, like, fan noises. Like I said, my audio setup is not perfect. Sorry about that. There we go. Yeah, by the way, so, really cool shit about this game. Yes, you can get gay married. That's right. That's right, you can get gay married. It's fucking wild. I gotta boost my audio just a tiny, tiny bit. Hold on. Hopefully that's a little bit better. No, still not. Maybe that's there. That should be just right. Sorry about the audio issues. I am very much trying to fix them. I like I said, I had to change my setup last night, like, to get this Discord shit to work. For anyone who's interested in it, I stream on a 2-computer setup, which means that basically all of the audio mixing happens here, all of the video processing happens on another computer, and the other computer then sends everything out to stream. And the new room has posed a whole bunch of audio challenges, but also the way that I have my camera set up currently makes it very difficult to do Discord video while streaming. Really stupid reasons. Discord isn't really designed to play nice with stuff like OBS. So I have to do this weird workaround, and the workaround messes up a lot of my settings, so I have to go and tweak them all. So, oh, thank you, Spinkle. Deeply, deeply appreciate that. We've been doing a lot of work, and we're going to be cleaning up the audio over time. So it still sounds like I'm coming through a webcam mic. That's so weird. It shouldn't be that. I shouldn't be having that type of issue. And yeah, the Elgato is the thing that I'm using, but it's not very good. Let's just put it that way. Hold on. Let me see if I might be able to fix some things. Hold on. Hold on a second. We're gonna do this together. Fuck it. We'll do it live, okay? Let's see here. Here's what I want right here, okay? There's a thing here. Yeah, this is what I want. Give me this shit. Fuck you. That's not the right version. Where's my fucking image? There we go. All right. Let me just fuck around with this real quick, and you can tell me if it sounds better or if it doesn't, okay? Give me a second. Give me a fucking second here. Whoa, hey, that's not right. All right. So we want to do, here we go. 350 to 600. Here we go. We're going to add one. It's going to be between 350. This one's going to be around 600. Okay. And this one, we're going to drop this down. And we want this to be a thin bandwidth. There we go. So it goes like this. Now that might sound a little better already. I'm not 100% sure. It might. That probably does sound okay. Good. I wish I could. Hold on. I can actually listen to this, but it's gonna end up making me. Hold on. Let's try this. Oh, that does sound a little better. I still sound bouncy though. That's so fucking annoying. So, and then I also need a new one. Hold on. This is supposed to be over here. And we want this to come. This is around 10K. Okay. And we're going to have this be a high shelf. That probably sounds a little better. Let's get this one over here. Get this around 5K. Drop this down. And we'll make that a little bit of a thinner bandwidth. Drop it. That's weird. That's not right. No. Bam. There we go. Whoop. There we go. That's the problem. Okay, there we go. So that should drop down just a tiny bit. That should make it sound quite a bit better. Okay, is this workable? Yes, there is blood left on my forehead. Hopefully this sounds a little better for the time being. Again, I'm going to be going through and reworking the audio relatively soon. But yeah. Yeah. This should be better than it was. I fixed most of the areas that I was trying to fix. Hopefully this sounds pretty good. Yeah, this is about where my voice is. So yeah, okay, all right. No more audio tinkering unless people have major complaints. Okay, so listen, let me finish these last 2 bits of sushi, and then we'll move on. Yeah, this sushi is fucking good. Even though it's not what I was expecting, it's really fucking good. It's got eel sauce, crab. It looks like it's got ginger, and of course rice and avocado in there. Eating sushi with a fork disgraceful? I'm on stream. I'm not fucking around with anything. I'm gonna eat it with a fork. Fuck you guys. Man, what the fuck is up with you people? The fuck is up with you people? Listen. Fine, you want it? No, wait, they took my chopsticks down. That looks horrible. I didn't even get to have my miso soup, but that's okay. All right, everybody. Yeah, we're doing Cult of the Lamb after. So, you know, whatever. Miso soup is one of my favorites. Cult of the Fawn. Fawn has, I mean, no surprise here, but Fawn has been playing Cult of the Lamb all day, which is like, again, no surprise. Yeah, everybody's really fucking assholes about it. It's okay. You know what? I understand. They're mad that they don't have sushi. Mad, stay mad, die mad, cry mad, whatever fucking other nonsense you want to say. All right? Die mad, everybody. Be mad. Stay mad. Okay? Stay mad, don't get glad. Okay, everybody. I gotta talk about something real quick, okay? We gotta do just a little drop of politics before we do the politics. Before we talk TJ Kirk, I gotta yell about something, okay? And it makes me pretty fucking mad. Are you guys ready to, like, have a shorter chill segment because I need to yell about something? I know you are. I know I am. Okay? Here's what I'm gonna talk about, alright? I gotta show you guys something. Something that really fucking pissed me off. Okay? Here we go. Alright, here it is. Yeah, let's move this real quick. This guidance, hold on. This guidance acknowledges that the pandemic is not over and helps us move to a point where COVID-19 no longer severely disrupts our daily lives. We know that COVID-19 is here to stay. Greta Massetti, PhD, MPH, CDC. Now, you might be going, the CDC, I thought the CDC was about preventing and controlling the outbreaks of disease, not throwing up their hands in the air and saying, well, get over it and go back to work. Well, as it turns out, the thing that I've been talking about on my stream, basically since I started streaming, is this idea that the government and all of the institutions thereof don't give a flying fucking shit if you drop dead. I want you, all my lovely imps who are here, I want you to get that into your skull, okay? Institutions do not give a shit. They do not give a flying fuck if you drop dead. let me show you something real quick. I've brought this up so many times on my stream, it's not even funny, but I'm gonna do it again. I wanna show you something. I wanna show you what the CDC's statement comes in light of, okay? Let's take a look, shall we? Shall we take a look? Here is the numbers of the daily spread trends of COVID over time, okay? Here's back in early 2022. This was in January. We were getting new cases. A new case 7-day average was 700,000 new cases per day at the beginning of this year. Okay? And if you'll notice, the numbers right before we went into that were at about 131,000 per day right before this horrific spike. Okay? Now, we are all the way over here. Okay? And we are at a 7-day average of 121,503 new cases of COVID per day. 121,000 new cases per day. And folks, that's with testing down. That's right. Testing centers are closing. Free tests are no longer going out. Test numbers are no longer being logged. And today, the CDC announced they're no longer going to be doing contact tracing outside of nursing homes and ICUs. They're no longer going to encourage social distancing. They're no longer going to encourage masking. So, I don't know how to tell you this more bluntly than the United States government doesn't give a flying fuck if you live or fucking die, okay? I speak from personal experience in saying I've had COVID twice. I am fully vaxxed and boosted, okay? And I've had COVID twice. I live in a dense city area. There is almost always some sort of vector of exposure. I mask regularly. I even go so far as to wear respirators, proper, fully certified anti-COVID respirators when I go into like a big bulk store like Costco, okay? The state of affairs in the United States, it cannot be more clear that even the highest authority on disease in our country has completely and utterly given up. They have said, we know, and this is a quote, we know that COVID is here to stay. But let's be real. That was a decision made by the government. A decision to not do the steps necessary, to not make the expenditures necessary, to continually prod the economy back into restarting, even though people are literally dropping dead from COVID. Let's see. I wonder if we can we get the fatal cases over time? Yesterday, 773 Americans died from COVID. 773 Americans died from COVID. That is 4 times as many people are currently in chat died yesterday from COVID in America alone. Yeah, you don't believe me? This is the aggregate reporting from the official sources. And keep in mind, COVID tracking is down right now. They're lowering it. They're winding it down. This is what we call denial, okay? This is what we call fucking denial. You are not crazy for not trusting the CDC when the literal scientists who make the calls that the CDC is supposed to act on. The CDC is supposed to, ideally, identify information, publish information, and protect the people from disease. Every fucking disease scientist in the world, with very few exceptions for Christian scientists and crackpots who reject germ theory, recognize that COVID is not even, in America specifically, is not over. It's not going away. It's not gone. We have never taken the precautions necessary, and we are paying the price in motherfucking blood. Do you understand? You are trapped in a literal death cult. Every American is trapped in a literal death cult, a death cult of greed, a death cult in which 777 people die every single day, probably more, probably significantly more, and an uncountable amount of people are irreparably pushed into physical disability for the economy. For bucks, for dollars. Not for you, not for dollars for you, dollars for Jeff Bezos, dollars for Burger King, dollars for fucking McDonald's, dollars for Best Buy, dollars for fucking Microsoft. That's why people are dying. There's an echo? I apologize if there's an echo. But do you understand what I'm saying? This is denial. And also, just so we're clear, I want to show a couple of other things. Let's just look at this real quick. Wait, why is that not working? Here we go. This right here was January 31st, 2022. The 7-day average for deaths in America, the 7-day average was 2,500. This was in January of this year. On January 31st, 4,400 Americans died from COVID. Okay? Okay? And something I need every single person in this chat to process and begin to understand and to ingest and digest fully is that the government will not save you. You are not the government's demographic. They will not save you. They will not help you. The total amount of fatal cases in the United States, let's see, can we get just United States stats real quick? How do we get the, wait, that's global. How do I get just deaths? I want to bring up just the fatal cases. That's worldwide. United States, here we go. Oh yeah, and by the way, deaths are no longer being recorded accurately. Just so you know, there is extremely inconsistent reporting from state to state. Some states are no longer reporting COVID deaths fully. Thank you, Uncle Gumbald. Appreciate that very, very much. Okay? But I want to see, can we get the total deaths from COVID United States? Let me just get that number. I want to get the current number for you, okay? Total deaths, 1.03 million. Reported deaths. That's the confirmed. That is the most conservative number for amount of Americans that have died from COVID since the beginning of 2020. 1.03 million. And now we're never going to get to know, because those deaths are supposed to become a part of everyday life. We're supposed to just live with COVID. We're supposed to just live with a flu-like illness that knocks you out for 2+ weeks, that knocks you out completely for 5 days. That's what the CDC is trying to tell you. That's what Biden and everyone and fucking Jeff Bezos and fucking Bill Gates and all of these people, that's what they are telling you. They are telling you that flat. This is a fucking statement that I showed you. This thing that we were looking at is a statement from the CDC. This is reporting from NPR. Okay? It's not hyperbole. It's not alarmism. It's not accelerationism to point out the blatant fact that this shit is not working to your benefit. It is not working to the benefit of most people, of the vast majority of people. And what's worse is it's killing and disabling everyone. Yeah, I don't even have my glasses. I forgot my glasses. Gotta go get my glasses. I can't stream for that long without glasses because my eyes get tired. Yeah, it is weird. Thank you. I literally was so mad I didn't even think about it. Hold on, I got a message. I'll message one of my critters. All right. It's upsetting, to say the least. Okay? It's genuinely upsetting. I haven't even seen that movie, Gay Fish. It sounds great. He needs his glasses. He can't see from without his glasses. True. The I don't know. Like, so keep in mind, this is a flu-like illness. This is a illness that mutated a million times. Oh, thank you so much, Sheepy. Thank you. I'll fix it. Yeah, thank you so much. I love you. Sorry, I call Fawn. Fawn's nickname is Sheepy. Fawn's real name is Fawn. Fawn's nickname is Sheepy. Sorry, I say it all the time now. It's so. Everybody says it. Even our IRL friends say Sheepy all the time. It's cause Fawn looks like a sheep, and Fawn has a little bell on its collar. It loves the little bell. Yeah. Cutie sheep. Yep. We all are in a weird position. We all are in a weird position in that we've gotten to see, all of us who are here listening to this stream, we've gotten to see life before and after the pandemic. We know what it was like before, and we know what it's like now, and we have an idea of what it's going to be. But I want to propose something else to you, okay? Yes, true, Pan Main. I am dating a sheep and a deer at the same time. And yeah. But like I don't know how to like I don't know how to drive it home. I sit here and I look at the news, I look at the world outside, I go out and I see people fucking I live in an area with a lot of poverty, okay? I live in an area with some of the most homelessness in America, okay? I live in an area where despite having comparatively for America good COVID policies, and I say for America, not good in general, but comparatively for America, we had good COVID policies. And what I see all the time is suffering and death. And you all probably know this too. You've all probably felt it and heard it. Your friend groups are probably more stressed than ever. All of the people I know, and I have a lot of social connections, you know? You guys know I stream infrequently compared to most streamers. I spend a lot of time going out into the world, hanging out with people, doing things. It's really important to me. Every single person I know is in a crisis at the moment. Whether financial or health, it is off the rails, okay? And the bulk of America, the American people are just deeply, deeply broken. And when I say broken, I mean there is no will to live left. There is so little desire to live. It is a machine-like automation that pushes people through daily life. Okay? And that is not a world that is tenable. Okay? That is not a world that can continue in that path, one way or another. Okay? From a guy working in the mental health sector, you have no idea how much worse it's gotten in these last 2 years. I have a small idea, but I don't have that experience because I don't work in a mental health facility. Our society has decided who is okay to die, okay? We live in a unique society that not only is willing to kill you if you step out of line, as we've seen through how protests are responded to these days. We have a society that's not only extremely violent at the top levels, but also a society that has written off entire populations of people. And let me tell you, what the government considers able-bodied is not what you consider able-bodied, okay? Trans people are not able-bodied in the eyes of the government. People with ADHD are not able-bodied in the eyes of the government. People with autism are not able-bodied in the eyes of the government. People with chronic pain are not able-bodied in the eyes of the government. And guess what? They don't fucking care about you. Because if you can't be maximized for productive output to fuel the fires of an economy that mathematically requires infinite growth, which is mathematically impossible, it is literally untenable. And the only way that they can possibly continue to chase growth is by bringing back things like slavery, is by cutting down your wages more, is by taking more and more and more from you and me and many others. Thank you, American Dream Show. Appreciate that. Yeah, what do you mean bringing back? I mean bringing it back wide scale, okay? And I've talked about this before, that people are increasingly being forced into dire straits. Utility bills are on the rise, gas bills are on the rise, and don't buy any of the propaganda that's talking about we're lowering gas bills. They're lowering it to a point that's higher than it's ever been. The Biden gas cuts are, first of all, a symptom of a completely car-dependent world, or car-dependent country, which is completely ridiculous, first of all. But secondly, the price is down to a point that's higher than it's ever been in the history of the country. Healthcare costs are going up. Housing costs are provably, objectively going up. People aren't making more money. And we're reading articles. We just read one the other day on stream, mainstream articles from financial magazines that are advocating for pay cuts, for hour cuts, for benefit cuts. Do you know what that means? The math, do you know what the math adds up to there? You know what the rational conclusion is there? People like you are going to lose their homes. People like you are going to be the ones who fall onto the streets. People like you are going to be the ones put in the okay to die bin. And what's rule number 1, imps? Do not fucking die. You shouldn't have to die. Not like ever. Obviously, everyone has to die at some point. Obviously, we're organic beings. We cannot go on forever. I'm not saying you should never die. But there should not be, those of us who live in America live in one of the most prosperous countries in the history of the world. On a pure numbers basis, this country has amassed wealth the likes of which no one has ever seen. And most other countries can say something similar. Even countries that aren't doing as good as America are in places where their productive capacities, quote unquote, their ability to produce GDP, to produce commodities, is higher than before. And yet, nothing has changed in that regard. You might have a TV, you might have a fridge, but you don't own anything. Not really. You don't own a place. You don't have any form of independence. You are forced, at the end of the day, when push comes to shove, to either work for the machine or to die. And the truth of the matter is, when there's abundant crises like the ones on our hands, when there are diseases and climate change and flooding, the government needs to maximize its economy. The government, the capitalist government that is designed from its fucking core, from the bottom up, not to serve people, but rather to help back up an economy, that government is going to make calls. They are going to put you in the bin that is okay to die. And when that happens, what are people going to do about it? Some people will turn to crime. Some people are already becoming criminalized because new laws come in that make what you were doing before illegal. Why shouldn't I die? I won't see change in my lifetime and I'm stuck with conservative family. Because the possibility space is bigger than you think it is. Okay? What I'm telling you is that this government does not have control. They have the loosest form of mental control. They rely on a populace of people who have given up. A populace of people who will only ever play exactly by the rules. Okay? But we're not, this community is not built on the status quo. This community has been built from the get-go on asking questions that other people aren't asking, thinking about solutions and futures that other people aren't thinking about. And we're in a very unique position, which is that people who are here in this chat right now, people who are listening to this and other similar shows, I'm hardly the only one bringing this up, you have a unique insight on the world. And sometimes having foresight can actually make a big difference. Because if you're able to make steps in the right direction before shit gets worse, then not only do you become a beacon for others, but you put yourself in a better position. Now, there's some things that are just very depressing. Like, for example, COVID. COVID is a societal test. I've said this before. It is a test of the ability of a society, of a culture, to either work together or completely reject togetherness. And we've seen what the answer was. The answer was no. A lot of people did their best, but as a whole, our culture and our society completely and utterly failed the test. We are so riven, broken, separated by total differences in values, by total differences in perceptions of reality, that we were not able to succeed. However, let me remind you that there are countries all over the world that have functionally eliminated COVID. There are countries all over the world that have managed to get COVID to a manageable level. And guess what? Communities can do that. That's right. Communities can choose to pick up habits for one another. This isn't a matter of individual choice. This is a matter of organizing social groups, okay? You can say, hey guys, let's all together agree to do our best. Let's do our best to test, to communicate to one another when possible, to wear masks, to hang out together, but do so as safely as possible. And those places are going to do better. Those places that take care of the members, those communities, those groups of friends are going to be in a better position. They're going to be at lower risk. And not only that, but you're going to create pockets. You're going to create localities that are better than other localities. okay, that are safer than other localities. And that is something that's super, super fucking important, okay? It's super fucking important that we understand how important, in this moment in time, building and strengthening connections in communities, in tight-knit communities, is going to be so important. And also, to not just stop there, not just say, all right, my people are taken care of, but also to say, how do we grow our power together? Because this is something else that I've talked about very frequently. And we're probably gonna talk about this a bit with TJ, but as we all know, religious groups in America, like for example, religious right conservatives, are good at something. They're good at something. They're good at one very, very, very good thing, which is they have a lot of control over charity. Now, we all know the limitations of Christian charity, and we all know what its ultimate ends are. But the fact of the matter is that when disaster strikes, a lot of extremist conservative groups, and I'm talking not non-governmental conservative groups, some conservative groups that are actually relatively anti the government, also anti-democratic and also pro-monarchist, but regardless, these groups are there ready and waiting to feed hungry mouths, to provide homes for people, to provide training for people, to share information, to help somebody get medicine. That's what lefties need to do. That is literally what lefties need to do. Lefties need to embrace a lifestyle of taking care of one another, of showing, not just saying, not just hoping, but of taking everything we can get, bringing it together and saying, how do we grow our power together? How do we find new friends? How do we find new allies? It's not, there's a lot of focus, and you guys all know this. Everybody in my community knows this shit. You guys know that there's a lot of focus on how do we convince right-wingers? How do we, how do we win over the right? That's never been the struggle, okay? The struggle has never been to win over the right. The struggle is, of course, to win over the lost people, the people who have no politics, the people who have nothing but what has been put in front of them because that's all they've ever had. To give them something to hold on to and fight for, okay? And to make friends and allies in the process. Through the course of my life, I'll get a little personal here and a little anecdotal, okay? Many of you know that when I was in my early 20s, when I was about 20 years old, I came out as trans, and my family disowned me. My dad literally disowned me, told me to change my last name, and I was taken off of my family's health insurance. I was literally kicked out of my house. I spent a lot of time basically desperate to survive. I worked all day, every day. I barely ever spent time at home. I spent some time with my close friends who were really great to me at the time, but most of my time I spent working. Working in a place where community was not possible. Working in a place where lasting relations were barely possible. The point at which my life started to change was when I started building my own community, my own family of choice. Okay? My critters, my partner, my longest term partner, my friends. And it wasn't just an overnight solution. It was a matter of, like a snowball, gathering people who care for one another genuinely, who accept one another fully, and who are willing to work out issues as peaceably as possible. That was when my life started to change. And the life that I live now looks nothing like the life I lived before. Okay? The type of way that I engage with other people now is genuinely revolutionized compared to the way that I lived before. If you have a conservative family that doesn't accept you and that isn't willing to actually like build with you, start building a family of choice. Start building a tribe, okay? And I mean that. And some people in the audience, some very lonely and upset and disgruntled liberal types will be like, sounds like you're preaching tribalism. Yes, I am, to a certain degree. Humans exist in social units, okay? Those social units take many, many different forms, okay? But all humans, every human, as a matter of how we exist, we are a individual that has social needs. All humans, even the least social among us. We must make bonds. We only are able to fully understand ourselves through our connections with other people, with other human beings like ourselves, okay? Not even just other human beings, animals too. We make friends with animals. We make alliances with animals. We have dogs that fucking are like family members to us, and that is not to be discounted even a little, because I fucking love my dog, and I would be so much sadder if I didn't have my dog. TJ is coming on around a little bit later, so yeah, it'll be soon, but not immediately. Anyway, I just want to hammer on that. And guys, I'm going to hammer on this a lot, okay? I'm going to hammer on this a lot for a long time. If it bothers you that I talk about this, I'm sorry. Get over it. I'm going to be talking about this a lot because I think it really does matter, okay? We live in I know you all deal with this shit. How many of you have had a job that says that when you go into work, they're like, thanks for being a part of the Safeway family. Thanks for being a part of the Home Depot family. Thanks for being a part of the Pepsi family. Only to obviously fuck you over at every single turn you can possibly get. Our society does not care about social connection. Our society is a society so obsessed with greed, so obsessed with empty mathematical productivity, that everyone spends their lives being told what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to spend all your life thinking about your career. You're supposed to spend all your life thinking about this. You're supposed to spend your entire life going to the job, 40 hours a week, 30 hours a week, 60 hours a week, whatever. We all know how the number has crawled up as well. Nobody works 40-hour weeks anymore. Are you fucking kidding me? And also, let me say one other thing, which is that, which is that the world is changing, okay? As times change, certain solutions are no longer going to work anymore. A world that is breaking is also a world that is cracking with all kinds of new and totally unforeseen opportunities. You know that, that there is a slow reoccurrence, a slow bloom of people, of small endeavors, let's call them, not even businesses, of small endeavors, of people picking up a skill and sharing it with their community, with their little tribe of people, with their family, whatever. People going and seeking out a thing, a practice, or a skill that fits a need, and filling those because it's not coming from anywhere else. And that's going to continue. As we see things like this, like I've been ranting about COVID, as we see the government basically say, fuck you, we're not gonna help you anymore, there's not gonna be any relief, these cracks open up for people who have the skills and the talents to do things. People, for example, continuing to make masks to give to their friends and family. For a while, the masks that we had in our house were homemade by a relative. And that's just a small example. There are countless examples, okay? Likewise, there are needs that we can meet for one another that are beyond what we're doing now, okay? One of my friends is a member of a local tribe, and their favorite talking point when addressing the city is the history of the peoples whose lands we're on built a community that takes care of everyone. Every member deserves care because they are part of the community. Yes. Functional communism. That is literally what that is, okay? You guys understand that in a lot of online spaces, there is a sort of a sort of perpetual focus on utopian worldwide communism, okay? But there is a sort of oversight in looking at what functional, on-the-ground pockets of communistic activity looks like. And it looks like communities finding whatever way they can to take care of each other. Oh, secular socialist. I obviously people are tired of it. People are ground down. But that doesn't, but not to steal a line, but diseases don't care about how tired we are of wearing masks. The disease is going to spread if we do the things that help the disease spread, whether we like it or not. You know that some plagues in history went on for decades? And if you stop doing the thing to protect you from that disease, you get the disease and you get sick. And so yes, I fucking hate it. I hate going outside. I hate going to the store these days. It is the most stressful shit. Half the people are literally coughing without masks on. I don't know where I picked it up. I'm sure it was at a store that I picked up COVID this last time and I was sick for like 2 weeks. It sucks. And to address Windleby, I hope Demon Mama mentions how the American labor scene has been getting exponentially more unionized, made aware of what they could have as workers. Just something good that's been happening. Yes, in fact, I intend to do a stream, hopefully next week, talking about all of the incredible union victories that we've seen lately. Did you guys know that there was an Amazon wildcat strike recently? Literally happened. They didn't know, it was not planned. It was just someone had a freak out on the job site and said, "That's it, I'm out." And there were people in the workplace who were already talking about unionizing. They hadn't unionized yet, and the rest of the workplace said, "You know what? Fuck it, we're out too." So off the cuff, these things are happening. People are waking up to it. The solutions are not always obscured. The problem that we have, okay? One of the problems that we have in our daily lives is that there has been a systemic elimination of the things that let you stand as alone as a community, okay? And we can go into great depth over this. I won't be able to do it right now, obviously. However, the fact that most American communities are made of roads with no sidewalks, small tenement buildings with very little communal space means that we have to get creative. We have to get creative as to how we're going to connect with one another, and we have to push buttons and make waves. We have to be willing to say, hey, maybe we should pool our money together and get this communal space for no other reason than we are going to make a place that people can work on things together. Val9000 says, at every office I've worked at, they always say we're a big family here, and it does motivate people to work harder and neglect their actual families and put up with all sorts of degrading shit. Yes, because they're tricking you. They are exploiting your social need and trying to replace it with a commodified version. And we must reject that. We must say no. Never act like a workplace is your family. Never buy that line. Ever. and convince other people to not buy that line either because it's a lie. If you work in a worker co-op, you're in a slightly different situation, but remember that a worker co-op is not a family. Unless you've, or even a found family. That's not, they shouldn't be. They're not supposed to be. Projects are projects, okay? And projects have all kinds of different shapes, and you get close to the people involved in them, and that's totally fine. But a job is not a family, and it shouldn't be. Anyway, this entire rant was designed to bring attention to the blatant, the messaging from the CDC, which is telling us something that nobody wants to hear, which is that the government is not going to help you. The government has accepted that COVID needs to be forgotten. People need to live with COVID. You are supposed to live with COVID. You are supposed to go to your job, get sick until you can no longer work, and then the government will let you die because you are no longer useful. That is what they want you to do. And I am telling you, do not do that. I am telling you, do whatever it takes in your power to not do that. Do not live that life. Find another way, okay? And one of the things that, of course, I try to do here is I try to provide entertainment, insight, knowledge, access to information that helps people not spend their entire life being a slave for some stupid faceless corporation. But the real truth is that we got to get a lot better. We got to push a lot harder. We have to look inside ourselves. We have to take time to analyze what is within our hearts, to analyze the connections that we have, to look at the world and say, no, this is not acceptable to me. This is not the way that I want to live. And no, I will not just lay down into a pool of disease because the CDC desperately wants to convince Americans to restart the economy because otherwise the illusion will fall. And that is true, by the way. That is what this is all about. The reason why Biden is telling people to go back to work, the reason why Amazon, fucking Starbucks, the CDC, the reason why all of these organizations want you to go back to work is because the illusion has fucking shattered. And they know a lot of people are seeing that. The idea that you can grow an economy forever, that you can just print Funko Pops and spew oil and poison water supplies and spray forever chemicals into the air forever was never viable. But it was possible to sell people on a short-term illusion. But that illusion is cracking, and it is up to us to continue shattering that illusion. But it is not enough to shatter an illusion. We have to materially engage in a way that changes the way that people live their lives. Yeah, I know the CDC dropped all their quarantine guidelines. The CDC has given up. They fucking turned off their brain. They're done. They've accepted that the economy is more important than reality. Literally. That is what is going on. This is a denial of reality. This isn't some far-fetched claim. The CDC is issuing guidelines that do not line up with the known numbers that even they published. And they're doing so because there is a severe economic downturn, the likes of which we have not seen, and they are all panicking. Because remember, in an economic downturn like this, shit gets real. And shit gets real for a lot of people. And as it turns out, the people who are comfortably sitting in their fancy houses in suburbia, the people who are sitting in their nice Teslas and their little private jets and have their nice cushy healthcare plans where they don't have to worry about anything in the world, those people, they don't want to end up like you. That's the real secret. Oh God, they don't want to end up like you. So God, go back to work. Go. You go get COVID. You go, everybody. Quick, fix the economy. Fix the economy that's in a fucking nosedive. Fix it for us by going back to work. Work harder, produce more. Let us squeeze more out of you because God, I can't live like one of you filthy subhumans. And that is the ultimate message that is coming from on high. The message that is coming from the federal government, the message that is coming from the financial sector, the messages that is coming from the fucking CDC itself is that you are less important than a dollar. And that you should be willing to die for a fucking dollar. And you are not worth less than a dollar. Humans are unfathomably valuable. Oh yeah, I forgot. I said I was gonna play Multiversus on stream, but Multiversus looks so bad. I actually don't know if I want to play it on stream anymore. I knew it was gonna be bad, but I thought it was gonna be like cringe bad, and it's actually just like bad. It is cringe bad. I don't know. Maybe I will. Maybe I'll do like a little video on it or something. Also, uh, not to pivot back to the point, not to pivot back to talking about the stressful stuff, but when it hits you, when you can't make the rent anymore, when you can't get the health care anymore, when it hits you or when it hits someone you loved, you're going to be better equipped than other people because you spent time thinking about this shit. In fact, you might have the tools necessary to survive it, to thrive despite it. Because it is coming. It's coming for everybody. Nobody who isn't firmly middle class right now, and I mean firmly. If you don't have holdings, in the coming years, the economy is tanking so goddamn hard. And we've seen a period like this in the past. The Great Depression, do you know what happened to droves of people in the Great Depression? They moved into boxes. They lived in shanty towns. These are people who were prior living comfortable and good lives. Shanty towns. Hell yeah, Lenago. Our Discord is very cozy. And I will say, Discord has its limitations. It's still a social media platform, but our Discord has led to a lot of very, very real connections. Isn't the economy already crashed? This is nothing. If we're going to be tanking multiple diseases, if we're going to be tanking monkeypox, multiple strains of COVID, if we're going to be having mass death from climate change, which we are, the next year, look at how many things have been disrupted by heat waves. This year, we didn't even have, quote unquote, that bad of a fire season yet. We might still. I don't know if you guys remember last summer, my house was bathed in an orange haze for weeks. For weeks, I looked outside and it looked like literal hell. I couldn't see the trees anymore because of the smoke from fires in California. From fires that are caused by ecological devastation, that are caused by the abandonment of forest care, that are caused by extremely under cared for power infrastructure operated by private companies. Yeah, and also in Oregon. It was both. It was fires in both Oregon and California. People who live in California and Oregon right now, people who live in Texas right now are experiencing this. Some of you may have already lost your homes. Some of you may have had to flee your homes. When that happens, and the government isn't, then there's no government answer, which there isn't. What's going to save people? What are people going to do? And that answer is ultimately going to be up to us, okay? Let me see if I can find a picture of it. Hold on. Yeah, here we go. Let me show you what it looked like. And by the way, this is actually worse than what it looked like at my place, but I can tell you I've seen very close to this. Here you go. This is a photo from the highways in California. This is not fucking, there's no filter on this. This is what it looked like just taking a snapshot with your phone. Okay? I have pictures. Hold on. You know what? I can find the pictures. You know what we're gonna do? We have a few minutes before TJ arrives. Let me double check and make sure I haven't gotten a message. Oh wait, he's here. Okay. All right. You know what? Hold on. Let me just find this real quick. I'm gonna find this picture for you and I'm gonna show you from my phone so you know that it was something I took myself. Hold on. Give me a second, then we'll call TJ up because TJ is ready to go. Sure. Let me find these photos. Because I got him in my phone. I took him right off my balcony, okay? Let me just find him. Be patient, everybody. I'll find the pictures. Scrolling back to my phone pictures is like hilarious. So much porn. Listen, I will plead the fifth. I will plead the fifth on that, okay? Wait, I'm looking in the wrong spot. Hold on. I'm in the wrong spot. Hold on. It's Imp Vor. Actually, no, I'm not super into Vor. I'm not like disgusted by Vor, but Vor is not my thing. No judgments though. No fucking judgments at all. All right. Okay, maybe I'm not going to be able to find my photos right now. This was probably a mistake. It was probably a mistake to try and find my photos on the fly like this. All right, look, I gotta call TJ now. I will get you the photos later, okay? I will get you the photos later when I don't have to scroll through my porn, okay? Put a pin in that. I've shown them on stream before, just not to this many people. All right, everybody, let's do this. That happens sometimes, virtual girl. That does happen sometimes. No, TJ did not die. TJ's right here. Give me a minute, okay? Everybody, let's take a break here. Let's catch our breath real quick, okay? Breather. It's time. That's right. The main feature of today. Today, we are going to be sitting down with the one and only TJ Kirk, the amazing atheist, a legendary YouTuber, a YouTuber of maximum level, okay? And we're going to be sitting down and talking to TJ about a whole bunch of different stuff. I'm going to call him up right about now. And we're going to get, it's going to be fucking sick, okay? T-spliff? T-spliff? Oh, like a joint. Oh, yeah. So as you all know, we reviewed TJ's stuff recently, but please, everybody, welcome to the show. TJ, the amazing atheist, and let me just give him a call up real quick. We'll make sure that this is all working. I didn't say Charlie Kirk, you fools. Hello! Holy moly, you totally blew me out of the water in the makeup department, TJ. Can you hear me?
Hi. Yes. I can.
Excellent. What an amazing sound test. Thank you very much. That was fucking sick. Did you do that with voice mod? What the hell? That was sick as hell. Or is that like you just able to channel the spirits?
That's my powers. I have powers. Audio on my end. There we go.
Excellent. Boom. Perfect. Well.
Yes. All right.
That's fucking amazing. I gotta get a little tool set that lets me do cool voice stuff on the fly. I have a
what tool set? I just summon the demons within. That's all.
True, I'm not as based yet. See, it's
just like
I can channel Alex Jones.
You know, it's like in there. Just gotta do that.
I am getting out demon, but hey, that's okay. Today, I am just a humble host. That's all.
You know,
love your makeup.
No one ever said that. No one said there was only one demon in the world, right?
Yeah, exactly. I'm just the mama of them all. That's how it goes.
Right.
So, you know, it's not just one. In fact, there's a whole chat of imps here. Anyway, thank you so much for coming on, and welcome to the show, TJ Kirk, the amazing atheist, who needs no introduction, but who will get one anyway.
Cool.
Very happy.
I like introductions.
Yeah. So I hope your day has been good since I saw you at the little video audio test we did.
Yeah, let me think. So yeah, I woke up, I did that, I ate sushi, I came back.
Wait, you had sushi too? Holy shit!
Yes, I had sushi as well.
I had a tempura roll. I didn't think I ordered a tempura roll. I don't usually love tempura rolls, but got a fucking hitting the vape there.
Trying to, it won't hit. It's clogged. I'm gonna get the fucking clog out of it.
Wait, so how's the fucking weed? Okay, this is a great starting point. How's the fucking weed situation in Louisiana?
Oh, it's I don't know. I know that there's my brother has a card so he can just like do it legally and shit. Oh. And I don't know how it is for him. I've not bothered with that because I don't really smoke that much anymore.
Yeah.
But you know, I'll hit these vapes sometimes, and every once in a while I'll smoke a joint. But I used to be like an everyday kind of smoker, but I'm like way down from that. Yeah, I was that way for like 5 or 6 years, but it just got to the point where I was like, man, this is not even any better than sobriety at this point. So like, eh.
Yeah, I can get that. Like for me, I don't know. I find weed is like for me, I'm on fucking Adderall, which you know,
me too.
Fuck that shit. But you know, what are you gonna do? With ADHD,
I like Adderall. I mean,
don't get me wrong. It makes my life livable, and
being able to kind of, sort of, almost function is pretty cool. You know?
Yeah.
Like, all right.
It's
because otherwise it's like, yeah,
it was funny. I was.
But
actually
now, as you can
partner.
see, picture of sanity. So.
Sorry, I think I. Can you just hit me? Hit me with something from your voice real quick. Test 1 2 3 or something.
1 2 test 1 2 2 2 2 2 1 2.
Okay, perfect.
1 2,
there we
1
go.
2.
Got it. Excellent.
Testing.
Sorry about that.
I have a noise gate on here, so maybe that's fucking with it a little bit. I don't know. I can lower that down.
It was my Discord audio was wonked, so it should be fixed now. Yeah, my wonderful audience was telling me that I was that the audio levels were wonky, but they should be fixed now. Yeah, I love weed. I smoke weed a lot, and I find it's very helpful to alleviate the like anxiety that I get from Adderall, because Adderall is
Yeah.
like I don't.
I don't.
I'm really picky about it. Like I'm really weird about it. I've been on Adderall for a while, so I like don't take it when I'm not doing something that I like want to focus on, because it's just like that shit makes me so anxious if I'm not like if I don't have something to like tunnel into, like stream or writing or whatever I'm doing at the time. But and so like in general, I fucking love weed. I'm a big fan. Out here on the Pacific Northwest, it's like weed is like it may as well be food out here.
Right.
Like
I remember that because when I was living in Seattle, I was like that. I was just like,
wait, you lived in Seattle? I didn't know that.
yeah, I lived in Seattle for a while.
Oh,
so I got tricked back into the fucking swamp.
Well, if you're ever up in these neck of the woods, let me know. We can light up something good. We can get some good shit. Get some top shelf mutant weed they got these days. It's crazy.
Mutant weeds, yes.
Yeah, but
someone in my chat just said I was wasted. Fuck you. I ain't wasted.
Fuck?
By the way, yeah, I love Adderall. But I don't know. I noticed that like I started on like a lower milligram or whatever, and then it was like, okay, all right, I'm going through my day, and it's like, wow, I can focus on things. That's crazy. And then, it kind of like the effect got less and less. So I upped the dose, and then it was like, oh yeah, I'm back there again. And then it's like, now I'm like, oh, it's kind of happen again where I'm kind of starting to lose it. I'm like, should I keep just like upping this dose forever, or do I need to like figure out something else?
Like honestly, okay. So for me, I've managed to stay at the same dose for like 4 years pretty effectively. Because but like I said, I'm kind of weird about it. I take it like only on days when I'm really doing stuff, and then I just kind of like giga chad my way through the like the headaches that come from the like minor stuff. I will say I took like
the problem is though. Go ahead.
I took a pretty long like tolerance break, right in the middle of my move, because I was like focusing on moving stuff. That hit me really hard. I got like the withdrawals and shit at the end. That's no fun. That shit sucks. So like for me,
I probably should I should take a tolerance break at some point. But the thing is, like, I'm like a workaholic, so I'm pretty much always doing some kind of project or another, because like that's the only way that I'm even remotely happy. Because if I'm actually like, if I try to like relax or something, I'm like, this is horrible. What do I need to do something,
Yeah, I'm also I also regularly talk on here about how I'm a bit of a lifelong workaholic. It's not necessarily good. I'm not super proud of it, but it is what it is.
I don't feel like I'm proud or ashamed of it. I'm just kind of like, it is what it is with me, like that's just how I'm wired. I mean, it's not like necessarily work, because it's like projects and stuff. I like a lot of times the stuff I like.
Yeah.
Yeah. And sometimes it's stuff I do to make money. But hey, whatever. Either way is fine.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. I like being engaged in stuff. I get a little bit, I'm likely to, I feel like I'm always in danger of a little bit of burnout on whatever, like, my primary project is, especially with fucking YouTube. Like, I mean, the glorious overlord that I have no disrespect for, surely. No, but I tend to have my brain like drawn, like I don't know, maybe I'm susceptible to it or something, but like the constant reminders of the like, oh, this video got this percent many less views and all that shit, it drives me crazy. And so I'm always like, okay, I woke up, all right, what can I do today? What can I add to my day today that I'm gonna like that'll improve my chances, blah blah blah. And I'm just like, God, it's so, and then I start to go like, oh my God, I hate this shit.
Yeah, I used to care about that more. I don't really give too much of a shit anymore about that. I just kind of like, I don't know. I just do shit. I figure like as long as someone's paying attention to me, I'm probably fine.
I mean, come on, you do good shit. I've seen your videos lately. You're doing fun stuff now.
Yeah,
you're doing really fun stuff. Your little your shaman sermons are sick as hell, man.
Yeah.
I love that.
Last one, I don't know. It's like the hardest thing for me is like when I do a video that's like I don't really know how to like make the topic clickbaity, because it seems like people always, oh yeah, I want to know what their take is on the latest bullshit, and usually I don't care about the latest bullshit, so it's it's hard because like I'm trying to talk about something completely different. It's like, how do I title this? Because it's not to do with anything that has like that instant hook.
Yeah.
It's almost like you got to like take it for what it is, and people don't like that shit anymore. But fuck them. I'll do it for me.
Like, for sure, there's a I definitely feel like the like trend chasing has gotten worse on YouTube. And I even feel that like there are some that I have fun with. Like, for example, I had a lot of fun jumping on board and riling up the Andrew Tate people. Because those guys are just so that shit.
I still have no idea. I did a video on him, and I still don't know who the fuck he is. So I sat. A bunch of people were like sending me, "Oh, Andrew Tate." I'm like, all right, fine, just Andrew Tate. I go on there and watch some shit of his, and I was like, so this guy's. I mean, what? Who's this? I don't know nothing about him.
Professional misogynist. Like, he says edgy shit for fun. He calls people brokies. Dude inherited a.
So the one I saw from him, he was like, yeah, man, I used to be an atheist, but then I realized all these atheists a bunch of dorks. I'm like, you don't think you're a dork? Because I'm looking at a fucking dork right now.
He's convinced he's not a dork, but like this guy, I mean, I swear to God, he said, I think one of his quotes, like, I'm gonna butcher the exact quote, but it was basically, he was like, you know, people get mad at me. They get mad at me whenever they find out I haven't seen any of the Star Wars movies, and they go, "Don't you feel like you're missing out on a piece of culture?" And I always say, "Don't you feel you're missing out on being a millionaire like me?" I'm like, that is the most dorkiest. Like, that is
he a
the
millionaire? I didn't even.
Apparently, I don't know. He claims to be.
Okay.
He runs a multi-level marketing thing. It's his main thing now.
One of those scams. That's cool.
Yeah, he got rich apparently from. We watched a whole video. We did like a deep dive on him the other day, and it was actually quite funny. He apparently got a bunch of money. Obviously, always starts with their parents. He inherited a bunch of casinos in like Romania and shit, and then those have been shut down. They basically went under because of COVID and a bunch of other stuff. So he has, like, according to himself, he has like basically none of the money from the casinos coming in anymore. And so now he's running this this multi-level marketing / cult, alleged blah blah blah. That where he has like, you have to pay $50 to get in, and it teaches you how to make money with like crypto and investing and part of the deal of the like multi-level marketing thing is that you're supposed to like pose as him. It's fucking
one
stupid.
Thing about that's really weird. One thing about investing is if you're gonna try to make money investing, you should probably invest rather than give your money to a scammer, because that's probably a better idea.
Yeah.
Step one: don't waste your money on stupid bullshit like that, and put it where you want to invest it.
Invest in something real and not like a multi-level marketing scheme that tells you that if you rip off enough of your friends and like, oh God, like, I mean, I'm sure you've run into like the other types, like the what's it, Herbalife or
even to this day, like, even though I have like a pretty, I think it's a pretty small Instagram. I mean, it's not like a huge Instagram, but like, man, that place, every fucking day I'm getting something from somebody like, be your brand ambassador for this bullshit. I'm like, no.
Into the garbage.
I'm not fucking.
I've thrown like,
get out of here.
So many of those in the trash.
Just go away. I don't want it. I'm not gonna fucking be the brand ambassador for some horse shit. Okay. You know
what? You're telling me you don't want to like spend your time like hawking some like questionably sourced product that's gonna most likely give people stomach ulcers? But
I mean, like, whatever. It's capitalism, so I'm not. That's not even really my issue. My issue is like they're probably not even gonna give me money. Like, if you actually ever talk to these people, it's always like, oh yeah, you're gonna be working on like a commission basis or something. Like, fuck your commission basis. Give me some money up front. You want something from me, motherfucker?
Yeah.
Cash in hand, bird in the hand's worth two in the bush, motherfucker. Come on.
They always want you to. They want you to recruit more people, and I'm like, hey, if I'm gonna do the recruiting and that shit, I would rather just make a cult. Like, if I'm gonna do the bad shit, why wouldn't I make a cult?
Yeah, go all the way.
Yeah, exactly. Have fun with it, right? Then you get to do the fun shit. Like, I don't know, having secret altars and whatever. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, get yourself like a throne, get some special effects, some pyro, fucking walk in the room with smoke machines going.
Music,
have some people doing like pseudo Gregorian chants. Whatever. Exactly. It's all good. Get the whole thing going.
I've never understood the like draw to like.
Don't settle for less.
Yeah, and I've never understood the draw to like engage in cult-like behavior for something that's as lame as like, I don't know, a line of tote bags, or like a makeup that's kind of cooler than other makeup, or a smoothie company. I don't know. I've never gotten it. I knew a lot of people growing up who got like brought into these multi-level marketing things, and they always drove me crazy. I remember one time when I was like, I was probably 19 or 20, and like an old friend of mine who I hadn't talked in forever like called me up, and they started all like chill, and I was like, hey, whatever, and then they just like spun it into this like pitch for their multi-level. I was like, never talk to me again. Like, just, I don't ever want to hear from you again. I can't believe like we haven't talked in all this time and you called me to fucking try and recruit me to your bullshit. Oh, it's like the worst. God.
Let's see, who the fuck do I know?
Yeah, who might be interested in this? And then like, oh God, it was so bad because they literally like turned their laptop and they had their like handler, their like guide who was trying to teach them like right there. I'm like, bro, like we were just having a fucking conversation and you just like had this manager like, nah, never, don't ever do that again. We're done. Not talking to you about that anymore. That's fucked up. Yeah. So anyway, that's that guy. Yeah.
I remember back in the day when I was, you know, a bigger channel or whatever. I had it used to be way easier, I don't know, for YouTubers to get these like marketing deals with these companies and shit. Like, I don't know, I guess it's still a thing, but like now it seems like it's a very narrow range of like a few things, like,
like
this game or that game, NordVPN. Yeah, you see like the same shit on every sponsoring pretty much everybody. But I feel like back in the day, there was a little bit more variety to it. And I remember like, I don't remember what the sponsor was, but I remember there was like a sponsor that like came, oh yeah, we just want you to do this, put our shit in a video. And I was like, I didn't even have a video. I was like totally just like uninspired writer's block. So I just fucking like threw together some crap about cheese. I'm just like, this is my video about cheese. Anyway, it's sponsored by these people. You know, it was like, there wasn't even any content. But looking back on it, I kind of enjoy that video because I know it was just like created for like totally, you know, artistically bankrupt reasons. And yet it's still kind of fun. Like, because it's just like, hey, it's cheese, you know.
Hey, sometimes the depths of corporate depravity somehow unlock the ability to have more fun with it.
Yeah.
I've thrown some. I've made some promises already that I'm like, I will never take a sponsorship from Raid. I don't really open myself up to like, but
I did a few Raid ones. It was fine.
Have you?
Yeah, you know. You feel stupid.
I know you're probably contractually obligated now, but
I don't remember them ever making me sign no non-disclosure shit. If they do that, I don't think they can come for my money if they want it. They haven't given me a job in a while, so I don't know. I'm not too. I don't really give a shit anymore.
They're not paying so hot these days. They want you to get like 50 people recruited for like a couple thousand.
I don't know. Yeah, I never heard of that. Yeah, I haven't fucking seen. I mean, maybe I don't know. I don't really check that inbox anymore. Maybe they've been sending me emails and I just don't know. But whatever. Yeah, Raid Shadow Legends. I don't know. I mean, I played the fucking game. It was like, I don't know, it was like reasonably okay to play. Obviously, it's like designed to suck your money out.
It is.
I don't know. It was like passingly entertaining. I played it for like 15 minutes. I was like, this is okay, whatever. I don't give a fuck.
I played Raid for 15 minutes to do a favor for a friend, and I got so mad at it. I literally was just like, I can't.
Just put it on. All you gotta do is put on auto battle or whatever the fuck, and then they just keep building your characters up.
Drain the batteries.
Yeah, just like, hey, have fun, go crazy, you guys. You know, they just fucking fight. You know, every once in a while, you just click a thing like go in here and auto fight again. You know, and just keep doing it. Eventually, they'll fucking, you know, just level up a bunch.
And whoever you got the recruitment code from, it'll show nice on their statistics or whatever. So there you go, I guess. I don't know. I just played
it to fucking get to like certain. I didn't. So like the first few times they sent me shit, I never wanted to like read their shit because I was always like, this is boring, and I wasn't on Adderall yet, so I like had no attention span. So I was like, yeah. Okay, these are the standards. So I just like, yeah. So, but like, I didn't know they like give you shit to like, so you can capture screen level, like they'll like automatically level you up. So I'm like, I better like go and play and like level up a bit to get to, you know, where I need to be. Cause I didn't know they just just do that for you. So I actually played it for a while because I didn't really have to, but it's just because I'm too stupid to actually read what they've sent. But then again, they would send you the craziest like mile-long PDF document with confusing instructions and like like this paragraph contradicts this. So you just get in the habit of being like, I'm reading this shit.
Yeah. I mean, isn't that just the truth about fucking every piece of box of text that pops up in front of you these days.
Because you know how you actually get it was actually easier to just make whatever you wanted and then have them come and be like, we think it, but change this, this, and this. It was actually easier to do that and just do 2 drafts than it was to try to figure out what they wanted from those confusing, confounding, labyrinthian fucking documents they'd sent you, you know?
Yeah,
so I was like, yeah,
listen,
whatever.
They've got a whole legal team. They've got a whole PR team. They can do it. If they can't give me a fucking concise document, then they get malicious compliance.
That's what I don't get. If it was, I mean, like, that was the thing that really fucking boggled my mind, because they would give you these giant labyrinthian documents and just like, dude, just fucking be like, hey, first 15 seconds do this, next 30 seconds do this, last 15 seconds do this. And here's where you can add your own flair to it. Right here, do this kind of thing or that, blah, blah, blah. Here's a few examples. And it's like, okay, I get it. But instead it's like, I don't even have this, like, I don't know how they complicated it to the fucking degree they did. They must just be insane. That's the only thing I could think.
I mean, corporate PR, marketing people are indeed some of the most deranged individuals on the planet. I can,
you ever hear the Bill
say
Hicks
that.
routine about that shit?
Not off the top of my head.
Oh, he was like, he'd be like, by the way, if anyone here is in marketing and advertising, kill yourself. No, it's not a joke. It's not, there's no humor.
Just do it.
No, kill yourself. You're toxic, poison to the earth and all that, you know, whatever. And you know that. And then he'd be like, you know what all the marketing people are doing right now, don't you folks? He's like, oh yeah, Bill's going after that anti-marketing dollar. Yeah. That's a big dollar. The great market. It's like, no, that's not what I'm doing, you fuckers. No, look now he's going for the righteous indignation dollar. Oh, yeah, it's a huge market. He's very smart to do that.
As we all know, the real money is in not getting lots of money from corporations that want to literally pay you to positively review their projects. By the way, let me tell the audience out here, if you think that there aren't entire farms of people literally currently paying for positive reviews on every product you've ever seen ever, you're dead wrong. It is so bad. It is so blatant. There will never be enough oversight to ever stop it. Just recognize that every single thing that you read on the internet, if the review starts to smell even a little bit fishy while you're reading it, that's because somebody paid for that review. Like, I have literally been approached with. I have been given jobs like that. It is a whole cottage market. It's fucking pathetic.
Whoever does TJ's makeup, nice jobs. I do my own fucking makeup, thank you. I don't have another person do this. I have Chelsea has done it a few times, but this is all me.
Yeah, your makeup is fucking sick. I gotta say, it's such a good look. And also, I gotta say this, I am so here for streamers that are embracing like a more unique and artistic look, because holy shit, gaming streamers do not do that, okay? Gaming streamers, they all buy these fucking pre-made, looks like it's like supposed to be like an outdated sci-fi, like shoot the transitions. It's like, oh yeah, guys, let's go to the thing, and it goes. Fuck that shit. Yeah. Fuck
it's
that
like
shit. I want to see people do shit. I know what you mean. It's like
it's really like slick, and it's like, oh, it's very slick. It's very professional looking. It's like, yeah, but anyone can go buy it for $1. So like, it doesn't really look all that slick and professional when everyone's doing it, right?
It's actually wild. Like I know that there's like there's a lot of products where it's just like that product is like the thing that like everybody gets it, you know, like, I mean, my microphone right now, which is out of camera, is like the Shure SMB7 or whatever, SM7B or whatever. That's like the microphone that fucking like nearly every podcaster and streamer buys as like their like first major microphone, because it's that good. Okay, I don't know what
I have. It's like a fucking something.
Looks like a Shure.
Oh, Rode Procaster.
Rode. Hey, that's a good one. That's another one. Again, there's like a couple of really good mics that are like, this is the one. And I get that. What I don't get is when people sell like backdrops on Amazon. Like there's like an Amazon choice backdrop, and like IKEA does this. IKEA has like gamer panels that you can buy and put up, and I'm like, thousands of people will buy that exact panel, and you will have the same back wall as other people. Like, why would you do it? What's the point? Like, I know I know that like my old days,
Keeping up
if I
with
go
the
back and look at
Joneses
them,
bullshit, right? You know, it's like,
yeah,
yeah. Oh, I need to look like everyone else. I need to look like everyone else. I need to look like everyone else.
I just don't get it.
I've
Though.
never fucking seen. Has anybody ever gotten like super famous and popular because it's like, oh my god, did you see? He's like the most conformist of all. He has all the stuff you're supposed to have. I was like, I don't really see
Probably
that too much.
somebody. I feel like there's like a slot for every like famous streamer or every big. There's
Yeah.
like a slot for one copycat. You know, where it's like, oh, I did the same
you get
thing,
the
but,
one
like,
knockoff, right?
yeah,
I
exactly.
gotcha.
There's like room. There's one slot, but after that, it's not a booming business. It's a lot of competition to try and get that copycat slot.
Because pretty much as soon as someone's on the top, there's always going to be like a million. Like, the way to succeed is to do the closest impersonation of that person as possible.
Yeah, like
Just copy as much from them as I can.
Immediately my brain goes to like the imitators of like the angry video game nerd and stuff like that.
Yeah,
from back in the early days of YouTube.
What was that dude like?
What the fuck?
Like
what the fuck is
there was
this
like a
shit?
guy. What was that guy that was like the total AVGN clone that everyone always fucking talked
Was it like
shit
Irate
about?
Gamer or something?
Yeah,
is that it?
it was
yeah,
that
it's
shit.
like very similar, where it's just like almost
Yeah, it's like
almost copying the cadence and whatever.
He's the mad game playing guy. I was like, all right. Gotcha.
Yeah, people are saying Irate Gamer apparently. Yeah, Nostalgia Critic. Okay, listen. We don't want to talk about that. No. Oh God. Listen,
Okay.
I'll talk to you, Chad, about the Nostalgia Critic later. We don't want to go on that fucking rant now.
Why not?
Boy.
I've watched pretty much every video he did up to a point. So
yeah. I mean, Nostalgia Critic is like, look,
dude, when I watch that shit, I mean, say whatever you want, but like back in the day when I watched that fucking Tom and Jerry review, that shit was like the funniest shit I've ever seen.
It was
at
like
the time.
the funniest shit. Yeah,
that was so fucking funny.
Like,
he's never. I mean, like I gotta say, like when I try to watch the shit he does now, I don't laugh like I did when I watched. Even if I go back and watch that Tom, it's not even like. I don't know. I couldn't put my finger on what exactly doesn't work about what he does now. But like it doesn't work anymore. I know that.
Doesn't. I mean, I think there's like a certain I think there's the one thing I'll give to like to the Nostalgia Critic. And I watched a lot of the Nostalgia Critic back in the day too. I will say that like out of all of the like critic people that did that sort of thing, like his videos I feel have like aged the least well. They're not like I can go watch an old Angry Video Game Nerd one and go like, okay, I can see what was going on here. Even if it's super dated, I can see what was going on here that made me like really like it. I struggle with that with Nostalgia Critic. I do think
I feel like there was like
I
feel like there was like a period that was pretty fertile for him. It wasn't like the super early stuff, but it was like
his mid era was like the best when he was doing stuff
it was
like
almost like
review,
it was almost like 2 or 3 years in, you know, kind of that kind of stuff. Like there was like it was kind of like before he did that like fake out retirement where he like quit being the Nostalgia Critic for a minute.
And then they came back and did like a bunch of like collaborations that were like super
It got really like super into skits and stuff too. Like it was like everything was a skit, and like sometimes the skits were funny, but a lot of times they were like really overwritten and shit. And you're just like, okay.
It was a little.
If I want to watch terrible comedy, I could fucking turn on SNL, dude. I mean,
yeah, true. Like the thing that I think that he
review the fucking movie.
Like, he was so animated, and there wasn't really anybody who was that over the top. And I think that's also like something to like the credit of people like PewDiePie too, where it was like they were the first person to like just embrace the madness in that way. But it doesn't. You can't bottle lightning like that. Like that's a place and a time thing. It's very hard to like be the one who like pushes the envelope in that way. Like you like the next person who wants to do that has to push the envelope again. You can't like there's only room for 1 or 2 envelope pushers in each field. Like that's
right.
I
just got really lucky that during the course of my YouTube career and shit, I did it twice. Because I did it once with the atheism stuff. I just happened to hit on that right when it was getting like this weird gigantic surge of like public popularity, and I was different enough from the crowd that I stood out because I was like, oh, this guy, he's like way angrier than the other people, you know, because I'd be like screaming and yelling and fuck your God, you know, and all this. And people are like, yeah, that's the one. And then I happened to just hit upon that like anti-SJW fucking meme, whatever, like the vein of that. When I did that fucking It's Only Sexist When Men Do It video about the whole thing with what's her fucking name? Sharon Osbourne talking about how it's funny that dude got his fucking dick chopped off and thrown in a garbage disposal. I'm just like, this seems like a weird fucking double standard of our society. Because like, you know, either that should be funny either way, or it shouldn't be funny either way. But like this thing where it's like, it happened to a man, it's funny.
Yeah,
That's gotta go for me.
that
You know,
shit.
like
That shit does, like, I mean, of course, there's these things still persist. Of course, there's like
Oh, yeah.
the like thing where it's like movies love to do like prison rape jokes about dudes, and it's like,
oh yeah.
and
I
when
mean,
that
I'll even
happens,
catch
like,
myself doing that shit sometimes. You know, like I'll be
Yeah.
like, oh, don't drop the soap kind of jokes, like that kind of
Yeah.
thing. It's like, oh fuck, god damn it, I don't really want to joke about that because that's
it's
you know.
fucked up, and it's like it is weird how that stuff bakes in. I've been watching. I don't know if you've seen. Have you seen The Boys at all?
Oh yeah, I'm a huge fan.
Fucking sick.
Just
That's a
so
show
you
that
know,
does-
I hear that it's storming outside, so my power might go out. I'm just letting you know.
Well,
If it does,
no
I will
worries.
come back and we'll make it up. But yeah, if that happens, and if you
gotta
guys
go,
are,
you gotta go.
well, I'm hopefully it won't happen. I'm just you know, letting you know. I hear it fucking storming out there, and I know that around here, like the faintest breeze sometimes fucking takes out my power. That's how it is
Yeah.
down here in the swamp way. You know,
At my
infrastructure
old
is not our
place, it was
strong
like that
suit.
too. Thankfully, at my old place, oh my god, my viewers know, like my old place had like we had power issues. It was same thing. Like anytime there's a fucking storm, there's a good chance I was going to lose internet or something like that.
I know. I get so nervous when I hear it windy or raining outside. I'm just like, please, don't fucking do this to me.
Not again.
You know.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I get
You
really
know,
like
power infrastructure in the United States is not exactly the top top in the world.
Especially not down here in the bayou.
So yeah. So some of my viewers wanted me to ask you about that. So about the anti SJW stuff and whatever. I think we touched on it a little bit last time, but
maybe I
one
don't
of
really. I remember enjoying our last conversation, but I really don't remember the subjects we went over or anything like that.
We talked about right wingers being obsessed with trans people. We talked about
that's definitely true.
About Christianity a bit. We talked about like some of our difference in approaches and our differences in opinions on atheism, whatever. Which honestly, we don't really have all that many.
Yeah.
I was like before I was a content creator or anything like that, because I'm relatively new to this stuff by comparison. Like I've been doing it for 2.5 years now, which is, I feel great about that, but still, I've only been doing it for a while. But like back then, I mean, I was really into like a lot of I used to listen to Matt Dillahunty. I used to listen to Christopher Hitchens, of course. ZJ, I don't know if you remember Zinnia Jones.
Yeah.
Atheist Experience, which was with Matt Dillahunty. And then like, so I was really, because of course, like the atheism, the whole atheism like surge that happened was really actually very fortuitous for me. It was very helpful to me. So I always I have complicated feelings about the whole atheism thing, because I was I grew up in a cult. I grew up in a very extreme Christian environment, and the atheism stuff was basically like all I had to latch onto when that push came to shove with my family. So it was like, wow, damn, I watched like so much of that stuff. And anyway, we talked about that a bit, but it's wild to see where like all the different people have gone and where their opinions are these days. And well,
I remember even when we were in those days of that community, like people, we always kind of made a thing about, just because we're all atheists doesn't necessarily mean we're all going to agree on a bunch of other stuff, which was kind of the things we brought up to like religious people. It's like, look, beyond this, there's nothing binding us together. We're all just like, we're people from different political and philosophical standpoints who are all just rejecting the God hypothesis. That's what we are.
Yeah.
Beyond that,
it's funny how many
not much
people have,
unites us.
Some people have sort of looped back around, it seems, and like
I think more like on I mean, usually it's that social Christianity, which is like to me the most contemptuous variant you could possibly conceive of, which is just like, yeah, I know this whole God idea is stupid, but I think like it's good for society.
Yeah,
it's like, oh yeah, it's good for us all to delude ourselves. Like you're just basically saying outright, like I believe in like mass deception. So fuck you. Your philosophy is poison. Die of cancer. Fucking rotten hell, you pig shit eating motherfuckers. Anyway, yeah, they're nice people. Whatever, it's nice guys.
I mean, I have a lot of stuff that we've been.
Shit, I unplugged my headphones.
Oh, no worries.
I got to do that.
Yeah, no, we've been we've been talking about on my channel a lot more frequently lately, especially since I've gotten back, a lot more about like Christian extremism, because it's coming back with a vengeance
It
right now.
never it never went anywhere. It was always
It
here.
didn't, but I mean, they're getting very bold, and they're gaining a lot of they're gaining a lot of weird allies. One of the ones that's most wild to me is like I don't know if you know about them, like the church militant people. They did like recently, they did like a documentary on what's his name there? Jesse Lee Peterson. They did like an expose, and it was the most. We watched it on my stream, and it was just obviously totally fraudulent. And the entire thing was way completely fixated on him being gay and not him actually being like an abuser, even though they were making allegations of him being abuser, but they just used evidence of him being gay as it's fucked up. But these guys have
Yeah.
like this whole church has gotten like they've gotten a lot of attention lately, but like the organization is literally an extremist Catholic group that believes in conversion therapy. They like explicitly, they do like videos constantly about how gay people are like literally like just fire and brimstone, gay people are going to hell, you're bad, like all this shit. And yet like there's all of these people, these like right leaning centrist people, and then there's like the right people who they're like, well, I'm not really religious, but you know. And then I'm like, but you're standing in arms again with these people who genuinely believe in a bath of brimstone and hellfire coming to purge the earth of the sinners. Like, how can you square that? And I guess it's just because at the end of the day, conservatives have no principles. But
Oh, that's very convenient for them because they can always just like they just change it a whim. It's like, oh yeah, that's how we feel. Oh wait, that's no longer the way it's advantageous. Yeah, well then it's like the Christianity as a cultural adhesive sort of thing. Like, yeah, well it works. It unites all of our dum-dums together, so it's a good thing. Basically, that's what it boils down to. Like, how cynical of a fucking philosophy do you have to be an intelligent person who can see through the God myth, and yet you decide that you still want to propagate it because it helps keep the dumbs on your side? It's like, maybe if your fucking beliefs are that stupid, you should change your fucking beliefs. Like, that's what I never get about these kind of people. I never get like, how do you like, when you have to lie for your belief system, you must then recognize, therefore my belief system must be false. Like, if I can't justify it without deceit, then it itself is a deceit and I should reject it and move on to something better. But
yeah,
instead they're just like,
so.
nope, fuck that. Nope, I like this. I like my little lie box. I think the truth might be scary, so I'm gonna.
I think some of it is that. I think some of it is like the fear aspect, because I mean, like I do think some people legitimately fear like just being rejected by all the other Christian people and all the people who tell you you're supposed to like be friendly to them. But I think
they're afraid of nihilism,
like,
personally.
It could be. I mean, some people. I mean, I know that there's a lot of I one of the things I talk about a lot is like, I think that a lot of people who find themselves in the throes of extremist religion, they are very passionate about the religion, but that's not really why they're passionate. Like, that's not like it's not pure. It's not like they really are like super attached to God or whatever. It's just that literally every aspect of their life has been tied to the church, often material, like whether it's like, I was struggling with drugs and I went into the church program, and now all my friends are in the church, and also my wife is in the church that I met through the church, and I got married, and my kids are coming up in the church, and we get food and extra clothes for the kids, and all these material ways in which the churches like latch people in. And I think that that's like where the fear of God really comes into people. It's not really the fear that God is going to be mad at you. It's the fear that this community that you rely on for your life is going to like reject you. And the sad thing is that like a lot of these groups genuinely weaponize that extremely harshly, where there's just no dissent accepted whatsoever. I mean, that's the type of environment I grew up in, and
I mean, I've definitely seen that kind of. I've not really experienced that. I've never really been in the situation where my family was like really reliant on the church, but I've definitely seen people in that situation.
Yeah.
where it's like, okay, yeah, well, we're all full of love and charity, and we're gonna help you out, but
Yeah.
here's the strings that are attached to that. It's like
It's
you will
super,
you will
the
fucking obey our social agenda. You will live your life by these standards. Blah 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 blah. You know.
there's some groups that do it more blatantly than others. I mean, I've talked about the church that I grew up in, which of course it's fucking cult, but they had a what I would consider to be an incredibly coercive like rehab program that literally involved forced labor. Like you would go to the program and you would check yourself in, you would hand them your wallet and your keys and your ID, and then you're in their program. And if you want to get out, it's a nightmare of a process. You got to go through the program, and they would make the team go and do labor to benefit the church. Like the church would be the one that got paid for doing the job, and not them. And they would get paid in godliness, I guess, and
Yeah.
be off drugs. And that's like an extreme version. But there's like, of course, lesser versions as well. And something that I've been talking about on my stream a lot lately is like, because I'm a pretty open, lefty, lefty propagandist, I guess you could call me. Whatever. I'm pretty open about my biases and what I view, my worldview and whatever. But I think it's really important that like the left-leaning people in the world start to think about like how do we replace the need for reliance on churches in the world? Where are the gaps? Because more and more people now than ever are in need. We're in a bad economic time, really bad. A lot of sick people, a lot of people out of work. These people, they're going to get scooped up by churches. These are people who aren't super radicalized. They're not super Christian right now. They might have some Christian upbringing or whatever, but what they need is a place to sleep, a thing to eat, friends to talk to. And like that is, I think, an area where a lot of left-leaning, or I would say mostly liberal, not really people who've pushed into the left area, but people who might be interested in that they rely on sort of like charity as like a vague concept, like, oh, there's these organizations that'll do it, but it's like, but they're not always. Some charities are doing really cool things and whatever, but there's also a lot that are just local churches feeding people, and then they say, here's the Bible, come to the Bible study, and then they get you in, and then you have to obey their rules. It's not without strings. So I always want people to like think about like how we can push that further, because personally I would love to see Christianity no longer present in the world as a religion. I find it to be one of the most heinous and violent and most important, most offensively imperialistic religions. It is a religion that necessitates all varieties of it, even the nice varieties of Christianity. They necessitate itinerant conversion, going out and just preaching in the faith, converting people, bringing more people into it. They want to absorb and control and bring into everybody into order, and that is like a world that is disgusting to me. And also, most interpretations of the text, historically and otherwise, are ridiculous.
What I would really like to see is a de-emphasis of spirituality in public life, but a recognition of personal spirituality and people's rights to explore that aspect of themselves. Because it's clear to me that human beings do have a sort of hunger for these sorts of, whatever you want to call them, shamanistic or metaphysical experiences or whatever, religious experiences, if you wish. But, the problem is that I think we allow people to just kind of like all get together and let this like one authorial, patriarchal, or maybe just authoritarian, it could be a woman at this point, but like someone who is like preaching down, and it's like, you will obey, and this is the right way, and this is the interpretation. And then people, like, maybe their spirituality doesn't quite jive with it, but they feel like that hunger, so they follow it. And what I would say is just like, people need to be free to kind of like develop their own personal like spirituality, if they want it. Some people don't even want that in their lives, but if they do want that, like, they have to find a way to satiate it with their own personal beliefs, and not some sort of monotheistic cult that is going to then try to manipulate their spiritual impulses into weird shit, or try to exploit their poverty to, gain obedience, or, some combination of the two, or, there's probably
Yeah.
other means of control there as well. But like, I would say that like bringing spirituality to the individual level would probably be something that could help with that. I was kind of inspired by Alan Moore, who worships his own snake god, that he just made up himself. It's like, this is my god, this is my personal belief. And I've kind of like started to do stuff like that, whereas like, if I want to explore spirituality, I'm going to do it on my own terms with my own symbolism and stuff like that. But it's for me, which is to me like what it's like to me. The idea that like my spirituality could imply to another person, or theirs could to me, is like a weird thing, because to me it's like highly personal. Like, this is about your relationship with like the mysteries of the universe, or the unknown, or if like, like what's out there, is anything out there, what kind of thing it lies beyond the veil of the reality that I think I know.
Yeah.
Those kind of questions are like, you fill that with whatever you want, because it's your imagination and it's your sense of wonder that's like at stake here. So the idea that someone else is going to give that to you, someone else is going to be like, here it is, here's the truth you've been looking for. It's like, it's not there. And you're not even looking for truth anyway. What you're looking for is like a sense of wonder, a sense of grandeur, right?
Yeah.
A sense that maybe some sort of like cosmic force out there is working for like your general good or something, whatever it is that you're seeking. You want you like the fucking mystery. That's why it's mystical. If you know it, if you have the truth, if it's just given to you by some preacher at a pulpit, then it becomes this hollow, artificial, obligatory thing that you just follow because you don't even remember why. You're just like walking the cave paths of the mind at that point.
Yeah,
Oof.
I think there's like an element of, something that I always find as like, there's a couple of things that I think about with regard to like religion. Like I talk about the difference between like traditions versus capital T tradition, which is like, tradition is like this, we must do it the way that it was done before, or else a bad thing will happen. You must obey the father, you must do this way, versus like a tradition, which is like Christmas, like, people get together and do something together that's based on a thing that they're doing, as opposed to a rule that must be, a dogma that must be imposed on other people. And I think that like, of course, like with Christianity, especially with like American evangelical Christianity, there's nothing but tradition, capital T. It's all about like, how do we, it's this very cynical power and this coercive power calculation. And I have like, obviously, like I don't I consider myself an atheist. I don't really believe in any sort of God or spirits or whatever, but I do believe that spirituality can be very valuable, like as an individual or as a communal practice. But of course, I don't think that overrides the need to analyze coercive elements that are designed to enrapture someone and manipulate them in a specific direction for the benefit of someone else, or for the benefit of some imaginary structure. And I think these things exist, these coercive types of they play on and they touch on some of the sort of spiritual needs that people have, but they don't ever actually answer them. And another thing that's like, I think that makes it's so important for us to like discuss and go through these sorts of things is like, I think it's hard, at least in my experience, and maybe your experience is a little different than this, but I certainly feel like everyone I meet is like feels a certain level of like emptiness from the type of existence that we live these days, that most people live these days. And like I've seen it, like I felt it myself, obviously. I mean, before I was even a streamer, like I would say that I'm in like a local high point in my life. But I mean, when I was didn't have any money, you go from rural town to rural town trying to find work or whatever, or a place to stay, and every town looks the same. Every town is completely addled with health issues. Every person in the town has health issues, drug abuse is like through the roof. And it's not like the drugs themselves are the problem. It's not just like the drug existing is the problem. It's that people have nothing else to latch onto. The only way they make it through their day is to seek out a drug. And like, and that type of like, that is a form of, I think, like spiritual emptiness that I think has been cultivated by the way that like the way our society operates. You can't like, I don't think that life, regardless of, even when before you get into the like the questions of what is the like spiritual truth or whatever, which I don't actually think is all that important necessarily. I think there's the fact of the matter is just that humans need more than just wake up, work, go to sleep, wake up, work, go to sleep. They need
Well,
more
here's the
than
thing
just,
too. I mean, like,
yeah,
I think what you're talking about, to me, I view it more as like a I don't even really view that as part of like a spiritual crisis, because I think if anything, the spiritual crisis is that people rely on others to tell them about their own spirituality.
yeah,
To me, the crisis you're talking about is a crisis of purpose.
yeah, that's fair.
People don't feel like they have purpose in this world because there's no gratitude. There's no gratitude for what the work that anybody does. There's no monetary gratitude. You're given a pittance. You're given slave wages, basically.
Yep.
There's no gratitude from the people you serve. There's no sense of like, this person just made me a sandwich. Thank you. Like, sincerely, like, thank you for the sandwich that you just made for me. Thank you for the coffee. Thank you for whatever you gave me. Here is compensation. And then the company is like, we couldn't possibly do what we do without these people here on the front lines doing this work. We should compensate them very fairly. Like, minimal cost, whatever we cost operation, a little bit of fucking salary for the executives people. And then everyone, we try to spread it out as much as possible, make this a successful company. Everybody fucking prospers. Everybody wins. That would be a totally different fucking paradigm. But that's not what capitalism fucking incentivizes. It incentivizes fucking mine. How little can I pay them? What's the bare minimum amount I could pay these fucking peons? Here you go. Here's your little pittance. Go to your misery shack, you fucking wage slave piece of shit. And we're all just miserable and downtrodden. It's like, oh, fuck. And of course, we're fucking mean to each other. Of course, there's no gratitude. Yeah, give me my fucking sandwich, asshole. Because it all just filters down from their fucking greed. Yeah. It's all just that. It's that everybody else is just kind of like, we're just fucking the serf peon little. And I see the fucking greatness in people. I was at a fucking Cracker Barrel a few months ago, actually. And there was this woman, she was a totally rude bitch. Just fucking meanest motherfucking bitch you could ever fucking imagine in your life. Just big, bulking, She was the fucking busser at the table. I'm like, this woman should be a fucking warrior. She should be a fucking like in the Coliseum or something. Like, that's what she was. I could see it in her. But she's fucking bussing tables. Like, fuck, god damn it. And I see these people. I see like these old grandmas who should be fucking baking cookies or something, working at fucking McDonald's. And I see like these people, and you just look at them and you know that like in their souls or whatever you want to call it, in their like here, there's like something that's just like, let me out. Yeah. Yeah. But but it's trapped. It's trapped in this prison of work, slave work. Like, oh, fuck. Let me out.
And it's funny. We talk about that fucking fury because I feel it everywhere. I fucking feel it every single fucking time I go out now, especially these days. It feels like fucking everybody's like the tension is palpable in the air. Where it's just like, it seems like everybody's like a moment away from fucking snapping. And it's terrible, to see like the what actually makes that come down, like how that unfolds in our society, what it is that puts it in place. It's just this like the flattening of everything, the standardization of everything. It's the squeezing of everything for maximal numerical profits. And it got worse. It got worse in the course of the pandemic. Like, I mean, in where I live, like 4 of the restaurants I used to go to that were not McDonald's are just gone. Like, they're just gone and they're never coming back. And it's like, so not only are we watching, like, we all have to sit here, every single person in society has to sit here and not only feel like they have no control over what they're doing with their day-to-day life, like, I don't get to choose what I'm making or what I'm doing, I don't have any options before me to pick those things, Then you have like on top of that the tension between individuals that like every single one of these companies is structured with basically the same general like the same general practices in place, which is like you want to maximize the frontline workers conflicting with the customers as much as possible. You want all of that to go like the angriest customers, you want them to be funneled into the lowest cost people so that there's just like you don't have to pay somebody extra to try and sort this out. You want it all to happen like there where these people, these expendable people can like fight each other out and get mad at each other and have the freakouts and whatever. And then so there's that aspect, and then on top of that you have that everybody's personal life is getting fucking worse and harder and worse, and they're stretched more and more thin. And then you have like what you were talking about with like then there's like the catch-all of all of this, which is that sense of purposelessness of like why am I putting myself through this shit so that I can have like $5 that gets spent on Disney Plus because that's like the only like sense of freedom that I can get whatsoever. It's like we're witnessing before our eyes the like implosion of a society that's purely consumeristic, a society that has nothing but like but the most hollow representations of everything. Like I brought up The Boys earlier because it's like a show that really nails that shit home, like where it's just like there's all these, they take all this time to like make you sit through these just horrible like advertisements where it's like from like Starlight singing From Sea to Shining Sea or whatever, and it's just like everyone, and then they like cut away and everyone's fucking miserable, they all hate each other, all in a hostage situation, they're all being forced to say things, and it's like, boy, like doesn't that just feel like every moment of our lives these days? It's so frustrating, and I'm always
it's
like,
funny to me,
not
acceptable.
acceptable.
And I mean, I love The Boys. I mean, that's like one of my favorite shows and shit. But like the thing that's always funny to me is like we get these shows like The Boys or like maybe like a movie like V for Vendetta or something like that, where it's like, oh man, the underclass is rising up against the elites, y'all. Look at it happening. And it's like, brought to you by Amazon. Like,
exactly.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, it's the
wait, what's happening here? They're selling me
commodification.
Yeah, they're
like the
selling
Che
me
Guevara
the
shirt kind of thing.
Yeah, it's the Che Guevara shirt.
Yeah.
It's like on a mass level. It's like here's your revolutionary thought brought to you by your oppressors. It's like, wow, you guys are really good at this. Holy shit. How brazen. They're just like,
it does
here's what it would be. Here's what it would be like if you had the balls to stand up to us. It's like, wow, what an amazing fantasy. Well, back to work. Like,
you know, and I've been canceled in the past for saying that Americans are the most broken and soul crushed people on the planet. But I will also say that I think that even the most broken and soul crushed people on the planet have a limit. And I'm interested to see what that limit is. I'm interested to see when people start getting mad and when they say that, like, when they get to the point of like, no, there is no amount of video games and TV shows, there's no amount of Funko Pops and blind box toys and loot boxes that can make me feel better. And then what happens then? And I that's something that I'm very interested in, because I think that like our current paradigm is untenable. I think that like every corner of the political spectrum has sort of come to that conclusion that like the current status quo is untenable. And but then you have things like I was ranting right before you came on about this statement from the CDC that's just like, we all have to live with COVID. We need to accept that. And I'm just like, yeah,
I already did. I was just like,
everybody did
was like,
that.
yeah,
what
we
are you
gave up.
talking about? Like everybody gave up. Like, yeah,
America was just like,
it's just the government going, we're not going to help you. You're fucked. The admission from the highest levels of government at this moment in time is basically, yeah, you need to. They say we need to live with COVID, and what they mean is you need to go to work and get sick and whatever.
I never thought I'd see the day that I was defending the government, and I never thought I'd be dressed like this when I did it. But like, looking at it from the government's perspective, it's like, all right, guys, here's some basic things we can do to protect each other. And like half the fascists, boo! Fuck you, government! You can't tell me what to fucking do. And so it's like, If I was the government, I'd be
I'm gonna. This is how I'm gonna wear my mask for malicious compliance.
I'd
Dudes,
just
their
be
nose
like,
fucking sticking out and shit.
All right, well,
Up.
fuck you guys then. You're on your own. Fucking just die then. Just fucking die then.
But then again,
I don't know. I
like,
kind of relate to
good.
the government on that one, because it's like if I fucking was trying to help a bunch of people and they were all just like, "Fuck you, fascist," I'd be like, "Okay, have fun, have at it, motherfuckers. You're on your own."
I mean, I think I can understand, especially why like individuals involved in those, like the people who make up those things. Like, I mean, dude, I can't even imagine being Fauci. Like, can you imagine being that motherfucker? That guy had the, like, worst job that you could possibly imagine. A guy whose job is to, like, basically report in the most toxic environment to, like, the most unstable president we've had in recent memory, that, like, everything is going shitty and that everything that he's saying is a lie, and then just absorb it as a person. Like, I could totally get why, like, somebody like that would check out. But, like
yeah,
you'd
I'm done
hope
with
that,
this.
like you'd hope that, like, the institution itself would be capable of not just bending completely to the whims of economy, but but it's a fucking, at this point, a childish thing to hold on to think that, like, any American institution is going to stand up in the face of fucking profit, right?
Or anything else.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's
there's like a total, I mean, like, you look around, you see, talk about lack of purpose to a lack of fucking, I don't know, like some sort of like spiritual compliance reflex that's going on or whatever the fuck, and drug addiction and all this stuff. But like another thing is just that, like, total loss of faith in like any institution in the country. Like,
I have no faith. I have no faith in these institutions.
No faith in the government, no faith in the media, no faith in the fellow people in the country. Just like, we're all just kind of like, it's fucked.
And I mean,
it's just fucked. Nothing we can do. It's fucked.
Like, I can't blame people for not having any faith in any of these institutions or in any of these promises. I mean, I don't know how old you are. I'm 31. Like
37.
Yeah. Okay. So we're pretty close. But like in our lifetimes, like it has been like we live in an era where like most people are plugged into the same essential current events. We all are witnessing the same thing, and we're all seeing the same promises, and we're all experiencing this there's a certain level of universality in like the American experience of the things that you're not, obviously everybody's life is very different, but like there's certain things that everybody's getting told and being messaged to, and it's just fucking lie after lie after, and not even just a little lie. Like we're talking just societal level disinformation, everything from like, I mean, you can look at like something as drastic and obvious as like the WMDs, where it's just like an entire generation of people was lied to by every news organization in the entire country, manufactured a war that killed 1 million people in another country, and also and traumatized a generation of people who thought they were doing something good. And like, I get
squandered a shit ton of the resources of this country that could have been marshaled to a more productive purpose. Don't forget about that.
So much, yeah. I mean, how much? Like, I mean, it's literally unaccountable how much fuel and brain power to design to do this, to organize that. It's so much waste, and I get why people are like have no faith whatsoever, and like I think that like. I think that it's a rational response in certain regards. I think it's a very rational response for people to lose faith. I just think that like the ways in which that loss of faith is directed is often, of course, just as wasteful as like the system that the faith was lost in the first place. I mean, you see this with like just completely impotent acts of pointless like not even resistance, like the January 6th shit, where it's like there's genuine rage. These are people who have they are clearly heavily motivated. They are done with something. But what's it being directed towards? It's being directed towards like helping install a slime ball piece of shit to overthrow like the handful of things that are kind of like
we found our man.
Yeah, but it's like, what a choice.
Oh,
like,
you did? Huh?
And
shit, that guy? Okay.
Yeah,
weird.
You picked Trump. You picked like a guy who's like can't.
Me, how to pick someone worth a shit. I don't know.
Yeah,
Might have been better
I mean, you'd
idea.
think that. You'd think that like people would.
Like,
I always find that like always.
If I'm gonna go fucking overthrow the government or something, I'd like to actually be led by someone who's not a total fucking chode. Maybe, I don't know. It just seems like might be a better idea.
I mean, I think like of course there's that whole like I don't know what the psychology is that gets people to like think that to like look at Donald Trump and see like a golden god with six packs.
The psychology is I ate paint chips every day from birth until now.
Yeah. Like I mean, I know there's like there's that aspect as well, but it's like I don't know. Like it's so wild to me that like I don't know. Like the current, like I said, the current status quo I think is very blatant to me. It seems fairly obvious to me that like basically every person has agreed that this is untenable in one way or another. And of course the conclusions that people come to are as much variety as you can imagine. It is like walking into a forest and finding every different type of creature.
Well, I mean,
that you can
when
imagine.
It's like pretty much like if you're in a situation where whatever is going on isn't working, there's always going to be a million ideas of how to fix it. So like we're just at that point where, because we're all looking around like, how's this whole thing working out right now? We're just looking at it like, this is fucked up beyond repair. What do we do now? Like, what's our next play, guys? And people are like,
that's like a wild question too, because I think that like,
you remember Hitler? Now it's just spitballing, but like, I mean, I know he did some fucked up shit, but like, he had a point on some things. You know what I'm saying? It's like, nope, not you. Next, what you got? Remember Stalin? It's like, oh God, we're fucked.
Yeah.
We're fucked. No! We have no ideas. We have only bad ideas. Oh shit.
People can only look to the past and can never look to the future. They're unwilling
What
to
if we just did, remember that idea that failed horribly? Let's do it again, but this time, nope. You're out. You're out of contention. Fuck off. You ain't got it.
I tend to feel like the
come back next time.
The like urge that drives people towards like the Stalinism and the Hitler thing. I find the psychology behind that to be very close. I've obviously like
you're gonna get some shit for that, maybe.
Oh, I already have. All of the Stalinist people have long declared me an enemy. I mean, one of the biggest shit shows I ever got in was like some like Vietnamese Stalinist YouTuber who has a relatively big following, like literally said that like declared me as like an enemy of the revolution, and there was a huge they tried to get my channel taken down. My channel got like false reported into the ground, and we like it didn't stick, obviously, but it it was an inconvenience. But yeah, people are going wild in chat because there's like this moment from that where I was like, my wife, where it was just this one guy, like the lady and her wife, or the lady and her husband were like, he was like super going to bat, and he's like, no, you said mean things about my wife and shit. I'm like, fuck you, man, I don't give a shit. She said I was a fucking enemy of the revolution. What the fuck does that even mean? What's wrong with you people? You guys are grifters.
Enemy.
Yeah,
enemy of the revolution.
I find no
the revolution to tweet aggressively.
Literally, though, I mean the revolution in which it's show only. It is only spectacle. It is only communicated in saying the right words and wearing the right colors.
Call me when you've seized a fucking building somewhere.
Really?
Then you can tell me about your revolution, man. Like, until then, you ain't a revolution. You're just a fucking bunch of whiners on Twitter.
Or changed anything. Like, changed anything at all. Like, if you're going to claim to be a revolution and you're going to, like, I mean, yeah, sure. I get it.
Show me a picture of two of you in a room together.
Exactly, yeah.
Like,
Can you
do that? Can you do that? Show me a picture of you standing next to another human being.
Yeah, do you actually
then I'll fucking give a little more credence to this revolution. I don't know.
I find like
how you have opposed the sitting alone in my dark room, hunched over a keyboard revolution.
I'm going to downvote you so fucking hard. You're going into the fucking downvote gulag, bitch. I'm gonna ban you from my subreddit. Fuck you. Yeah, it's fucking, I don't know, like I find that like that urge to like look for the like strong daddy who's gonna like slam his way through everything and like solve the problems for you is a wasteful. And also, I don't really see much of a difference. I think there's very little difference between the type of person who would line up behind a person like Stalin, who Stalin was not a principled communist. He literally wrote his own version of communism, called it Marxism-Leninism, to pull on somebody else's name, and it was written by him, curtailed by him to maximize his personal power. Like, that is not somebody they're not even working towards any of the supposed philosophical principles or economic principles.
So hear me out, guys. So here's how we create a classless society. First of all, we put me in absolute control of now, hear me out. Hold on.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
We just have to do exactly what the other guys are doing. Identically. We need to super
ironically,
industrialize.
the path to absolute libertarianism is through authoritarianism, you guys. It's fucking crazy.
The way you got
I happen to benefit from it, but it is what it is,
And it's
give me all the power and I'll create a classless utopia for you. See? It's all gonna work out.
It'll work out. It'll work out if you just keep donating. Just keep donating. Oh God, it's so blatant and it's so lazy, but unfortunately it works for people who, like you said before, when we were talking about the religion topic more, like you said, like, a lot of people just want the answer to be dropped in their lap. And I do think that there's there's a lot of that. There's a lot of people who just want the answer to be told to them. They have been I think that, like, our society produces people like that. Our, school systems, they when you're young, they punish you for stepping out of line every time. They punish you for thinking differently. They punish you for not showing up at exactly the right time. It's
I call it be yourself, but not like that.
Yeah, exactly.
That was kind of the messaging I felt like I got, because they always say that, like, you gotta be yourself.
Don't be too fucking autistic about it.
Well, wait a minute. No, not like that though.
Yeah, exactly. Don't be don't ask, like, don't ever point out any flaws in, like, the shit you're going through. Don't ever ask if it's actually fair whether you're being punished in the way that you are. Don't think too hard about this. Just show up on time, do the work you're told, prepare yourself for a career, and then you go get a job for one of the 10 mega corporations that remain.
The answer is B.
Yeah, exactly.
How many are we gonna get down to? I don't know. That's why I keep wondering, like, how many mega corporations is gonna be the final number before we're just like,
we gotta make a fucking gamble on it. Is it
does
5?
It go down
is it 7?
Like, does it go all the way down to, like, just one? Like, all right, everyone, this is the corporation.
Listen, all they gotta do. Yeah,
Disney, Amazon, Apple is gonna be the one.
There's a phrase this is going to be totally out of left wing, but there's this really great piece of, like, anarchist like modern anarchist political writing that I recommend to people frequently. Oh, hey, thank you so much. Oh, thank you. What's that? Fresca. Oh, Fresca. Thank you. Would you like a Fresca? Yeah, thanks. Thank you. No, sorry, my partner brought a drink into me. There's like a term they use, which is called GAFA. It's Google, Apple, Facebook, Amazon. And they're basically like that. I think they could add D for Disney at the end. I think it could be GAFA'd, but they just say GAFA instead of anything else. They're like, fuck it. I don't care which corporation we're talking about. They literally all do the same thing. GAFA is aiming for, they're like, this is how they approach it. It's from a piece by the Invisible Committee called 2 Hour Friends, and then their follow-up piece to that one, which is called Now, I believe it's called. Now, I think. And they're really, really good. They're like, again, they focus very much on, like, it's nerd shit kind of, but it's accessible nerd shit. It's they talk about, like, what does it look like what does resistance look like in an era where there's a camera on every corner, where data collection is, like, the norm? What does it look like to actually stand against that? Like, what is their angle? What are they trying to accomplish? And what do people who are opposed to becoming a part of that machine, what should they be thinking about? I find it a very compelling book, but like I said, they talk about
here's the reality. It's like, hop into the rebellion simulator. Tired of the way things are? Hop into the rebellion simulator and pretend you're changing them.
Yeah,
It's
I
like,
mean, I do think that's a
yeah, I'm overthrowing the system. Woo!
yeah. I mean, a lot of it is that. A lot of it does come down to this idea that, like, at the end of the day, like, a lot of people are just going to pursue escapism and nothing else. But
Well, yeah. I mean,
like,
it's already fucking. We already see it happening. I mean, like, it's gonna just get more and more into that. You
yeah.
know,
And I don't
people.
know. Like, I think personally that, like, that the nightmare dystopia of like Brave New World, where it's just like literally everyone is just all, they're given their soma pills and they check out and there's no resistance because it's been completely crushed. I think that is not, like, I don't believe that's the state that we're in.
Yeah.
I think that, like,
We're
it's
at
grim.
RoboCop right now.
Yeah, we're
I
in
don't know
a
if you've seen
grim, we're in a grim
RoboCop, but
state.
yeah.
Yeah, I have. Yeah,
We're just like
it's,
in like the whole, like, you know, like corporations are slowly just like buying everything. You
Yep.
know, it's just like, all right, so they're just buying America. Cool. So like we're all just gonna be their serfs. Got it. Cool. And then like we're starting to see the robot enforcers coming out and shit. It's like, oh, it's over for us. Okay, I got it. Cool,
Yeah.
cool.
I mean, that's, you know, and it's funny. I'm glad we're actually getting to this because this is something that I wanted to talk to you about as well from what we originally were talking about, the conversation we watched of yours the other day. You know, I find it like it's so easy to become doomer. It's so easy to go like, okay, they've got the robot dogs. But then I always have to remind myself, which is like, they really don't got the robot dogs. Those things like barely work and they like require somebody to like manually do it. So we actually got some time. We got some time
a little
before
bit.
they
But
have
like,
to like
I mean, it's just like it's the early warning signs of like, once they get this where it needs to be, you know, it's like I just think of it as like this is our like BlackBerry. It's like BlackBerry. It kind of sucks, honestly. But like, how long is it till the iPhone comes out? These motherfuckers right now we're seeing are the BlackBerry. When that iPhone comes out, when the fucking Terminator happens or whatever the fuck it's gonna be, like then it's like, oh fuck.
And I think
We're gonna
it's
have a
also
lot rougher
interesting,
time
too.
then. Because that means they're not even gonna have to expend human beings to come after you anymore. They'll just send a fucking machine out there like, you will comply.
Well,
know,
and
like,
that's
oh,
it's
fuck.
funny too how that works now too. How like what steps like corporations and of course their, you know, their sort of accomplices in policing and you know, government intelligence and whatever, what they use right now to accomplish a similar thing. You know, there's a lot of attention brought to like how one of the great things is like social media, how like fucking people filming and posting to social media like riots and protests and even crimes, like that citizens are often doing the work for the cops. They're snitching for them. They just go, oh, we don't gotta be there anymore. We'll just wait and we'll just hire a bunch of guys to sit on computers, go through social media and look at, somebody posted a video that says shoplifting
whoops.
at whatever.
We accidentally did a surveillance state, you guys. We did it
Yeah.
ourselves. Like, oh shit.
and it's wild. To
Here's
watch
where
it
I am
unfold.
and what I'm doing right now.
Literally,
Like, oh,
no
fuck.
one has it, and also it's weird too how and this is kind of a different discussion, I guess, but the way that social media has evolved as a replacement to like what once was social media, like for example, like Twitter is probably the best example of this, of like a site that is just, it is so empty. There is so little there, and yet so many people are on Twitter. So many fucking people on Twitter, Instagram. There's a couple of similar ones where it's just like, this is literally just a site where you don't even really know what's coming across your timeline. Half of it is promoted tweets that are literally handpicked by corporations and served to you based on a data profile. Like, you're being manipulated on so many levels. There's no possible way you can like tease out any truth. You're being insulated. You're willingly being shoved into a bubble, and you don't even know how to get out because the site doesn't even give you the tools to know that you're in a bubble in the first place. And it's like, when you get to a point like that and you go, okay, so like this is how the corporations are trying to kill the internet in a certain way. It's like they took all these things that were like, oh, remember forums? Remember like making friends and sharing really cool information and software on forums? Well, here's Twitter. you can type things into the page just like you can on a forum, but you can't share software. That's not allowed. All of the things need, like, all of them.
Come on to
images,
screamintothevoid.com.
Literally,
You know, it's like,
it's like it's like they took the shape of a really cool thing that the internet created, like these amazing communities online that people make, and and then they're just like, let's hollow it out and then fill it up with monetization. And you see this on every front. Facebook, YouTube even. Like, YouTube is like one of the sites where I look at it and I go, yeah, this is definitely like a social media site, but at least it has some functionality. It does something for someone. On YouTube, videos can be posted. You can post a video. People can go see that video. And of course, we all know, being on YouTube, like, how fucking nightmarish the copyright shit is. And isn't that like a perfect example of how even one of the sites like YouTube, which is still useful, it still has a function that it fills, has been like nightmarified because it has to serve this purpose of becoming a data collecting thing. It's not actually a tool to create anything with. What it's supposed to do is farm original content at a low cost, so that they can keep making money off of it, so they can keep advertisers happy, and then it appeals in every other way to stomping down creativity. You can't play music in your live streams because it's copyrighted and it'll take down your stream. You can't show other people's videos most of the time. I mean, hell, there are lots of YouTube channels now that they won't even let you watch a YouTube channel on YouTube. You'll get the fucking error on your thing that says, we detected content that's owned by somebody else. It's like the level of destruction of the actual creative potential to produce yet another like node in the information gathering process of like converting human life into data that can then be sold, that can then be targeted for advertisements. And it is like, holy fuck. Like, we have to challenge this, because what is the dead end of this? Like, we know there's not going to be any YouTube is not going to help YouTubers beat copyright. They're benefited directly by that. So it's like the end goal of YouTube, what YouTube is barreling towards, what every social media site as they exist now is barreling towards, is basically a stream of monetized, like you said, shouting in the void, but even worse. It's like, here is the satisfying image presented. Insert money, please. Other satisfying image appears. Insert money, please. Oh, do you prefer being angry? Here is image that makes you angry. Insert money, please. And that's it. And this is the squandering of potential.
I don't know. I became aware of it probably for the first time with MTV, I guess. Like,
yeah.
So I kind of always take it back to that. I know it was probably far from the first time it happened in history, but I just remember when MTV first started. I mean, I don't actually remember it. I wasn't there or anything. It started in the 80s. I was like a little baby or whatever. But anyway, but it was all music videos. It was just like, yeah, music video. So all these bands and stuff out there that started to get like heavily into this visual medium. And at first it was like this really like interesting space. There was no rules how to make a music video. So everything was really interesting and fresh. And a lot of it sucked, but it sucked in like an entertaining, novel way,
Yeah.
And but then over time, it becomes reality shows and fucking 16 and pregnant and whatever the hell else is on the fucking, and the same thing happened to all these like all these other channels. Like, they just became like, as capitalism kicked into higher and higher gear, everything became more and more full of shit and just about like dollars, minimum fucking effort, maximum fucking profit, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And it's like, we've done the same thing with pretty much every social media platform that's existed. All of the ideas of like personalizing shit, or like these spaces that were like so like creatively uninhibited. Now it's like more and more under control, more and more restricted, et cetera, et cetera. But like, we've been complacent and compliant with the whole thing. Like, people at any point in any of this could have chosen to reject this vision. We could have been like, fuck that. I ain't participating in that.
I think
but like,
people have. I think
most people kind of like went along with it,
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure there's like
part
little
of the
pockets,
problem is
but
like, and that is always a hard thing, where it's like the level of complicity that people have in these enormous machines, and it's like, so, and I think we're at a weird place where it's like, I think that at earlier points in history, at earlier points in even capitalism, there was this buffer. There was like a space where people said, okay, yeah, it sucks, but there's still this thing I can do. There's still, and I think that buffer is like shrinking. I think it's like rapidly shrinking, like so fast that people can't even, they're like, it's spinning our heads, that people don't realize just how quickly they've been boxed into something that they hate. And I wonder, like, I always find myself constantly asking, like, what does it take to really change that? Like, obviously we know that you can't just make another YouTube. That's not the
Right.
answer. Like, there has to be ways that we can do things that are fundamentally like resistant, or that are fundamentally they're designed to change and to upheave. And I don't know.
I just feel like there's like I just feel like there's so much that this like system can do to like take any sort of revolutionary impulse that exists and just like redirect it wherever they want it.
Yeah,
You know,
crush
and it
it
just
and-
becomes like they don't even crush it, like foster it, but foster it into something they can monetize, like lead and direct it towards, oh, this movement's cropped up. Well, we'll slap that on a t-shirt, slap that on a lunchbox, you know, whatever the fuck they want it on. You know, we'll fucking give them whatever the fuck they want. Oh, this the kind of entertainment they want. Here it is. This the kind of fucking merchandise they want. Here it is. This the kind of fucking service they want. Here it is. But we're gonna make money off every fucking bit of it, you know. And before you know it, it all just kind of leads back. It leads right back into the fucking mainstream that they've created. Like, here you go. Here's your little fun tangent. We're gonna redirect you. Ooh, you're gonna get something. Ooh, it's gonna be different. Okay, here you are back in the fucking box. All right, cool. Loop right back around. You know.
It's like uh it's like a recapturing, a recontrolling, a and it preys on such an understandable thing, where it's like, well, yeah, but if I'm in charge of the machine, well, certainly I could do better. But the problem is like the machines are designed to only let people to the top who are appropriately, like, who have the right psychological profile. And even when, and we see this, like, I mean, hell, if you want to go to the most provocative example imaginable, you could see this with Donald Trump, where Donald Trump, if we assume that Donald Trump, and this is assuming he was being genuine with his, like, claim the swamp, which I don't think he was, but let's pretend he was. Let's say he was being genuine by that. Even if he was, the moment he stepped into the office of the president, the way that you become and the way that you be president on a daily basis involves you slicing away pieces of yourself to continue that position. You cannot do. It is designed. The box is made. You can't just sit in it and change it like that. It changes.
Well, that was one of the things. Is I was like, hey, you know, I wanted to run for president. I was like, I'm gonna see about running for president. When I actually looked at like the president, like what the job is and stuff, I'm like, this ain't gonna. This is meaningless. Anything. Yeah, it's not gonna do. I mean, like, this is not like. There's a reason that shit hasn't fundamentally changed. If there was like freedom to fundamentally change shit from that office, shit would fundamentally change with every fucking president. There's not. There's just not.
No,
it's too limited, not only in power, but also like the duty itself is to uphold the system. Like, it's part of it.
It is fundamentally, and not only that, but again, like the filtration process of even being able to get to a point where you could be seen as a viable presidential candidate is one of extreme control. We saw this, of course, like lots of people got very mad about the whole Bernie situation because, you know, Bernie was doing incredibly well, and there were a number of points where it was like, hey, wait a second, things are very obviously being bent. Like, lots of people hesitate to call it rigged. I think it's fair to call it rigged, personally. Like, when you look at what happened in Iowa with the way that, like, the entire party, all of the major members of the party mobilized to support a candidate that they preferred, regardless of the desires of the people as a whole, regardless of the desires of the voters who were voting for him. Like, that is something that I think is like a great example of this, where even like somebody who was seen as like the best shot to change things from within the system was filtered out at at a comparatively very early stage. And what we got instead is somebody who is continuing to build the wall, has done a handful of mildly better things, has mostly been a stopgap that we're, thank God we just don't have Trump in there anymore. But has ultimately done, basically has perpetuated all of the systems that were problematic under Trump. And it's like, that is a fucking grim reality to grapple with. It is a difficult question to grapple with. And I think that, like, I don't know, I get the feeling a lot of times that, like, most Americans aren't prepared to even toy with the idea of, like, what does a world that's different look like? What does a world,
I mean,
you know,
you're
how
talking
do you,
about,
yeah.
so there was a thing a while ago where there was Sun Chips. I don't know, it's probably like 15 years ago now. They try to introduce this like biodegradable bag for their chips. Like, oh yeah, we're going to do a biodegradable bag.
I remember that.
And Americans were literally like, yeah, it's cool that this is way better for the environment and all, but things crinkly. It's a lot. It's too loud. Nah.
It's crinkly.
They literally, like,
I
it was
remember that
literally,
shit.
it was way more biodegradable. It was way better for the environment. And America was just like, nah, too crinkly. Take it away. Get it out of here. So I mean, like, the idea, like, they're like, we're not willing to fucking sacrifice shit. We're not willing to sacrifice shit. We've been bought off by like fucking dumb shit. Like, oh, this bag is this less crinkly bag, man.
Well, the
them
funny
crinkles
thing is,
was harshing my mellow. It's like, fuck, we're so dumb.
The funny thing about that too is that it's very funny and interesting to see where the public outcry or public opinion matters to corporations and where it doesn't, because we all fucking know that that fucking Oreos and fucking graham crackers and Coke all taste like shit now. They're all fucking made with high fructose corn syrup. You can taste it. It tastes like fucking shit, and everybody who's ever had anything other than those knows it. And everybody complains about it, but the corporations go, fuck you, because we're making more money with it. But it's like, oh, they're like, oh, maybe we can do
a little cost-benefit analysis. So, like, how many fucking of these motherfuckers care about the environment? That many? 7 million of them? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
How many of them hate the new crinkly bag? 8 million? Fuck this.
Yeah.
Ban and ship. Fuck that. Nope, back to the old bag.
Yeah.
If they want the crinkly bag, they gotta pay extra. Sun Chips fucking Eco Edition or whatever the fuck they can pay for that.
It's why I think like a consumeristic solution or a solution that's fixated
basing
around
the direction of society on like the convenience whims of people is probably not a great idea.
Well,
you know?
And it's impossible to do on this scale. Like, you cannot, like no amount of market research can give you the correct answer to whether or not we should whether or not like a biodegradable bag is the right answer, because inevitably for some people it will be the right answer and for others it's not going to be. But the problem is that there's one company that has to make all the chips because they need to control. PepsiCo needs to make all the chips in the world.
And there's something like 8, 9 companies now or something. Like, it's like very few food companies left.
Extremely small. And
people see all these brands like, look at all the choice. It's like, nope, it's all an illusion. Fucking moron.
It's literally an illusion. The store-bought, store-brand bags of shit are literally the same product that they're sitting next to, just with a different bag. And they know that deception alone will make them money, even though it is literally the same shit.
I was in a store the other day. I forget what it was called. It was like a really weird little store where they had like cheap shit. Basically, it's like the cheapy store. Yeah, but it was like a weird one.
Okay.
But anyway, they fucking I'm walking through there and I'm going through like the candle aisle and I'm looking at these fucking candles, and I'm like, I see the Yankee Candles brand name on the fucking candle, but it's like small. And then I'm like looking at the price, like that's Yankee Candles cost way more. What the fuck is going on here? And so I look at it, and it's basically like Yankee Candle has like put out its own lower cost competitor, but kept its branding. So it's like American Candles brought to you by Yankee Candles. So it's like a cheaper version of their own product. So it's like
look, we've made a shittier one for you poors. Here you go. It's like, fuck
It
me.
literally is. It's like, it's so blatant. And I'm just like, oh, that's why I'm like, I spend half my time on my fucking stream literally screaming at my camera, just like, does it not make you angry? Don't you want
to like they'll do it.
Scream?
High fructose corn syrup shit. Coke will literally be like, guys, we got some special Coke that we've actually sweetened with sugar.
Oh,
check it out. It's like,
we brought back the thing
shit.
that we took away from you for 5 seconds. Oh, it's a treat for you now. Dangle the keys.
Let me know when you're bringing back the cocaine version.
Yeah, seriously.
Because they said that the original,
that'd be real novelty.
The original Coca-Cola, they said, had 4 times the sugar of today's Cokes and cocaine. So that sounds like a fucking hell of a goddamn
Look
drink
at what
right
they
there.
took from you. Look at what they took from you.
Bring me that edition. I'll shell out some fucking money for that.
Yeah,
Jesus.
seriously. All right,
Sounds
so
good to
hold
me.
on. I got to challenge you on one thing now that we've had this conversation.
Oh, shit.
Okay?
Before I get challenged, I'm going to go to the bathroom. So
all right, go to the bathroom.
You have to handle it for a second.
I'll talk to the audiences. Hello, lovely audience. If you are here, please, first of all, go subscribe to TJ Kirk, the Amazing Atheist. Obviously, our wonderful guest today. Go subscribe to his channel. You can see him in his awesome swamp shaman getup, ranting about all kinds of really interesting things, usually from a different perspective. We obviously agree on some things. We disagree on some other things. Go and follow TJ. TJ's awesome. And also, if you are watching on TJ's side of things and you don't know who I am, my name is Demon Mama. Please follow me on my YouTube channel, which you can find very easily just by searching Demon Mama. It's spelled like you think. And we'd love to have you. I also have a website where my chat, wait, you might not be able to see my chat, but my chat, I have a little private, cool chat that's on my website, demonmama.com/live, and we would love to have you. I scream about shit. I make lots of jokes. I make fun of Alex Jones. We watch all kinds of wild Christian content and stuff like that. So we'd love to have you as one of the imps. And if you're watching, whoever you're watching, whether it's me or TJ, press the like button. The liking actually really helps. You know that? I don't know if you know this, but pressing like means that we get a paycheck, basically, more or less. You know, so do that shit. Do that shit. Whoever you're watching, press the fucking like button. We'd love to have the likes and the whatevers. So
yeah, and I'll say to my people also that if you guys send in super chats or Streamlabs, they will be right at the end of the show. So
yeah, that's the same for me. I've had a couple.
Yep.
Yeah, any of those. Oh yeah. Plus, oh yeah, I didn't. I promoted your main channel, but I forgot to mention you do a TJ Does Life, right? It's like
I have a TJ Does Life. I have Deep Fat Fried. I used to have a Twitter one time. It was pretty cool. I had it for a number of years, but I guess I don't have that anymore.
Listen, you posted some fucking bangers on there, all right? Listen.
Oh my god, fucking piece of shit! You see this
what
shit
they
they
get
banned
you
me
for? Wait, can you tell me what they got
Oh my
you
god,
for?
oh. Dumbest shit you've ever fucking heard in your fucking life. Okay, so I posted this fucking shit. This guy. Okay, so there was a fucking Hispanic dude. He wore a shirt that said, "Relax, gringo, I'm legal." That is the shirt. Okay, he's got this fucking humorous shirt. This fucking dude, some white fucking piece of shit on Facebook, is all like, "First of all, I am not a gringo. I am an American.
Oh, no.
Second of all," you know, and he goes, it concludes like, "Go home to your own fucking country. We don't want you here." All that shit, right?
Who could have
So he
seen
goes on
that
this
coming,
racist screed against this guy. So basically, I see this image of this Facebook post floating around on Reddit, and I'm like, that seems like I could post this on fucking Twitter. I'll talk some shit about this guy. So I save the image. I go to fucking Twitter. I post it there. I post it with the caption like, "Look at this butthurt gringo whining about this shit, fucking crying about a humorous t-shirt. What a little bitch, blah, 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 Hitler dick sucker, whatever the fuck." And yeah. And then the next thing I fucking know, Twitter's like, "Yeah, that was racist. You're banned." It's like, what? I'm racist? I was talking shit to I was the anti-racist. No, that was racist. You said gringo or whatever. It's like,
somebody has
I'm a gringo. I'm white. I'm not even what?
That's like the cracker discourse. You know, people getting banned from Twitch for saying cracker.
Well, that's the thing.
I also got a fucking Twitch.
I got a warning on Twitter a number of years ago that for the saying cracker on there. That was a number of years ago. It was like a few months. It was like a few months back. I called someone a cracker.
They'll get you for saying turf.
Really?
They consider you'll see like people like if you've probably seen it. People will put like turf with like a star, like they're doing the like, oh, you got a black. It's literally because they'll get you. They'll hit you for it. If you call somebody a turf, they consider that a slur. So like if you're I think.
Yeah, that's really stupid. I think with the fact that I fucking said cracker before and got in a little trouble for that, maybe it was like, he's on our list. He might be one of them white haters or whatever. But it's like, I'm the whitest. I'm the whitest person in fucking existence. Please.
Oh, well, you just listen. You just think you can use the C word without any repercussions. Well, not on Twitterland. Okay, remember, Twitterland Twitter has a huge bias against right-wingers, as you can see. That is truly what it is.
I see these fucking right-wing dudes. Dude, I've seen right-wingers literally go on there and be like, we should bomb the fucking Middle East back to the Stone Age. It's like, that's fine. That's okay. And I'm like, this gringo is offended by this shirt. It's like, nope, racist.
I have literally reported people for telling trans people to kill themselves. And then I've gotten an email a few hours later. We found this did not violate the rules of Twitter's. I'm like, this website doesn't fucking work. Oh, you gotta say it with a soft A. You gotta say crack-a. I see. That was the problem.
Yeah,
really.
It's
that
the
was
soft
the
A.
line.
It's the hard R that fucking gets you, you know.
Yeah, it's the cracker. After the ban, after the Hassan like cracker ban, or I think it was internet comment etiquette was the first one to go down, and then Hassan got like a 24-hour or a 3-day or something. When that happened, I opened my stream by reading a like 30 entry list of all of the slurs for white people, and I don't know, I didn't get in trouble, so I guess
YouTube thus far doesn't give a shit about slurs against crackers, so
YouTube is really lenient about slurs, and I appreciate that. I know that they will get you if you're like using them against somebody, which is like, okay, that's fair game. Like you're calling somebody.
Sure, yeah, but like, you know, I can
call myself a faggot tranny all day, and it's fine.
Yeah, I feel like if I'm allowed, I should be allowed to say cracker because I'm white. Right? I thought that was the rule.
I mean, personally, I think anybody should be allowed to say cracker.
Right. But I mean, like, even if we're going to fucking do that, like, you know, even if you're going to fucking say, like, that's no go, it shouldn't be for me. I should be able to do it. Fuck you.
Yeah, of course. Anybody.
Because you know I'm not fucking, whatever.
Twitch is the worst about that. That's why I don't stream on Twitch anymore, because I already got in trouble on Twitch for the stupidest reasons imaginable. I got in trouble for... I think I was quoting somebody who called me a faggot, and then I got hit by that because somebody mass reported. I got like a 30-day, and then I was like, man, fuck this shit. I'm done with Twitch. Twitch is like, Twitch is like, it's literally, I was like, it's not worth the like 30 extra viewers I have on Twitch. Like they'll they can just cope and come over to YouTube, because I'm not dealing with like feeling like I have to like watch my words for innocuous stuff. Like, especially when there's just like, especially when like what goes for like okay on that platform is just like literally people directing like using their chat to direct hate raids, and Twitch is just like, well, we're not sure. They're like, go do this, go fucking hop in there, fuck these people up, you know, let's call them a fucking name. Some dude, like gamer streamers are like screaming obscenities at like a 10-year-old on camera. They have Christians literally like going on Fortnite and evangelizing to children, like, and it's just like, oh yeah, this is all fine, whatever. Like Twitch doesn't give a shit. Fuck that shit. But speaking about right-wingers, during your conversation with Adam and Sitch, there was a portion where they talked about where they were talking stupidly about borders, and you brought up something that was really interesting to me that I wanted to talk about a little further with you, which was a discussion about like an ideal world with open borders, because I also do believe in the abolition.
No borders.
Fuck borders.
Not open borders, because open borders implies there's still borders, but you could just like cross them at will. Yeah. I was just saying, like, just erase that shit off the map.
Yeah, and I agree with you on that. Like, on that portion, we agree on the end conclusion. what you were talking about afterwards was this sort of one world government, and then you followed it up afterwards with a discussion about like an AI control. And I think that's somewhere where we might disagree. And I was interested in going back and forth with you on that. Because to me, a one world government, especially a one world government controlled by like an AI, is like a nightmare scenario, like one of the worst possible scenarios I could possibly imagine. And the reason for that, there's a couple of reasons for that, which, people call me an anarchist. I don't really use labels, but I tend to be interested in anarchist philosophy. Tend to be very, very against the formation of states, and also, popular or not, very much against governance as a concept. And so I was really interested to sort of dive into that and talk about you with it and poke your brain about it and stuff. So do you is that like sort of your solid position, or was that like how do you it's like you're sort of like, if you were to be asked to like build a utopian future, do you stand by like the AI and like a one world government as like your sort of goal, or?
I would say one world government, yes. AI, I don't particularly know. I would say, that's something that to be like looked at, tested, all that stuff. Now the problem is, you could start off with a perfectly viable AI, and then, what's that? There's a book that's based on the premise of people being ruled over by an insane AI that's like lost its
I have no
mind.
mouth and must,
Yeah,
and I must, but yet I must
Harlan
speak.
Ellison. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Right. So, I mean, like, I don't want to end up in that kind of situation. So, I mean, the AI thing, like, that's like more shaky, but I don't even remember really bringing that up. But like, maybe that got tossed around somewhere.
I'm not
but,
like going to
but
grill you on these or anything.
Oh no, but like the one world government thing, yeah, I would definitely say that's something I consider
So,
pretty solidly entrenched in my brain. Yeah.
You want a one world government? Okay. So, see, now I think you and I share some shared principles. We both tend to be, as far as I understand, pretty libertarian people, and whatnot. Tend to have a lot of focus on personal freedoms and personal expression, and whatever. And at least from my perspective, I think that a one world government is antithetical to a libertarian worldview. And the reason why I would say that is because I think that the prospect of having a single, like, totalized, universalized structure, by its definition, destroys the idea of or like it dissolves the idea of personal freedom, and not just on like a ANCAP kind of like, well, if the government tells you to do anything, well, then you're being oppressed, but rather because the act of bringing all people together under like a single governing body, no matter how like effective necessarily that body is at like coming to conclusions or even coming to some sort of consensus, there, at least from the way that I look at it, it seems to me that there will always be an imposition. And I always end up asking, well, what happens if you dissent from that one world government? If there is no like punishment or whatever for dissent, then you have a world, you no longer have a one world government. You now have another government. But but if you must maintain a one world government, and at one point the thing that sort of activated my brain in the conversation originally is, I think you said that like they needed to like put down or quell rebellion was one of the things, which to me, I go, well, that immediately indicates that like you no longer have a you have a coercive government. You have a form of domination, which there's all kinds of ways to like sort of talk about how that is structured. But to me, a one world government seems like an end that can only result in domination. It can only result in the obliteration and flattening of like people's ability to act as independent bodies, whether that is as an individual saying, I want to be able to do this myself, but this is in violation of the laws that I've been told, or whether it's a group of people who say we want to do things differently, but we're being told we can't. And of course, there are some situations where you can imagine like, well, okay, so we obviously think that like a group of people, like, this is not a position that's like purely what's the word, relativistic. No, that's not the right word. I'm blanking on the word, but like it's not just like, oh well, you know, everybody has their own morals. They do, but like I don't think that like a society that like murders kids because it's religious to them is like a good society. I'm very against that sort of thing.
Sure.
However, and so like it's not that I have like some sort of moral qualm with the idea of like people coming together and saying, hey, that's bad. But when you talk about the structure of a one world governance, then the question is it always arise. Well, then what's the like by what right or like by what means is this one world government kept? And to me, the answer always ends up being, well, it has to end up being by force, because if it's not by force, well, then anybody can just become another government. You no longer have that one world government, and so I always find the one world government, and it for fairness, I used to sort of think very similarly that like sort of this like an enlightened version of the UN would be kind of the ideal. But then as I looked more into it, I started to see like, okay, so that was more or less what the Soviet Union was attempting to accomplish, was basically by saying, okay, well, you've got your Soviets, you've got your little workers' councils from this region, and they're smaller, and they're supposed to, you know, talk to the workers and get the consensus, and then they take the consensus up. It ended up with Stalin, because the only way that you demand that those people the only way that you get everybody to keep participating in the one world government is that somewhere there has to be a punishment for dissent. There has to be punishment. And that's where I start to go, oh, I don't know if that's like, I don't know if that's like the way that I would approach. In fact, that's why I start to say, like, I think it's almost becomes antithetical to a free world. And yeah, so I don't know. How would you respond to that sort of angle of critique?
Well, I mean, I would say that I relate to it a great deal, and I totally understand your reservations about it. But I guess the point I've come to is, okay, I want humanity to be united. I think this division is bad for us. I want us to be united as a people. So there's two ways to do that I've seen. The first way is, you know, we need to disband any sort of governing body and have like some sort of like communal arrangement of self-organization, somehow bring it to that place.
Yeah.
But then I thought to myself, we are the new Hitler army and we are the new rulers of the earth and we will conquer. It's like, okay, shit. How do we deal with that? We got to band together. We got to figure some shit out, blah, 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 blah. By the time we organize together, like maybe the new Hitler army has already got some fucking territory, blah, 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 et cetera. You know, so like, how do you deal with that? I feel like that's a lot harder to deal with than we are the new, no, you're not. Boom.
Yeah.
Smited from the earth. You caught division on my planet? Nope. Gone.
Yeah.
Seems a lot easier to deal with.
It is.
So I feel like
it would be, for sure.
I feel like there has to be a body. There has to be a controller. Now, does that come with drawbacks? Of course. But I feel like it's more sustainable than the alternative. But if there was like another way, if there's like a third option, which maybe there is and I just don't see it yet, then I would embrace that. If there's a way to fucking be like, no authoritarian rule, no draconian fucking, you know, edicts or whatever the fuck. But like, I feel like you've got to have some of that. There has to be here's the rules that are absolutely necessary for society to continue on. And here is the enforcing body that's going to fuck you up if you break the rules. I feel like if you don't have that, you just can't have a society. So yeah, I mean, in certain measures, I will embrace draconian totalitarian measures, but I feel like it's always in the service of maximizing personal freedom and protecting liberty. But that means that the rules that there are, what few rules are necessary, must be enforced with absolute fucking severity.
Yeah, and I think I can understand, like, and I would agree in a couple of aspects with you. I do think that like no matter what solution like you go for, you always run into the issue of like, what if like a new Hitler army arises? Because I mean, well, it happens all the time. We see this happen all the time
throughout history. Yeah.
And I think, at least for me, the way I look at it is that like a one world government type situation only really has the potential to make that worse. The new Hitler armies are always going to come. There are always going to be demented and I would say even morally evil, like sort of gatherings of people that come together to varying degrees. My concern is that what we see over and over again is that groups like that, they're not even like, it's not even like they're especially good at like gathering the power in the first place. I mean, for example, I mean, we of course have seen like warlike societies in various times that are extremely militarized, do take over and do all kinds of things. But a lot of societies like that are actually not all that good at actually like seizing power. They're basically good at choking their own specific area and holding it tight. And then I look at like things where it's like, oh, what we see frequently is that there's these enormous institutions, these huge machines of organization and control. And I don't mean just like control in the purely negative sense. I mean control in like, well, we've set up an education system so that we can have a promise of like, people, having some basic level of education, but that these institutions, this type of like centralizing the power of building a universalizing institution is ripe for someone to grab hold of it and drive it to its full extremes. And it's very difficult. We run into this with like a little bit of an example with Trump, where it's like a lot of the like gentlemen's agreements that make democracy in America like livable as opposed to like totally fraudulent, they disappear often and conveniently for whoever. Not just somebody like Donald Trump, who is like has a particular destructive energy, but for people like Bill Clinton, even George Bush, who are able to say, well, look at this, we have the power, we get to say the rules, and we can weaponize and move this enormous, overwhelming, unresistible force to just obliterate you into the ground if you disagree. So when I look at those structures, I see something that is that like our desire to always like universalize and our desire to unite on like a governmental level is exploited by those who have the most to gain from seizing the power or from manipulating the power towards their worldview. And I look at it and I go, at least from my perspective, I think about, well, okay, so if that's true and we can't really aim for like a universalized thing, well then how do we have a world that's not full of like cults of child rapists and whatever? And I would say that the way that that's done is by like a non-coercive embrace of like I guess you could call it civil violence. It is saying that like, hey, there are groups that are not compatible, and if a group is incompatible in the way that it is going out and conquering people, that is a group that should be opposed. And what we should aim to do is we should aim to make knowledge and supplies and access to beauty and things like this. These things should be made as available to as many people as possible through all of our ingenuity. Apply, I think a great example of this is like something like Wikipedia, where I genuinely think like Wikipedia, it has its flaws. It's, still like a non-profit corporation. There's all kinds of issues with it, but I still think it's like one of the great wonders of the world, in that this is a source of knowledge that nearly everyone on the planet can find relatively easy access to, and you can learn things that would have literally been impossible to learn in the past. You can learn how to do science that like literally revolutionized the world on your own reading. You can learn how to pasteurize milk from Wikipedia and YouTube, which is like that literally changed the world permanently, just the development of something like that. So I look at something like that and I say, what if we had more things like this, where instead of creating a structure that's designed to like encircle and lock the world into a certain position, what if we created the proliferation of good information, and also of the idea that for our own good and for the good of others, we must resist forms of existence that demand submission, that work by coercion only. It's something that I think is like, and I realize I even did this in this conversation. I kind of messed up some of my wording in the beginning, talking about like how violence is imposed by a government to like make people follow in line. Like, what's the threat? Like, what do you, if I don't listen to you, what are you going to do? Well, violence is a fact of human existence. I think it's kind of I think it should be avoided, obviously. Like, I am not like I'm not super into like hurting people. I'm not a very violent person in my own life, but I acknowledge that I've been the target of violence in many cases of my own life. And so are many people. So when I think about it, I'm always like, okay, so we know that violence is something that happens. And we know that sometimes the only answer to somebody who's coming to kill you is to fight back. And if that's true, then maybe we shouldn't aim to control to like build a system that can control and can account for all of that, but rather we should aim to leave the tools, to share the tools that tell us how to disassemble a system that does harm like that. It's almost like, I guess, this whole thing is sort of a complicated version of like prevention versus like a cure. You know what I mean? Where it's like, yeah, preventing is great, but what costs do we pay by attempting to prevent the rise of undesirable groups? You know what I mean? Like a Hitler 2. Like, if we build a world in which everything has to be calculated, not only is that an expensive process to upkeep a one world government, but it comes with certain demands, right? Not only like if you're too tired, or you're just tired of becoming a part of this, if you don't go to your meetings, if you don't talk to your representatives, if you don't do those things for whatever reason, but implicitly you're leaving that to the worst people, or the people who could hurt you, which, as it turns out, happens all the time. You could argue that's what happened here in America, that a level of apathy, like the democratic system has its flaws, but like it's apathy that has led to so much dissolution. And like, so, but the fact of the matter is that people do check out. They do check out of these big systems. Sometimes it's just not, it doesn't work for them. So I'm always worried about, I guess I have a lot of concerns about this, like, wow, what would it take? What would be demanded in order to maintain a government that's planetary, a government that is attempting to make a rule that applies both to somebody who lives in, like, a trans person in America, and a cis person in Taiwan, and try to make rules that will apply to all of them equally. And I go, that just seems impossible to me. And also, it seems like it's ripe for a specific form of exploitation, which we've seen happen time and time again. And
I think that I think there's a need for coercion in a lot of instances. I don't think that you can just say that humanity is going to self-organize into something that's ideal. I think the idea of like communally, we're going to like excise the bad element. The problem is that, you know, we've seen there's a group of people doing that right now. They're going around saying like, oh man, I've seen this cabal of child molesters out there. They're called trans people. You know, it's like, that's what they're doing. And it's not a good thing, you know, because it's a lie. Absolutely. So, I mean, like, the problem is that, like, a lot of times when you have, like, populist ideology, it doesn't account. I mean, I think everybody is a genius. Let me just say that. I think everybody is intelligent in their own way. Sure. I think there are people out there who have, like, even the person that you think is the dumbest motherfucker you've ever seen probably has a high degree of skill at something that they fucking do. And I've seen it. Now, there's probably also some motherfuckers out there that just got nothing going on, but hey, I think most people in some regard are smart, but not everybody is smart in every way. And not everybody is smart in the way of like, I'm going to, you know, have this higher social consciousness and I'm going to participate in this system. And I understand the fundamental keystones of it and why it works and all this. And I feel like what you're suggesting kind of necessitates that. Like, you have to have this like great awakening of human minds across the spectrum to where everyone understands fundamentally, here are the things that make the society work, and here are the things we must, you know, as a species reject. And I feel like coming to that kind of consensus is pretty tough, but having someone in control who understands those things, a lot easier. Now, problem with each of these solutions is, of course, they're both infinitely corruptible, and you can see 1,000,001 things can go wrong either way. And every concern I think you brought up with what I propose is like entirely valid. I just want to say that I see the point in every single one, and you're totally right about every criticism. But I just feel like of the two, I think kind of like bad options, and I'd love, honestly, to be smart enough to come up with like, I figured it out, the fucking remedy.
Yeah.
But as close as I can come right now is you have to have a central authoritarian structure that's on top of the fucking pyramid that can enforce the rules. But they have to be as minimal as possible, and they have to be designed to maximize individual freedom. And simultaneously, we have to awaken as many minds as possible so that they can be as independent of a need for like a governing body as possible, so that they can intelligently critique and keep in line this one world government. That's the solution I see, because you can't awaken everybody, but there needs to be enough people awake and conscious and intelligent to question the government meaningfully, challenge it. But there has to also be a government to fucking maintain order, because I don't think you can have any sort of order. And I'm not a big fan of like needless order. I like a lot of chaos. I mean, fucking look at me. But you know, like you gotta, if it's like a rock concert, yeah, it's fun to like, we're going to fucking slam into each other and we're going to do all this stuff and we're going to like, you know, relax the social boundaries and all this. But, you know, when someone's like, I'm going to stab people, it's like, uh-oh, nope, that's too far, brother. You know, you got to fucking put that away.
Oh, I agree.
That's when you that's when you need the fucking constant security guards. But they're there to make sure that you can have that good time. And I think we need a planet that's more like that, where there's like enough people in charge to make sure everyone's having a good time and everyone's fucking, you know, having a fulfilling purpose and like an interesting life and all that. But, you know, when someone starts fucking acting a goddamn fool and ruin it for the rest of us, that's when those motherfuckers need to step in. And that's kind of what I envision for the globe.
And that's the thing. To be clear on what some of the things I'm saying, like with regard to like having the ability to respond to something going wrong, I completely agree with that. I don't know that like I think I have like sort of pretty deep fundamental problems with making a class of people like cops who are they're the angels. They're like we are the bearers of law and order, because of course inevitably they just become a ruling class of their own type based on their own like, well, we have the power, we've been given the tools to do this, and that's my problem there, is that like is that I think that the more you centralize a structure, the further you attempt to establish like a permanent order, an order that must be, the more likely the more steps that are required that build a separate class of people that make someone stuck in the lower level or make someone chosen to be on the high above everybody else. And while I agree that like I don't think I don't, you know, maybe call me a cosmic pessimist, I don't think we're ever going to reach any sort of like perfect utopian communist world where everybody's happy all the time. I don't think that exists. I just do not think that we live in a world where that is possible. There's just too much things that can happen. And also like space is a lot of people like sort of defer to the gay space communism kind of concept where it's like, oh yeah, we're going to mine asteroids and stuff. And I'm just like, that is a big shot. That's a very long shot. There's a really good chance space is huge. And there's a really good chance we can't do anything else but this planet. And if that's the case, well, then there's a time limit. There's a maximum time limit on humanity if we really can't get off this planet, which there's a real good chance we won't. And that's okay. I can come to terms with the end and whatever. But so like what I'm saying is that I think that like the idea of like aiming to enlighten as many people, like personally enlighten as many people and as many groups of people, that is a goal that we strive for regardless of what type of world we're aiming for, my type of ideal world or your type of ideal world. So that thing I think is like, I'm glad that we like agree that that's like a good thing. Personally, I think that like, yeah, there are a lot of people who, and also I should say, like, I think that there is room for structures that are not necessarily coercive, but that are ordered, as you would say. Like, for example, I mean, I practice, I'm in a pretty extreme BDSM relationship that's like full time. You know what I mean? That is a consensual form of something that would otherwise be very harmful, but can work for somebody. Some people like to be told what to do, but once
You don't have to
that's
explain it to me.
yeah.
I know what's going on.
yeah, you know, so like that's like a and I, being somebody who likes to tell other people what to do and shit like that, I have my own, you know, things with that. But the point is that like I'm not in charge of a government. I'm not making decisions for 1 million people, and I never will. I would never want that. I mean, unless I really genuinely had 1 million people, if my brain was expanded to the point where I could personally communicate with 1 million people and come to know them or whatever. But what I see is the fear in structures that like aim to control for that is that it seems to me like the answer always ends up being to take away the ability to liberate from some people and then give the ability to imprison or harm on a sort of systemic level. There's an alienation that happens that begins to break down the actual human relation between people, the material relation that's there. And I know that sometimes there's like this is something I being somebody who talks about leftism and political philosophy, I've seen conversations go where where people talk about like oh god, I lost my train of thought what I was saying, but people talk about like
ADHD right
fucking
there.
ADHD moment, but it's like there's these things where I got it now. There's like this idea of like a lot of people will appeal to like, oh well, you got to do things locally and you got to blah, blah, blah. And it's like, okay, well that's very vague. But even with that said, without being vague, there is something material to human connection, right? Like my conversation I'm having with you right now is a real thing that's happening. We're sharing ideas. There's all kinds of complicated variables or whatever. And I'm not having that conversation with even a member of chat. That connection hasn't been made. And what I see is that with each level of the structuring of like an order, of like a society or of a governance, you alienate yourself further from actual connections to those people. And instead, those people have to be reduced down. They have to be pounded down into a concept of a person that you are thinking for and making decisions for, that you don't actually know, that you're not actually connected to, that you might not even be remotely connected to. Like if we talk about like a representative in the United States, where it's like the representative in the United States probably will never meet, and like they'll meet like 5 of their voters realistically, and like that's it. And then everybody else is just a shape or a number. And I don't know, I look at that and I feel like that in and of itself, the act of like reducing people to a object that is to be ruled, that is is like in and of itself, that is like part of the foundations of what builds the like ill in our society. This idea that like we build structures with the goal of like often with like high goals, with lofty goals, like of like, hey, we want to accomplish this thing, but it leaves the realm of like of people setting out to do something together with however they decide to organize that, whether they organize it super horizontally or whether they agree to like, build a pyramid with a guy who makes the calls at the top. Once you alienate out of that, it starts to become a machine of grinding people into objects or grinding people into ideology. And I'm always very worried about that type of thing because I don't know. It's a maybe I don't know. I find concern with the idea of like of us continually generating ruling classes for all of our. I guess I find that sad. The idea that like that our fate is to forever like construct these like inevitably coercive and not like choice based, like that people don't have a choice to participate in them. And I don't mean like they have the choice to go kill a kid, but like rather because I think that I don't care what like reason you have, if somebody's trying to fucking kill a kid, you have a right to intervene. That's like the rational response. I'm not an anti-violence person or like a super pacifist or anything like that, but there is something very different between like I and my people that I'm attached to are stepping up to challenge this other person who is doing something that is threatening us or someone else. And there's something very different between that and somebody saying, well, you know, we need to pass a law that says that this needs to be done, and you have to do this in your place. And if you don't like it, well, then we can throw you. You know, there's something very fundamental that's changing there about what's attempting to be done. Instead of somebody challenging a struggle or an opponent or an enemy that is, you know, for one reason or another, their lives they can't interact. Like I can't interact with somebody who's a violent homophobe. I would fight that person. If we can't separate peacefully and they go live their own life and let me be, then it will come to blows. I recognize that, and I don't think that should be down. But then when there's then I look at our attempts to normalize rules across society, and I just see well, now we have to make a rule because enough people in society think that gay people are bad or whatever, that we have to make a rule that says, you know, gay people can't get married, and you have no choice. You're stuck. You're stuck in this giant region that you can't really go anywhere. You can't really necessarily leave. You might never leave. And you have to live your whole life by these other people's rules with no real say in it outside of maybe you can vote for it. But let's be real, most Americans through the history of America lived in a time where they lived and died as hard as they fought without seeing gay marriage be legal. And so I look at structures of domination like that, and I'm just sorry, I've been going for a while, I realize. But I look at that and I go damn, I want to strive for a world where we break that down as much as possible. And so I guess in the question of a one world government versus a non one world government, I look at it we should have a proliferation of ways of doing things. And yes, we should come together to challenge, to make structures that can challenge the most heinous aspects. And we should be aware of the world around us to the best of our ability to watch out for hey, these Nazi guys over here are amassing arms and they're talking about how they're going to kill us. We got to act. Absolutely. 100% fucking act. Take those motherfuckers out. But that is, again, something very different than basically attempting to capture a population of people and write a set of rules that will perfectly calculate the right life for them, you know,
right?
Or something, or even something close to that.
Well, I don't think that you have to go so far as to try to calculate the right life for them. So one of the things I would say is let's start with the issue of separate classes of people,
Sure,
because I think that's an interesting point. So I think that to some degree, classism is inevitable with human beings. You just said you wouldn't necessarily associate with a virulent homophobe. So who does that leave them to associate with? But other virulent homophobes, and before you know it, you have the homophobe class and the pro-gay class, and people are going to kind of naturally, ideologically, or based on other shit, kind of start conglomerating in little groups and stuff.
Yeah.
One of the things that I would view as a purpose of having a broad governing body is to create conditions that are as unfriendly to that as possible. So I think that I've kind of approached the issue from the same perspective as you, where I want to dissolve these social institutions and social caste systems and so, as much as possible, to broadly embrace individuality, but also have a place for a sense of community. And that gratitude that I spoke about earlier, I think, is also a very important thing. I would kind of liken it to the chessboard. I know that people get kind of wary when people start comparing reality to chess, but because then you start to think about the geopolitical machinations of people like Hillary Clinton or something like that. But in the terms of this analogy, though, it's almost okay, the rules of chess. So we might find it limiting, oh, well, because this piece can only move in this way, and I'm only allowed to do this thing or that thing. But, if you have a thing where any piece can just move however it wishes, then, of course, you don't have fucking chess. You have
Go.
Yeah, you have, I don't know what you have.
It's actually really funny, real quick. It's funny that you bring that up because there's a political theorist and what's the word? Anti-psychoanalysis writer by the name of Deleuze. You may have heard his name around at times.
I've heard of it, yeah.
Yeah, I genuinely think you would probably very much enjoy reading his work. He's not only a great writer, but he wrote a book that's called Anti-Oedipus, and it's basically a scathing critique of like Freudian psychoanalysis. And he writes it in a way that like when you start reading it, it's genuinely it's almost feels like you're reading nonsense. But as you read it more, he wrote the book to sort of prove a point that actually the way that he approaches this way of like thinking about people and the way that people can actually access that, and that you start to, as the book goes on, you start to piece it all together.
I think
sense.
But I think that it's kind of weird though. Well, I mean, it's like kind of weird how people are, like that with I don't know, because I'm kind of a person that takes an unusual approach to things at first, so I think people have to listen for a while before they really get what I'm fucking saying to them. So I can kind of relate to that.
He called it schizoanalysis. He said that in the opposition of psychoanalysis was schizoanalysis, which is basically like stepping into the shoes of like a schizoid view of the world and looking it's very deep. I don't want to go too off on a tangent, but he had this whole idea of like looking at human psychology very differently, and it's funny because like a lot of people I think do not operate at all like psychoanalysts want you to say like they do. And I think psychoanalysis is like deeply flawed. But at one point, the whole point of me bringing this up was at one point there's an entire section of his book comparing the difference between chess and Go, which are both games of incredible popularity. Both are games of strategy. And he specifically talks about how in Go, there are no individual Go piece has a static role like a chess piece, where a chess piece is every piece is supposed to do a thing. It's basically its own little self-contained machine. A pawn moves like this and does this. Whereas in Go, each piece is a part of the bigger strategy that the player is implementing. And there's all these rules and strategies and stuff. Anyway, it's interesting you bring that up because there are like somebody literally wrote about sort of like what does a world
I'm not familiar with Go, but the point I was trying to make is that even though there's like these rules for each piece, and I'm sure that even if you're talking about Go, I'm sure there's some sort of unifying rule structure that the pieces have to abide by, because otherwise you don't have a game.
Of course.
So I mean, whether you have specific roles for each piece or if each piece is just kind of like a jack of all trades, there's a lot of fucking possibilities you can do even within that rule set. Like, it does not destroy freedom. Like, it's been said there's more possible games of chess than there are particles in the universe. Now, I don't know if that's true, but I've seen it. I tried to look it up and it's like debated. So that means there's a lot of fucking games of chess that are possible, And I feel like, so the idea that having an overall structure or an enforcer of structure is going to like inevitably destroy freedom, I think is, I mean, there's going to be something like there's certain freedoms you don't want in your society. Like we both agree to that. There's like things that like people should not do. Like that's not going to work out. So, like, how do you stop that? To me, the answer how to stop that is to have a governing body, something that can step in and be like, no, you're not going to do that. Because I think if you put it in the hands of the people, then it becomes highly subjective and up for interpretation, and people are going to have different things and disagreements. And like, maybe the game of Go works when you're playing it with like one person, but if each of those pieces can move independently, or if in chess for that matter, if each piece got to make its own decision about its destiny, I'm pretty sure that's going to be the losing team. You know what I mean? Like,
sure. I guess what I would say to that is like, I don't know that it's necessarily like quote unquote up to the people. I think, or I should say, I think it always is up to the people regardless. It's just which people. And and one of the issues, like, for example, one of the issues that I'm still grappling with now is I often have conversations with people where I have issues with like the structure of democracy, whereas like democracy is kind of taken as like even in leftist circles as like a given, where it's like, oh, democracy is a good thing. But but when I look at democracy, I go, okay, you've added like a layer of freedom. That's true. But ultimately you have separated society into the people who impose the rules and the people who are the subjects of the rules. And it's not always like easy to swap that. And when you step into the role, you've created a separate group of an entirely separate, legally, not just legally distinct, but a societally distinct group of people, a people that are enabled to be in charge. And I go, well, I don't know that that's necessarily like any different than picking the royal family to be the ones who are the ones. It might be the individual people might have slightly more say sometimes, depending on the situation, but you are still ultimately created a group of people who are laying down those rules. So what I'm trying to get at is that, like, I think that it always is just people. It's always just people who are making the rules and enforcing them and saying this, that. It's always just left up to the people. But how power gets allotted and how power accumulates.
Yeah, but I feel there's a difference between there being, it's like the debate is resolved versus the debate is like ongoing. To me, if you have like, here's the power, here's the standard, here's what we're doing, then it's settled and people can just live their lives. And, you know, to my way of thinking, create something like that maximizes freedom to the greatest extent possible. But, you know, because if you don't do that, I mean, it's just like, to me, it's almost like it's acting as a dissolver. It's not really there to act so much as a controller as it is a solution, like an acid that's meant to, like, every time the tribal, you know, chieftain tries to rise up, it's like, nope, no, erased, gone, no. Every time someone's like, power is mine, it's like, no, it's not. Stop. You're a person. You don't get to be a king. You don't get to rule everybody, you know?
Like, as far as that aspect of it, of like building things that allow us to knock people like that out of positions, we are in 100% alignment on that. I think where my disagreement is, like, I don't know that governance can be used in that way, really. Or I think it can be used to limited extent, but it always leaves the door open. You create some level of that type of person every time you make a governance, and you encircle people. If it's something that's purely consensual and whatever, then I have not nearly as much of an issue with that. But then we're not really talking about governance in the same way. Whereas governance is generally, you know, I guess it does depend on what you're talking about, but it generally is like something that's meant to last and to be it's meant to stay there and continue going. I do agree that there's I think that no matter like where.
Well, I think that, you know, to me, it's like, I want there to be something like that exists that is the stabilizing influence in society. But I want it to be something that's rules are such that society can continue to like evolve and keep going, and in fact accelerate that. Because I feel like when you have like a world government as like a micromanager of people's lives, or even any government, when it tries to like be like, I'm going to micromanage your existence and control everything you do, and here's the optimal way that you should behave and blah blah blah, then I think that's when you create things that are frozen into a particular status quo. Yep. But I think if you have something that is, hey, this is a thing that operates by these principles, there's always a system that's going to create optimal results, right? Like, it's not about goals per se, it's about systems. So if you have a system that is like, hey, here's a system that you can do there's a lot of freedom within this system. I've given you a sandbox, basically. Yep. What you build in, it's up to you, but there are certain rules of the sandbox. Don't kick other people's shit down unless it's like doing this or that or whatever thing. You know, like, it's just like a matter of laying down rules that make it like the rules can be static so that everything else can evolve. You know, like right now, I feel like if you try to control things or if you try to leave things alone, I feel like you have similar results, because there's always going to be someone or something that just says like, I'm in charge. Yeah. And, you know, even if the first few of those are knocked down, I feel like there's always going to be someone who's going to be like, it's a vacuum, power is mine. Well, get rid of the vacuum with the most innocuous form of power that you can possibly fucking create that can effectively fucking, manage the rules of the world. And I feel like that's the fucking best solution you're going to get.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly think that, like,
I'm sorry, I have to go to the bathroom again.
Oh, sure. Yeah, no worries.
My bladder has shrunk to the size of a small peach, maybe.
All right, everybody. How are you all doing? You all having a good time? I'm fucking loving this conversation. I know we've gotten into some nerd shit, but I've been really having a good ass time. I hope you all are. I hope all of you over on TJ's side are having a good ass time. Yeah, we're talking about anarchism. We're talking about like what are the lines between domination and governance. We're talking between all kinds of cool, like, I think it's sick as hell. These are the types of conversations. These are the types of conversations I have in off stream most of the time. I go very deep into these things that pick at my brains, things that bother me. You know. Yeah, it's been really good. I mean, we always end up talking a whole bunch, but there's no bots in here. Yeah, I know. Yo, Space Case, welcome back. I hope you really enjoy it. It's been really fucking good. Blanky mode. I wish I had some weed. I'll be able to smoke weed after stream. Anyway, everybody press like on your respective streams, okay? Be cool. Hello, welcome back. No worries. You don't gotta apologize for that. We've been talking forever. It's been great. I was just, my chat is fucking loving the conversation, and
cool.
I am as well. Yeah, I think, and I love talking about this type of stuff because I don't know the answer either. I don't know.
Yeah, it's really rough. These are not easy. These are not easy questions to.
Yeah,
to solve.
it's. I don't even know. Like, I don't have any hope of like the planet coming to this answer. But it's stuff that picks at my brain, stuff that eats at me when I'm thinking about shit. And like, of course, when you look at the world in its current state, it's just like, wow. Like we got so much shit wrong with the current state of affairs. Like, I mean, fuck. Like, all of this conversation we've been had has been kind of happening in the vacuum of like, okay, there are people who literally have nuclear weapons.
Right.
And I'm like, okay, the best thing that could happen for that, I don't know. My ideal world with regard to that would be like all nuclear weapons destroyed, deleted overnight, or
maybe like we'll have a Superman 4 where Superman's just like, I have decided as Superman that your guys are not allowed to have nukes, and
no one's allowed to have nukes.
He just throws all of the nukes on Earth into the sun. Like, nope. It's like, all right, thanks, Superman.
I would love it. Like, I would love it if we had like a kindly Superman to delete all nukes and all of the blueprints that tell you how to make nukes, or if like somehow through some turn of fate, every government in the world was destituted of its power, such that everyone forgot how everyone who had the nuke codes died or disappeared or forgot them, and no one has access to them, so they just sit there and disappear. Like, that would be like so ideal. I hate the fact that we all have to live in a perpetual planetary hostage situation. It's the worst. There is like, and that's the thing that makes me just go like, oh wow, like, well, regardless, I think the struggle, regardless of where we want to go in the end, I think the struggle for any person who believes in any sense of like liberation is we have to dissolve the powers that currently sit on top of mountains of weaponry and can delete people at will, delete entire populations of people at will. Like, that is an intolerable world for us to live in. I think we probably agree.
Well, I mean, that's another reason for the perpetual state of stress people walk around in, for sure. Like, oh yeah, I could just like, there's always the knowledge, I think, in the back of most people's heads, like, I could just fucking explode at any minute.
Yeah.
You know, they could just murder me. Murder everyone around me. Like, not only me, but everyone I know in my area. Just like, you're all dead now. You're erased.
It's wild.
Because somewhere is like, fuck America or whatever. Fuck this country that I don't even sign off on I didn't make any of these damn decisions. Don't care. You're dead.
Yeah, what happens when we get like we get a fucking, you know, like I said, like we have like a North Korea situation or worse, like some kind of like, I don't know, unification church gets a hold of a fucking nuclear weapon or gets a hold of a government that powers nuclear weapons, and you just have you know, a nuclear war trigger. That's the nightmare situation, but it's a real possibility that everyone in the world has lived with since the advent and proliferation of nuclear weapons. It is depressing. I'm like, the one hope is that, like, the one thing that always gives me a little bit of hope is that, like, there is next to 0% chance that any government will ever use a nuke against a nuclear weapon against its own population. And there's a big disincentive for anyone to use a nuke ever because it basically is mutually assured destruction to a certain degree. But
yeah, unless you're a fucking country that doesn't have them, and then the other countries that do are like, all right, go ahead. It's like, oh fuck.
So here's a question. So
Yeah.
a couple like a year and a half ago, I started a big fight on the internet because I said that, and people got very mad because I said I believe that it is a rational conclusion for countries like North Korea to seek nuclear proliferation in the world like one we live in. And people took that for me to mean like I was like in favor of nuclear.
They thought it was like an endorsement of North Korea. Man,
Yeah,
people are
I'm
so
like,
dumb.
I
People
know
can't
they are.
fucking
It's so
people
stupid.
can't grasp fucking basic shit. This is why you're like this is why we need a fucking overlord, because like I'm telling you, a lot of them are too dumb for this. I know
right.
you and I got it, but like they ain't got it. All right.
If you vote for me for universal overlord, I will reward you with
Well,
whatever.
that's what I was
rewards
about
you
to
want.
fucking. That's what I was about to say to you. I mean, that's a problem.
We'll make
we
a
all
deal.
want to rule
all right?
it.
Fuck
All right, yeah.
fuck you, imps. Fuck you, fucking. I don't know what your if you have a funny name for your fans,
have
but
a name,
fuck you guys.
but, you know,
We're colluding now. We are your overlords. Fuck you guys.
Collusion.
Cough up the
Amen.
donos now, or else you won't get any
Else.
rewards when I unleash my fury on the world.
What were we talking about? I fucking.
Oh, we were
remember
just.
now.
I was just talking about the like. Would you agree with the statement that like it's like in a world where all of the superpowers have
nukes.
that, like
Yeah,
any
I mean,
country,
that makes perfect
right?
sense. Look, I mean, yeah, if you're any country, regardless of like whether you're good, bad, whatever the fuck, of course you're gonna want. If you're especially if you're like under sanctions and everyone's like fuck you, you're gonna be like, I need some nukes, because it's like if you're in a neighborhood and everyone is gunning for you, you're gonna want a gun, right?
Yeah,
Like you're gonna
well,
want
I mean,
the
that
means to
is-
protect yourself. So I mean, like.
That's interestingly another conversation that I have frequently, being that I am a pro-gun, pro-gun.
Yeah.
The political term, like I don't like fucking gun. I mean, okay, I kind of do, but whatever. I think guns are cool, of course, but I think they're dangerous,
Yeah.
and I don't like them being used on people. But I advocate that people should, if you live in America and you believe yourself to be, in a relatively good mental state, don't force yourself, but it's good to be armed right now because all your
I think
neighbors
it's
have them.
definitely not a bad idea to have a gun.
Yeah.
I mean, like, learn how to use it reasonably well and all that, and precautions. And obviously, like you said, if you're like more likely to use it on yourself than to defend yourself with
Please
it,
don't.
then obviously don't get it. But like,
store them safely, take good care of them. Whatever. I mean,
be a responsible gun owner. I don't
fucking
fucking see no problem with that. And I don't believe. I mean, even if I did believe in gun control shit, I don't even think it's fucking. Like, it doesn't even make sense. It's not even feasible. Like, why
in America,
even bother?
It's not. It's
Yeah,
literally mathematically not
there's
feasible.
too many. Yeah,
There's
you
too
can't
fucking
fucking
many already.
Right, unless you fucking send out the hypno drones and brainwash the entire population, just be like, give them the guns. Which maybe you guys are working on that. You probably are, knowing you. But fucking.
Okay, to be fair, if I, my hypno drones are not going to be looking for people's guns. I have some, they have other priorities. But
I get you.
here we go. Oh, here comes the chat. Yeah, go ahead. Post your little blushy emojis. Go ahead, everybody. Get them out of the way. I was just like, it's funny. Like, I mean, I don't know. I get people like.
Yeah, I don't know. When I see someone tell me, like, I mean, I personally am not like a gun person and shit, but like, I don't have no problem with guns, whatever. Fucking, it's possible to fucking stop them. And I honestly think it's probably a good idea for people to have them, especially if you're someone
I always tell people that, like, my thing.
We're looking at, like, society is fucking in decline, so like, this is not like a system where like shit's getting more stable. We all recognize that. So like, it's not a bad idea to
close.
Have a gun, maybe a little fucking food store. I mean, we're at the point where that's not like a ridiculous thing at this, you know what I mean?
I don't think it's ridiculous at all. Like, I think that, like, one of the things I talk about on my stream pretty frequently is, like, I mean, I'll be completely open here in that, like, I had a personal experience that really changed the way that I look at a lot of things, which was I lived in California through, like, a really bad wildfire season. And we lived in the mountains, and like it was a place where like it was very similar to my home state, but like very different, like socially and culturally. So like in my home state, it was like, you know, power outages and snowstorms and stuff were pretty normal. And there was people knew how to take care of each other. Everybody had the friend who has a plow truck. You just do that. It's just part of life. You know, I grew up in Maine. So like, it's like part of life there. Everybody has a guy. And if you don't have a guy, you're the guy who has the plow truck and whatever. And like people take care of each other and look out for each other in that way. When I was in California, shit went south. And
people don't. There's not that spirit of like we need to look out for one another in California.
No,
That's
not even a little. And like, and what's
it's not
worse
a
is
shred.
that like nobody was even ready. Like when the blackouts started happening, it was a disaster instantly. It was just first of all, the state has no control at all whatsoever over the behaviors of the power companies in California, which is part of the reason why the wildfire situation is so bad. But literally, we just got word one day that, hey, your power is going to be off. And we were like, what do you mean? You're just turning it off? They're like, yeah, it's preventative. They're like, basically, they didn't want to say it outright, but the truth was their power equipment was so dangerous, it was so poorly maintained, that the only way to like actually combat like unchecked wildfires was for them to just turn off power to entire swaths of the state. You can look this shit up. It's all on the news and everything. You can go look it up in the year that I was there and everything. But literally just weeks, like days at a time, leading to weeks at a time at the end of the year where our power was just shut off. You don't have your fucking water. You don't have your fucking fridge. If you're lucky, which we ended up buying like together, our whole house pooled together to buy a generator. But it was a small generator and it could only keep essentials running. So we had our fridge. You know, we had our, you know, the very basic things that you need. And it's just like no one in America is ready to deal with and cope with the number of different things that are coming our way. And that means your life gets bad fast. Because like I said, like when I grew up in Maine, power outages were like all the time. You get a snowstorm, the power goes out. Everybody has candles. Everybody has shit to do when the power goes out. You go over to your buddy's house and you fucking light up, whatever. You all have, there's like, people know what to do. In California, it was fucking miserable. Everybody's miserable. All of the stores had their shit like literally they just got rid of the refrigerated department at like one of our local grocery and it was like a Dollar Tree with a grocery in it. It's really weird, but they just got rid of the grocery entirely because they were like, last time when the power outages happened, we lost 2 entire like stores worth of food that spoiled because there was just they didn't know it was coming. They had no way to get the food out of there, so they were just like, we're not going to do it anymore. There's just like local grocery that everybody goes to pick up milk at, gone because nobody was ready for anything like that. And it's just like, wow, people really like, I'm not saying people need, like, obviously I genuinely think that like most prepper people are like totally in the wrong direction, but like people need to adopt like a little tiny bit of like prepperism.
I do think that there's two. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. And I also think though that, you know, even though I do think people should get guns, I feel like guns are pretty low on the fucking list of priorities. Cause like, I definitely know, I know people out there who literally like, man, when this apocalypse happens, man, I got these guns. It's like, okay, how about your food? No, I don't have any food or like flashlight, batteries, like water, like garden. Nah.
Yeah, I talk about
guns. It's like, okay, well, the very limited range of problems that can be solved with your gun, I guess, are taken care of. But like anything else, you're pretty much fucked. So I don't know.
I was watching this right-wing survivalist channel once on my stream, and it was like the first like piece of advice was like top 10 steps to prepare for like an urban disaster. And I'm like, okay, all right, we'll give him a chance. Let's see. It's like step 1, always make sure you have like water filtration and iodine tablets. I'm like, ooh, that's a good idea. Water filtration is one of the first and most important things. Fuck a power outage, a sewer main blowing up can fuck your water quality. It's always good to have water purification on hand. Hell yeah. And then step 2 was like, make sure that you, here's how you build a fire smoke dispersion technique so that bandits is what the word that he used, and other people won't come steal your shit when you're cooking food. I'm like, what? Like, what do you? That's not what happens. That's not what happens in like people don't. It's not fucking a zombie apocalypse. Like, oh god, it's so.
Yeah, even if there's gonna be bandits, it's gonna be a little bit later on. It's not gonna be like one of the first concerns of like, oh shit.
Yeah, it's
society
funny.
collapsed next day. Bandits. It's
yeah,
like,
yeah, the bandits are here. Well, also like it's also
bandits
really
a while
funny.
to fucking find each other. You know.
And,
you don't have any
also,
morals? Neither do I. Cool. Let's fucking
literally no connections, nobody you care about. As it turns out, it's really funny. Like there was a book. Fuck, I can't remember the title of the book I was just reading, and they went over some really interesting statistics. As it turns out, people actually take pretty good care of each other in the case of natural disasters. Usually because they know everybody there or they're connected to them. People don't actually have that much of an incentive to like
there is a
become
sense
an evil
of
bandit.
There's a sense of solidarity. Like I've been through like a bunch of hurricanes and shit like that. You know, there's like definitely a sense of solidarity that's built by something like that happening.
Yeah.
Now there are people who try to take advantage, but for the most part, people are pretty supportive of one another. And you know, people like tempers might be flared up because like everyone's very stressed, but there's like a certain level of commiseration. And you know, you'll see people handing out water bottles and like doing things to help each other and contribute to the fucking effort and stuff like that. You know,
yeah, most
it's not really necessarily based on knowing
off,
each other. It's just based on like we're all going through this event together. So it's like a sense of like we got this fucking threat. We all got to face it. So
there's obviously like limits to that, but it is interesting.
I mean, I'm sure after a while, like you know, there might be some division and shit. Like
absolutely, no doubt about that. It's just it's interesting that it's like reflected statistically as well. That like that even on like broader studies of like how people react to like disasters is that at most people, the vast majority of people tend towards like, hey, how can we help each other? How can we look out for one another? As opposed to how can I steal all my neighbor's shit? But again, you won't see that in those like right-wing prepper videos. They're like, oh, I'm gonna eat your leftist ass, like that kind of shit all the time. And I'm just like, you're not doing anything. The first line of like this is something I bring up a lot when I talk about guns, is like the first line in community defense is not guns. It is making sure food, shelter, and water are taken care of. That is, you will defend your community, your group of people will thrive. You will need that. That is literally the most important thing. That is how you defend your community. 90%
because you would definitely be better. You're definitely better off with like maintaining some sort of like quality of life and structure than you are like trying to like ward off bandits that like I hate to tell you, but 99% chance they ain't coming. You're just gonna be like guarding.
What do you
all
have
the
to steal that they want anyway?
Right. You've basically been like, I'm not gonna get stuff to survive. I'm just gonna get guns to fight off the bandits that are there to steal the stuff that I don't have. It's like, what?
If all you have is guns,
all right,
bro, you are the bandit. If you don't got any food and all you got is a gun, you're gonna take that gun and go steal somebody else's food. You're the motherfucking bandit, bitch.
They're not even that. They're like the like best target for the fucking bandits. Because what do the bandits need more than anything else is guns.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's get some guns. Where can we find? I heard old Jiminy got some gun. Like if you're the one motherfucker on your block that everyone knows has 1 million guns, you're a fucking prime target. You've made yourself a target. I got my guns. It's like, yeah, well, they got guns too, and they want yours. So I don't know. Like you ain't did yourself no favors, man.
I'm gonna have
think long term.
Bunch of
have
water
a gun or two, you know?
and some fucking mountain house bullshit. Those fucking 900-year food packets. And I'm gonna be and when if some bandits come, you know, I got my arms, I got my armaments that I own, you know. But if any bandits come, I'll say, hey, why don't you become my security guards? You could eat some of my mountain house food instead of the fucking frogs you've been scooping up from the irradiated pond.
Love this apocalypse politics. I mean, you know, like, hey, you know, like it's not that fucking far fetched, all right? You know,
I don't think
like,
it is. I mean, I think that
this might be useful to you at some point. You might be like, hey, I'm sure those guys got some fucking water filters or something.
I think that like the apocalypse, like a Fallout style apocalypse, is super unlikely and whatever. However, what is not unlikely is the
gradual degradation of the system we live in.
You literally nailed it. I mean, how many communities in America alone, but like more importantly in the world currently have undrinkable tap water. A lot, as it turns out. A ton of people are in that position currently. And it's like, and what happens when, I mean, there are already places where it's really hard to get a lot of food items. There are places, rural places in America where getting certain types of food is just not gonna happen. So thinking about things like that is really, really important. And I think that every economic sign that we have, and also I would argue, although these are harder to read, social signs indicate that there is a severe dissolution of what we once considered normal. And a lot of the things we take for granted, like having access to all kinds of certain types of foods, we've already seen through the pandemic that a bunch of shortages happened. Everything from the like people just stocking up on toilet paper. Like I did not expect that at the beginning of the pandemic that a bunch of people were going to go like mass raid Walmart.
Yeah, I never would have thought they'd be like, oh man, society's collapsing, y'all. It's like, how am I gonna wipe my ass? It's like, oh no.
To their credit, that is a good thing. I never would have thought
that would have been the first concern, though. You know?
Yeah, I did not expect like people to panic on that. I mean, I agree. Now in retrospect, I go, okay, actually, having a reliable way to clean your fucking ass is a good idea. But maybe we shouldn't like rush the stores, But I don't know. It shows
I feel like a lot
of people.
There's like alternatives to toilet paper though, but there's no alternative to like water. It's like, nope. I don't have any toilet paper. It's like, well, we'll have to get by. Yeah. I don't have any water. Well, we'll have to die. It's very different.
I don't have any toilet paper. Well, okay, I guess we can use like wet rags. Okay, cool, or leaves or something.
Right, something.
I don't have any water
out there.
You are just dead. You're
gonna be dead.
Skeleton. You're not.
They say you can live for 3 days without water, but like you wouldn't want to, would you?
No.
No.
No. I think they say that 3 days is like the maximum you can push it. But let's be real. People start losing their shit after like a day without being able to fucking drink anything. I doubt any of you people in my audience have ever gone more than a day without drinking something. And if you have, it's probably because you went and did some like camping or something extreme like that. And then you learned your goddamn lesson, which is like, yeah. I mean, hell, even at my old place, which is in Seattle, we don't live there anymore, but we kept having the water infrastructure there was really shit. And so they kept shutting off our water. So we had to start, it became something we had to do was just keep giant jugs of water out on our porch that were sealed and, covered. And whenever the water went out, okay, well, now we have a way to drink, wash our hands, flush the toilet, because we never know how long the water is going to be off. And this is I'm not like living in some super rural area. This is in Seattle. Like, there's a real problem that a lot of people are dealing with. So I want people to think about that, because I do think like something you said earlier, which was like your like quality of life is going to go to shit faster than like you're going to need a gun. And that's like something along those lines you said just a bit. That's so fucking true. It's unbelievable. Yeah. Like, you're way more likely to like lose your shit because you're like, I'm bored out of my mind because I don't know how to like enjoy myself when the electricity goes out. Like, guys, like everybody out there, if you don't think like your power going out for long periods of time is a risk, talk to any Texans or Californians out there, because like the last 3 years has been like, expect like a solid month of not having power some year. Like, it'll be a week here, a week there, but it's gonna add up to a month total of you not having any power. No video games, no fucking shit. Yeah.
Fuck that. I hate it.
Fuck that shit.
I don't like it. Give me the power.
Gotta figure out ways to fucking provide it for each other. I don't know. Fucking come together and get a big solar farm so that at least you can have a few hours of video games a day so you don't go crazy.
Yeah, figure out some other way to power that shit.
Yeah.
It's all garbage. I can't take it no more.
Yeah, go good. Get fucking pissed. Oh, I mean, you're
already
pissed. But everybody else, get fucking pissed. Seriously.
I'm not even pissed anymore. I'm just like sick of it. Let's get out. Can we stop now? Guys, is anyone else getting sick of it? Can we do something else?
Somebody flick the power on the
maybe 2 or 3 more decades of this bullshit, maybe then. It's like, God damn it, please. Can we just stop? I just want to stop. We can stop. We can do something else.
I personally, it's my personal theory, and I know everybody comes down a little different way on this, but I don't think the American populace can weather another decade of this shit. Not like
I
this.
hope you're right about that, because man, I know I can't. I'm just like, let's change. Let's do something else.
I go fucking crazy. I mean, you and I we talked about this earlier about the like working on shit projects all the time. I get fucking steamed. You know, when there's shit that I have to deal with that I fucking hate, I lose my goddamn head over it, and I'm just like, I can't deal with this. I need to fix it one way or another. And it's like,
Yeah.
and like maybe that means I'm gonna end up being like some like hermit or something who's just like, fuck this shit. I can't do that. I can't deal with the like bullshit. But whatever. Like if that's what it takes, then okay. I'm not gonna fucking sit here and just be perpetually shuffled between agonizing like wasting things. I'm not gonna fucking crawl and beg corporations for my goddamn life. Fuck that shit. I'm not gonna do it. Like fuck that. I'll do fucking anything.
I'm just trying to take over. That's basically what I'm doing. I'm just like, I'll just take over the world because no one else is gonna fucking do it. So I'm gonna just do it.
All right then.
Yeah.
Well, then we both are engaged in the same race. I'll race you to control of the world, and we'll see how it goes. I will say, no matter what,
I'll let you know. You know, if you get it, that's just as fine with me. You know, as long as someone's in control. But well, not just anybody, but you know, as long as they're not like Hitler too, it's all good.
Stalin Mama. There you go. Bum, 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 bum. Listen, I wouldn't make a good Stalin. I have my own ways of doing things. Damn. Well, we've talked a whole bunch, and it's been fucking amazing. I don't want to hold you all night, but like, this has been a great conversation. I hope you've had a good time as well. Yeah, it's been good. Was there any other topics you wanted to talk about? I wanted to.
I mean, I'm free. I'm down with whatever, you know. If there's like cool. anything that's been left on the table, you know.
The only other thing I want to talk about is I'm not
fucking particularly busy or whatever, but you know, I probably will try to go to the gym at some point tonight, and I got to wash this fucking makeup off before I go because I'm not gonna go to the gym like this. Although maybe it would be interesting.
It would be interesting. I'm sure you'd turn some heads.
But my social phobia is not cured to that extent yet.
I get that. I've actually I will say that like streaming has made me more resilient to like to other people's opinions, which is weird because like I don't know, I sometimes thought it would be the opposite, but I got to a point where like I had enough haters on the internet where I was just like, oh, I don't actually give a shit anymore, so I'm just like, whatever, fuck it. But
yeah, I just like have to like NPC people when I'm in public. It's like they're not real, they're just NPCs, it's fine.
Holy fuck. There was this time like there has been some things that like through the pandemic where I've just lost my cool completely, where I'm just like, the other day I was like wearing my mask at the grocery store, and I'm just like, me and my partner were there, and we're just like loading our own thing, and this guy with like fucking shitty aviators comes up and he's like, oh, y'all got COVID or something? No mask, nothing. And I'm like, nah, but we just got over it, it fucking sucks, you know? And he's like, yeah, I guess it kind of sucks. I'm like, and I was just like, don't fucking talk to me anymore. I'm like, yeah, I guess, you know, I guess we're just gonna keep getting it until like, oh no, what he said was, he was like, well, you know, they say the new variant isn't so bad. I'm like, I don't know, I just had it and it fucking sucked, dude. I'm like, he's like, oh yeah. I'm like, yeah, it's fucking crazy contagious. Yeah, it won't kill you as easily as Delta, but it fucking blows. And he's like, oh, I'm like, yeah, I guess we're just gonna keep getting sick until everybody's lungs are turned into Swiss cheese, huh? And he's like, I'm like, yeah, I don't have any cool anymore. Like when you fucking come up and you're fucking coughing and spitting all over me, and I'm just like, you know, I'm not like super weird about it. I'm not gonna like push people if they come close to me, but like, first of all, I don't want to fucking talk to you at the grocery store. Fuck off. I don't know who you are. And secondly, don't fucking like use me as like, it felt like, I think I said at the time, I'm like, don't fucking use me to launder your guilt about walking in with your kids and your entire family, like not masked, spluttering and coughing everywhere in the middle of a pandemic. Don't fucking try to be like, oh, you know, like, why are you wearing a mask? Shut the fuck up. Fucking go outside. Get out of here, you fucking piece of shit. Anyway, motherfucker.
I don't even understand. It's just like, all right. I don't really understand the whole like trying to like socialize in like grocery store or something in the first place. It's like, I
can get somebody like, being like, oh, where'd you find that?
Is this a social event or something? Yeah, like, hey, where'd you find that item? Or yeah, like some like, you know, shit like that. Or like sometimes because I'm tall, people be like, hey, excuse me, could you grab that thing for me? Like
that
a short
happens to me
person.
fucking all the time.
Like,
literally
oh, yeah,
all the time.
Yeah. Here you go. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah,
and then, you know, like shit like that. But like, you know, like this whole like, hey, what are you about? Like, I'm not here to meet people. Stop. Like, I'm not that sociable. I'll be honest with you. Like, come on.
I'm not sociable when I have to go through, when I have like to stand in the like self-checkout area of a local Safeway where it's beeping and hollering at me and telling me that I need to move my item from the bag to the bagging, or from the scan to the bagging area, and then somebody comes up and it's just like, oh wow, why are you wearing a mask? Shut the fuck up. Just shut the fuck up. Don't talk to me. Go away. Die. Anyway.
Get out of here.
Fuck this shit. Yeah. So there was one last
Love
thing
it.
I wanted to talk with you about, at least, and then, you know, whatever,
Sure.
we could if we come up with something else, that's cool. Which was, okay, those motherfuckers that you went on with, Adam and Sitch and whatever, those guys had no fucking right to roast your makeup. Those guys had zero motherfucking swag. What the fuck is wrong with people? Where is the respect? Where is the respect for style in the modern era? One guy had a LinkedIn photo. What the fuck is that shit?
Yeah, I mean, like, they all had the photographs. Only one guy actually was on camera, so
It was
I don't know.
Adam friended or whatever.
Yeah.
Did you
Everyone else
feel
was
like
like a
any
little
of their
cartoon.
like critique was useful to you? Did you feel like you walked away like learning something? from
I
that?
feel like it was more substantive than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
I feel like I didn't really realize at the time how it wasn't until I watched you actually like looking at it that I realized like how fucking like at Discord the hosts were. I mean, because they had those two. They had a Mauler and actual Justice Warrior on, and like those guys were very different from the two hosts and stuff.
Yeah.
So it's like everybody kind of had like this, like you could tell the two hosts were kind of doing that, like we are, you know, we're disaffected liberals, we're centrists, whatever the fuck. And then you have actual Justice Warrior who's just like, I'm a crazy right-wing libertarian. And then you have Mauler who's just like, I'm just a guy. So
The part
you know,
that I
and,
thought was really weird was
they were,
like,
I don't know, they didn't work together as like a well-oiled machine or something.
not even
you
a
know what I mean?
little. Like, I was
No, it was
surprised
like-
by how much there was just like Adam Friended kept coming down. I think it was on
I think he was the only one who's there that saw that, because I didn't see. I was too close to it to really see. Like, I was just like, I just need to like be honest and direct, and like if they ask me something, I'm just gonna fucking say what I believe, and I'm not gonna give a shit if they like laugh or try to make it seem like it's ridiculous or whatever, because I know it's not.
Yeah. Well,
you know.
that is a tactic that some people will do, is like that. I find this common with conservatives, is like the weaponized incredulity.
What?
Like, yeah, what? That's literally
What?
all they have. Yeah, literally, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
You know,
It's
like, yeah, what's
okay.
okay? I'm ridiculous, so
Like,
I
you
get it.
go,
What's your counter argument? And it's like, okay, I got it.
You mean you
don't like it,
literally
but
think
why not?
you actually think that the word woman means less than people think it does? Yes. I can easily elucidate you as to why I believe that. Wow. You just think that woman has no definition? Wow, dude. I'm like, I find that like the most brain dead thing to engage with.
It's like, it's basically just like a fucking way of not only avoiding an argument, but also being like condescending while you do it. Because it's like, I'm just indignant. That's all I am. I have no counter argument at all. I'm just fucking can't believe someone would believe such a stupid idea. It's like, okay, well, what's your idea? Oh, your idea is ridiculous. It's absurd. It's like, okay, I got it.
And then when you finally get them to fucking talk about an idea, it's just like, this happened in that conversation where it was like, you were talking about like, oh, well, you know, everybody here has some restriction on free speech. I thought that was a fucking,
which they did. I mean,
and they did.
It's always so ridiculous because everyone wants to be like, who gets to decide? Who gets to decide? It's like everyone agrees there should be a line. So obviously, the answer to who gets to decide, nebulously, someone specifically, when I'm talking, you want to know who I think should get to decide? Me! I'm the one talking! Obviously, just like you think you should get to decide, I think I should get to decide. How about that? How about the fucking novel idea that we're all here advocating the point of view that we believe in?
So stop acting like you have some sort of like specific, like, I just believe generally in freedom of speech. No, you don't, you lying little bitch. Come on.
There was a moment in there.
You have
where,
plenty of restrictions. I have restrictions. You have restrictions. Everybody has lines they think should be drawn. Don't act like you ain't got no lines unless you're willing to come in with some hardcore fringe shit.
There is.
If you're a free speech absolutist, I expect to be talking to some motherfucker that is like, I can ask him like, do you think I should be able to advocate, like, I don't know, genocide, and should be able to, like, yep, I do. It's like, okay, well, then you're really what you say you are. You're a nut, but you're genuine. But of course, there's no one like that. Everyone fucking believes in some kind of restriction somewhere along the goddamn line. Literally. So the argument is not about whether or not there should be restrictions. It's about what they are. So cut the bullshit.
Well, no, you're fine.
No, I'm mad there.
No, please get as angry as you want. Like literally, it pisses me the fuck off. Like I've
took
screamed
myself
about
a little
like
too seriously for
about how like there's no such thing as a free speech absolutist. It's like a stupid position. It's a lazy way of avoiding having the actual conversation. Is like, which is where should we draw the lines? That's the actual conversation. There is, and instead they just go, well, and it's funny. I love that you got. I think it was Mahler. I think you got him on that point where he's like, well, yes, I don't think people should be able to lie. Which, okay, that in and of itself is like a huge free speech restriction, because how you categorize a lie is like an enormous other question that many people would probably accidentally include many truths in your definition of a lie, or people who could feasibly represent something as a truth. But then he also said copyright, which he said was like non-political. I'm like,
oh right, yeah, you jumped on that. I wish I'd have jumped on that, because
really. What are you talking about?
It's kind of. I mean, there's so many arguments you could make, but yeah, that was
like the biggest restriction on free speech you can imagine. It's
I
used
despise
to literally.
It.
It's literally used to make it so you can't talk about a song on your stream that is important to you, because playing the song is considered like oh, you can't do that. So copyright is like one of the most heinous ways in which free speech is impugned upon. But of course, right-wingers will never, ever dare trod on the holiness of copyright, which is how every fucking major corporation,
I hate it. I mean, like, obviously I'm biased because, I do this kind of shit. And like, there's lots of times when it's like, I can understand if there was copyright law from the aspect of like, I am taking something that someone else created and I am using just that to profit. But like, literally, like, if I'm adding anything to it at all, like, if I'm fucking doing anything that's even like remotely transformative, like, it should be fine.
Of course.
Because even if I'm like, okay, I'm going to cut my own fucking version of goddamn Star Wars or something I'm going to cut Jar Jar Binks out or whatever the fuck. I don't know. Like, if someone wants to watch my version over the fucking version that exists, like, whatever. I think that's fine.
Yeah, totally.
They're always
like,
going to.
I mean,
like,
I agree with you. Like, I think that like
it's still monetizable for them, because they're always going to control that fucking work. But like, if I draw a fucking shitty mustache on the Mona Lisa and like, this is mine, if people honestly prefer my shitty mustache version, that's people's goddamn choice and people's goddamn business. Beyond that, fuck you. Because everyone should be free to take whatever's been created and add to it or subtract from it as they fucking see fit. That's what I believe.
Fuck yeah. I mean, I 100% agree with you. That's part of the reason why I think like things like copyleft are like at that whole movement, the like, public licensing and Creative Commons, et cetera, are like
so many
sick.
great things. Yeah. So many great things in fucking, I mean, like, before like all this rigid copyright shit, like, how many fucking, the reason that some of these stories have survived so long, like King Arthur and his knights or some shit, is because there was no fucking copyright. People could just write about that shit. Yeah. Right?
Yeah, the original copyright was the fucking Catholic Church making sure you can't make any edits to the Bible. Fucking bullshit. Fucking bullshit.
So like, fucking just like, I'm sick of it. Like, there's people, if I want to fucking be able to fucking, if someone wants to be able to like write a story about some character that they like, and it not just be considered fan fiction, but like, this is a story of this character, you can consider it canon if you want to, or you fucking say it's not if you don't. Like, I don't see what the problem with that is. Like, I don't know.
I don't think there's any. I personally don't think there's any problem. In fact, I think that like I probably clued on before earlier in the conversation. I actually think that like copyright, it literally kills a lot of creativity. Like, I think there's I mean, a great example of this is like fucking, I know that people are gonna laugh at this, but like YouTube poops. Like YouTube poops are dead. They're gone. They were like, I don't even like those things, but like people love that shit and have a lot of fun with it, and they make some really funny shit with it. You can't do that shit anymore. It's literally not possible. The copyright system makes it impossible to do so. And those are totally transformative works. They take bits and pieces. It's like a fucking one of those letters that they send, like, you know, the ransom letters that are made with clippings from newspapers. It's that equivalent, and yet it's not possible.
Yeah, it's like the newspaper, like, that's our G. It's like, what?
Yeah, what the fuck? Like, yeah, exactly. Like, hi, you have to live in a society inundated by, like, the only, like, art that you get to experience is, like, televised mostly, like, you know, like TV shows and whatever, at least at this period of time. Now it's all YouTube. But you have to live in a society like that, but you can't cut it up and remix it. You can't make memes with it. You have to pay the due. It's fucked up. I fucking hate that shit. So I laughed really hard when I heard.
What I thought was crazy is, like, it used to be, like, if there was, like, a trailer or something, they'd let you mess with that because, like, that's literally advertising their shit for them.
Yeah.
You know? But, like, I mean, I've done, you know, some trailers, some companies are still like that, but there's a lot of times even like a trailer for a movie. You try to watch a trailer, I'm going to do a trailer reaction. It's like, can't do it. It's like, what? It's free advertising for their fucking product.
Yeah.
Like, huh? They don't want that? Like, come on.
Yeah, it's literally just
no matter what I say about it, I'm creating brand awareness for their shit. So it's like, they're not even good at capitalism anymore. Like, what the fuck is going on?
But TJ,
yeah.
what if a faggot? What if a faggot got their hands on it and they made something distasteful?
Oh, right.
What if somebody edited Beauty and the Beast
make something
to have
really
Gaston and the Beast suck each other's dicks? What if they did that?
Oh, no.
That would hurt our advertisers. That would offend people.
No, that would just create a new fan base for your fucking shit is what that would do.
Okay, true.
Like,
but, like, you know, when it push comes to shove.
No one sucks like Gaston. No one fucks like Gaston. You know, it'd be fucking people like Belle is off to the side, like, all like, what about me? And they're just like, who cares about you, bitch? You know, it's like, all right.
What? This is what y'all are missing out on because of Disney. This is why you should tear down copyright. Destroy copyright so you can have the hottest fucking.
Think about how crazy it'd be if some crazy fucking millionaire somewhere or whatever, or like a group of fucking perverts could get together and be like, we are now funding an X-rated fucking sequel to Beauty and the Beast, where the Beast and it's called Beast and Gaston Get It On, you know, and it's there.
This is
the
world
animated
we deserve
to the same level of quality, and fucking Angela Lansbury's fucking back singing about fucking deep throat shit, and it's great. Everything about it's magical, you know. Incredible. But you don't get that because Disney's like, no, that belongs to us. It's like bullshit. That belongs to the people. Once you put that out there and gave that to our imaginations, that belongs to us. I paid my ticket price. Now it's mine too. Fuck you.
True. And also now all you get is nightmare scenarios like when people own the likeness, the digital likeness of a person. So like the celebrity dies and they're like bringing them back for commercials as like a CGI. Whoo, that's some dark shit right there. Fuck, that happened recently. Who was the actor that happened with? Was it the
I don't remember,
Ghostbusters guy?
Dude, I remember hearing about that shit like fucking a while back, and I remember reading like a magazine or something about how like they were gonna like the original plan was they were just gonna like digitally bring people back from the dead, like Bruce Lee and shit. Like Bruce Lee's back, and like they were gonna like make like new movies with like long dead actors and shit. Like, see Bruce Lee and James Dean and I don't know, Wonton Warrior or some bullshit. It's like, oh god, no.
It is nightmare inducing, and like I hope that by the time that I die, I'm famous enough that someone wants to bring me back from the grave, but I've figured out a way to make it impossible. Like, I don't know, like a virus, the tattoo that I can put on my body that's only visible to their scanning machines, so it fucks up all of their scanners or something. I
Black
do it.
Mirror has entered the chat.
Yeah, literally, yeah, it's fucking nightmare shit. Oh my god, yeah. And then there was one other thing I wanted to mention from that conversation because I gotta hear your reaction to it, which was the part where they were talking about like, oh, well, you know, you gotta stop it when people are like literally censoring science, and then you were like, what's an example of that? And then he was like, well, you know, like the gender people, they're literally censoring.
Now I tried to follow. There was actual Justice Warrior kept derailing him on that for whatever reason, but like.
Or maybe it was I don't remember who derailed him,
I think
but like
it was
he kept trying.
Friendly, but
He tried to bring that up a couple times, but someone else kept kicking it away. But honestly, I was not really going to engage with it because I don't even know what the fuck he's talking about.
I didn't
I'm like,
either. And I'm like,
I'm just like, what?
that's my
Huh?
thing. That's my wheelhouse. And I'm like, are you talking about like, it feels like they were referencing like a study that may have gotten like public protest or something. And I'm like, I can't think of anything like that. I can't think of any example of like a science journal like being bullied by gender analysis. Like, what are you talking about? Like, mostly it's the other way around.
It sounded like he was implying that there was like some study that like found results that were like against, I don't know, trans orthodoxy or something, and then it was like change the study, and I'm like, I have no knowledge of any such event, so
yeah, it'd be nice if you could
I don't know.
cite it. But this is something that like constantly happens with conservatives. It drives me nuts. The entirety of Jordan B. Peterson. I got the other Peterson mixed up. But Jordan Peterson's whole career was like launched off of something exactly like that, where he like told his following that like, oh, they're trying to make it, you're gonna go to jail if you say the wrong pronouns. And then you look at the actual law, like Bill C-16, and it's like the most milquetoast thing that's basically like, hey, if you're working in a public government job, and you work with a trans person, like we're not gonna, like, if you get fired for misgendering somebody, we're not gonna protect you from that. Like you can be fired for like repeatedly misgendering somebody. It's not like you're gonna go to jail for misgendering somebody. It's just saying that like, hey, in public jobs, you have to respect these protected classes if you want to have that job. And then it's turned into this thing where it's like, they're literally making it illegal to speak your mind. And I'm just like, I love it, because when you ever, of course, they always like, the conservatives always rely on you never asking, like, what the fuck are you talking about, man? But like, but when you ever ask them and then you get to the bottom of it, there was another one. Oh my God, this was one that happened in a debate that I was in. I was in like a situation, like kind of like one of those panels like you were on. And somebody brought up this situation where they were like, yeah, a guy, you know, he got sued for misgendering his daughter or whatever. And then you look into and it was a thing in Canada, all the conservatives talked about it, and so all the conservatives were repeating it. I'm like, hey, can you tell me what actually happened in that? Do you know what actually happened? And they're like, well, yeah, he misgendered his daughter, and then the daughter and mother sued him. And I'm like, that's interesting. And then you go and look up the actual story. And I brought up the actual story of what happened. The dude was stalking his own kid and the wife. He literally went to the doctor's office and was harassing the doctors there, and the doctors asked him to leave, and they ended up bringing a restraining order against him because he was literally harassing the doctors that his son and his wife were going to. It was like the most. I'm like, how can you distort it? I mean, I know why they distort it so bad, but it's just like, you live in a land of fantasy. You live in a land of complete misrepresentation of reality.
See, this is where I just get so confused, because it's like, okay, you are now at the point where you are telling lies to justify what you think about the world. How is it not the natural course from that point to be like, I am having to lie to justify my worldview, therefore my worldview must be fallacious, therefore I should change my worldview? I don't get that. How do you come to the conclusion that deceit is a good thing? Like, that's just fundamentally flawed. If you ever arrive at that conclusion where it's like, we're gonna have to tell some lies, folks, then no, you're not correct. You've gone the wrong place. It's a telltale, like, if you have to lie to support your ideology, that's a telltale sign that your ideology is not based in truth.
It's not based in truth, yeah.
So
I mean, I think for some
stop.
people, it's like, I think for some conservatives, it's just a matter of like raw Machiavellian, like, I want to get power by whatever means. But I think that for other conservatives, it's more like they're already lying about their worldview, and they exist in like this like Pepe posting, like, ooh, wink wink nudge nudge. And so like the lies don't really matter, because the truth is the real truth, the deep down truth that they feel like they can't say, is that they hate gay people and they hate trans people and they want the South to rise again. But They can't.
I don't even think it's a matter. I don't even really think it's a matter of hating gay and trans people, though. I feel like they're
For
literally
some, it
so.
is.
Well, I think maybe like that's a symptom of it, but I think the deeper underlying thing is that like they're scared of introspection. I think that they're just
that much is very true.
I think they're just scared of like they're not probably gay or transgender themselves, but they're scared of even like the possibility that they might be, and they don't want to have the freedom to explore that. It's like, you know, if anybody can just choose their gender, then what does that mean about my gender?
I mean,
What if I start to question how I feel inside, you know? And then it's like, I'm scared now. I must put a stop to this because I don't want to confront that. Or like, what if I want to suck a dick deep down? It's like, part of you probably does, dude. Oh, fuck, we got to put a stop to this. You know, like, I feel like a lot of it really is just like,
try. But
not even just like fear that other people are doing it, but like terror at the idea that they might have to like think about it themselves and like be confronted with like the reality that maybe part of them wants something different than what they've been told to want, because that social programming is just so fucking strong. They're like, I will do anything to defend it. I love this social programming so much, I will literally destroy society to defend it. It's like, wow, you've gone crazy. And you've gone haywire. You're no longer a valid component. You got to go.
The gender thing is interesting too, because it's funny how gender as a topic, like you said, there is like a fear of introspection aspect, because you don't even have to you don't even have to be a like closeted trans person or a trans person in denial to go, maybe wait a minute, if gender roles are kind of bullshit, maybe I don't have to do all this shit that I don't like. Maybe I can be a dude who likes candles, or a dude who likes to paint his nails, or maybe I do like makeup, you know? And like you don't even have to go like the full way where it's like where like with sexuality it's more like, okay, well, like, do you want to suck a dick or not? Like, whereas with gender it's like you don't even have to be a closet trans person to be like, oh, there's a lot of shit that like gets impressed upon us by gender.
All you have to do is like have like the desire to do even one thing. Like, I'd like to wear something pretty one day, you know? And it's like, I'm scared. What does that feeling mean? Thag scared. No.
Yeah, it's literally it is like fag fright is like a good way of putting it. Like, because also like it also reveals like the Iron Maiden of like gender and sexuality in like the normal cis het society, which is just like, oh god, I can't think about like wanting to do makeup or dressing like a JoJo's character because that makes me a faggot. Like, that makes me something bad. And it's like, do you not like? Yeah, it's got to just be. I think you're definitely on to something where it's like, oh, if I start introspecting about it even a little bit, then oh shit, it's gonna start. You know, it's gonna unravel a lot of things that I rely on.
I mean, like, if you listen to their rhetoric about it, that's always where they go with it. They're always like, if we allow this society, gonna become like this, and this is gonna happen. It's like, no, that's not what's gonna happen. Most people are still just gonna kind of like do what they do, right? You know, like odds are you're not gonna fucking find out that like, you know, because you like had some urge one time to like paint your fingernails, you're not going to find out that like it turns out that you're a full-blown trans person and you're going to fucking like all that. But even if you do, and you're living what you actually want deep down, and like you're literally scared. Like, their big terror in life is like, what if I actually self-actualized?
Yeah,
what if I was a fully formed individual? No, it's like, that would be a good thing. The only problem is you're so regressed that you don't see that like you discovering who you really are would actually be positive for you, instead of just like, I don't want it. What if I change from the dumb, ignorant piece of shit I am?
It's
like,
wild.
That's your fear? Like, fuck you.
There's a lot of like, I mean, I talk about gender shit all the time, and I think there's a lot of discourse always about gender, and it's super funny because like, like the thing that's been so rewarding to me about like moving like I mean, besides
hold on 1 second. I wouldn't normally respond to a comment when I'm talking to you, but someone just said people are filled with dark thoughts, some shouldn't be embraced. Wanting to paint your nails is not one of those. That's like, I want to murder a bunch of people. That's a concern. You know, I want to wear a pretty dress. Not a fucking concern. Just so we be clear on this, okay?
It is another thing that conservatives do too, is that they refuse to ever analyze harm. Where it's like, okay, people are full with all kinds of dark thoughts, which means you shouldn't act on all of them.
Right.
You know what? I even agree with you a little bit. People do sometimes have urges that should not be acted on. Why is painting your nails, dressing up in a dress, or identifying as a woman that to you? What?
Because it's going to lead to a society where anything goes. Like, no, it's
literally.
No, it's fucking not, bro. It's going to lead to a society where that goes. That's it.
Where that goes. Yeah,
that's where it leads. Okay.
So what? Like for me, like the process of transition and exploring gender and growing as a person has been unbelievably rewarding, because it opens a door to who you can be and what you want to be, and it lets you.
I'm just gonna say, if your society, if you've built a society that can be, if the apple cart of your society gets upturned when dudes start painting their fingernails, then you've not built a stable society. It was never worth the protecting to begin with. Yeah. If that's what takes it out, all right?
Yeah.
Like, come on.
Yeah, that's why trans people are more dangerous than nuclear weapons. Pope said that, by the way. So there you go.
Yeah, because you guys are disrupting the fucking whole like norm of society, man.
We are the agents of corruption. You should fear us. Indeed.
It's gonna fucking
run.
You guys, you're up turning the fucking whole apple cart. It's like not good. Destroying society. Everything that we hold dear, it's all just gonna fucking go up in smoke.
What the hell's gonna happen when what the hell's gonna happen when you no longer can't when you no longer walk into a Target and get scared of the women's section because you know lurking in your heart that you could go buy something there that you like? What are you gonna do when that's the world you live in?
What if there is no? What if there isn't even a women's section? What if there's just like clothes and you have to pick the ones you actually like? It's like no.
Not having like a what
if any style of clothing was available to any type of person? What if I had more options than I currently do? No, it's a nightmare. No, give me a break.
And
the stuff you guys are scared of is fucking like, you're so dumb. I'm just sorry. I'm sorry, but the fact of the matter is you're just dumb. You're just pure capital D dumb. I hate to be condescending, but I can't help it because you're too fucking dumb.
It's just true. I mean, I have a limited amount. I have a very limited amount of like sympathy for people who freak out about shit like that. I think it's like intellectually bankrupt. It is.
Yeah, I just want them to pay the intellectual overdraft fee. You know, I'm against actual overdraft fees, but intellectual overdraft fees for intellectual bankruptcy, I'm all for them.
Yeah,
like,
people
come on.
who are, if you're
some
scared,
sort of penalty for this.
Yeah, no, here we go. If you're scared of gender and you're scared of being gay, potentially being gay, and you believe that the world must be put in order, then those are the people that get to be at the bottom of the new world order. They're not ready. They're not ready. I made a joke about this at one point where I was just like you're not prepared. If you get triggered by like,
you just gave me an idea.
Yeah,
we gotta create dumb land, right? And then we put all the stupid people in dumb land, but they think it's the whole world. They think that the whole new world order is dumb land, and then like the people who are like disaffected and shit, who grow up, who are like born in dumb land, and they're just like, I hate this fucking place. I wish there was a place where people were enlightened at a certain age. We fucking open up the door like, hey, guess what? It's just dumb land. You're one of the good ones. You're free.
You're free.
You know? Here's $1 million fucking dollars. Here's your mansion. Here's your jet ski. Whatever the fuck you want. Welcome to the real world. You have graduated from dumb land to smart land.
We almost have that. That is partially what the benefit of YouTube is. It's like a zoo that you get to go and watch like dumb conservatives fuck up and shit like that. But unfortunately, they're still able to negatively impact the world. It is.
Yeah,
we haven't solved it. We haven't like ironed it all out yet. Yeah. Okay, so one last thing before we wrap up, because I'm gonna play a little bit of games with my chat before I chill out. I'm actually
I'm gonna fucking read my super chats and stuff. So,
fuck yeah. But please, will you promo and hype up your book a little bit, because you know, you mentioned earlier that you're really excited about the stuff, and please tell my cool viewers about your book so that they can keep an eye out for it in the future.
Well, I have not. I mean, it's still being worked on, still being written and stuff. It's been a long time. It's hard to find the time to do it between, you know, YouTube and doing all the, you know, the podcast and this channel and you know, all that other shit. But basically, now that I've been kicked out of Twitter, you know, I should have more time. That was definitely a time hole. But it's called Sexbot Uprising. I showed Demon Mama the cover earlier. She seemed to like it, but
I like it.
There was like a lot of I don't know. It's about I mean, it's about exactly what it says it is. It's Sexbot Uprising. I don't want to give away too many details, but it's like sort of like space opera future. The sex bots have risen up against their oppressors and have used their charms to create an army of simps that are now threatening the stability of the city. So, you know, I mean, it's going to be, I don't want to give away too many plot details, but I've tried to put as much crazy shit as possible. I figure that like, even if the book is bad, like even if it's poorly written and stuff, I want there to be enough like weird shit in it that people are still at least entertained. So like I've tried to make it legitimately good, but failing that, I've tried to make it so bad it's good. So that's gonna be coming out hopefully.
Look, I have faith in your abilities. I have
later this year or early next year, or I don't know. I don't know when it's coming out, but hopefully sooner than later.
Well, now the seed has been planted in all of your brains. And by the way, I can attest, I won't give any spoilers myself, but the cover has BDSM on it. And that's like right up the alley of like a lot of my viewers. My chat is a bit horny. I'm sure
horny
your chat probably is. Yeah, I got a bit of a horny chat.
No, they're just right now they're angry.
All fucking,
they're just angry, sad people. They're just like, I hate life.
Well, let's
do with a little more horniness.
Turn that anger and whatever, or turn that anger and sadness into anger and horniness is what I have to say. Let's fucking
amen.
It's a better world when people are hornier. I'm serious.
I mean, yeah.
It's just true.
People have more reason to socialize then, you know?
Yeah. And you have fun doing it too. Like you guys, like I people don't get this, but like there's a lot of people on the internet who just think that like, oh, you know, orgies are a thing that only happens in movies. Bullshit. That is so bullshit. You just gotta be the orgy you want to see.
Yeah, okay? There's an orgy. Your neighbor's having an orgy right now. You go go across the street.
That is true. Yeah.
There's 3 orgies on your block as we speak.
There might be an orgy in the room next to you for all you know. Yeah.
You just get up and go walk into the kitchen. There's probably an orgy in there. Just telling you know.
Well, TJ, it's been fucking great. Anytime you want to talk, we can talk. Anytime you want to, if you ever happen across a take of mine that you're like, I don't agree with that, let's fucking talk it out. That'd be sick as fuck. Thank you so much for coming on and for talking to us about everything, including your book. It was sick as hell. My chat loved watching your debate, and they've really, really liked this conversation. So cool. Do you want to like, if there's anything else you want to shout out before you go for these little imps to follow, please do so.
Oh, you know, just like my YouTube channels and all that stuff and whatever social media I have left by the time you get there. All right. I don't know. You know, just you know where I am. But I enjoyed the conversation. Thank you for having me on, and
absolutely.
Thank you for coming on here as well. So
yeah, no problem at all. Any of you TJ fans who want to come hang out, demonmama.com.
Yeah, go hang out.
Yeah, come hang
out.
Go
chill out. And that link is down below in my description as well if people want to check that out as well. So
well, TJ, I hope you have a great night, and we'll talk again sometime in the future.
Sounds good to me.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
That was so fucking sick! Was that not a fucking sick-ass conversation, you all? That was fucking sick. We talked for fucking 4 hours. That was a sick-ass convo. What the fuck? Okay, do you not see what's possible? Do you not see what type of, like, enlightenment and exploration of ideas can be possible? Wow, I feel so good. I feel fucking great after a conversation like that. A conversation like that, and we were disagreeing, by the way. We disagreed on multiple portions. Fucking, it was sick. Damn, that was sick as fuck. I am so happy with that. Now I gotta decide whether I want to do gaming tonight or whether I should just do a full gaming stream for my next stream. Because I could just do a gaming Saturday stream. Okay. Really have to go to the bathroom. Cooking Mama? You guys want to do Cooking Mama? You want to do Cooking Mama? Oh my God. I haven't put... All right. Fine. 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 We'll do Cult of the Lamb on Saturday. We'll do a whole stream of just gaming. And tonight, we'll do a little bit of Cooking Mama before I go eat dinner and rest a bit. Okay? But first, I have to go to the bathroom. Okay? I really need to go to the restroom. So, I would like all of you to go subscribe to TJ's channel, take this opportunity to chat with one another in chat. I'm going to play the bathroom song, and then we'll do some Cooking Mama, just for you all, because I have been putting fucking Cooking Mama. Okay? Hold on. I will put the song on. Okay? Hold on a second. We'll put the fucking bathroom song on. Give me a minute. All right, here you go.
Hey chat, Demon Mama has to go to the bathroom, so listen to the Demon Mama bathroom song. She streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder a little fucking break. Okay, it's been a minute and she's still in the bathroom. I'm not a math whiz, but I can count to 2. Let's all calm down and spam emotes while we wait and chat. Maybe someone here also needs a bathroom break. Been a bit since Demon Mama went to the bathroom. Not like I'm counting, but this track's at 142. So don't you fret, my little lips, cause I wrote this track down to give you something boppin' while she's taking a break. Jesus fucking Christ, can Fawn go check in the bathroom? I hope she doesn't lock the door when she uses it. But if she does, you might need a little running start and hope the door hinge is weak enough to break.
Say hi in the chat. No, you should say hi to the chat, as in, like, in real human form. Oh, shut up. You know, I didn't mean to misspecies you. I thought you weren't actually...
Okay, you're just fucking with me now. Put down your phone, the stream is still running. I can only assume you forgot because you were doom scrolling. Jesus Christ, Demon Mama, do we need to call a doctor? Song's over, stop. Somebody help her out.
Look at this critter. Look at this critter. This critter's been real good today. What? It's true, you have.
I've been doing stuff.
This critter went out to the store. This critter took our roommate to an appointment. Look at you. You're so good.
I love you.
All right. I love you too. Mwah. I'll see you soon, okay?
Have fun.
Is there any chance you could refill my drink?
Would you like the same thing or something different?
Oh, what do we got?
Diet Coke, Diet Sprite, and then 2 different Diet French. They're not that. 2 different French.
No, give me the Diet Coke then.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, everybody. All right, everybody. So everyone has, the chat has petitioned me specifically that we want to do some Cooking Mama, okay? So if we're going to do Cooking Mama, that means we got to start with the classics, okay? Oh, I got to fix the chat. The chat's not the full size. Hold on a second. There we go. You caucused me. That's true. You heckled me. It's all right. We're going to start with the classics, everybody. You know what that means? That means we got to hit up Dave, okay? We have not watched Dave in a very long time. So, let's do the introduction. My lovely imps, those of you who are watching live and those of you who are watching in the future, this is Cooking Mama, a segment where I go on the internet and I watch cooking videos that you send to me. We also have some regular characters who reappear on Cooking Mama. And so we're going to watch in and stop in with some of them tonight. Basically, we just talk about cooking. We talk about whether the food looks good, whether we think the food would taste good. We talk about the cooking technique. We watch some horror stories. The truth is, we watch a lot of scary, bad cooking, okay? Oh yeah, I got to play the fucking Cooking Mama theme. We have a little Cooking Mama theme even. All right, you want to hear the Cooking Mama theme? I can play you the Cooking Mama theme. Let's do it. There you go. Bam! It's fucking time. So, before we really get into it, we gotta go and visit an old friend by the name of Dave's Cooking Show. Okay, Dave's Cooking Show is a small cooking channel, and I don't want to get into the whole, I don't want to get into everything. Let's just say there's some mythology around this individual, and he also has a tendency to make some very offensive comments when he cooks. That said, the last time we watched this show, it's Dave's cooking actually seems to have slightly improved. However, we are not sure if that will last. It has never lasted in the past. There have been moments in which he nails a dish, but... So we have some... Okay, so we have some options, okay? Let's take a look at what lays before us, okay? So what we have over here, actually, hold on a second. I'm gonna move chat over here and we're gonna do a more, we're gonna do an old school, okay? We're gonna do an old school here, all right? We're gonna move, we're gonna go old school for just a second because of the way the video is gonna be, okay? So, oh wait, actually we don't have to do that, do we? We can do it like this, and then I can go like this. Yeah, we changed it. That's right, we can change it so it's like this. There we go. Bam. Okay, so we have a couple of options. So we could watch, oh yeah, that's another thing. He uses softcore porn images for a lot of his thumbnails, which is odd, to say the least. Thank you very much. It's really very odd. So, as you can see, the last thing we watched was this Manhattan deli salad. Now, the Manhattan deli salad was atrocious. It was very questionable. But he also made sake gorgonzola, and the sake gorgonzola actually looked good. So, I don't know what to expect. Maybe we should start with Peter Griffin's strip club spaghetti? Yeah, let's do it. All right, here we go. Yo, 85D2D Derek. I know we're not doing the Cult of the Lamb tonight, but I find it funny that it's a game where you build an army of critters, become their dark god. More like Demon Mama Simulator, am I right? Fucking true! Fucking true! Thank you very much for the $5. I have to read the other donations. Do not let me forget to read off the other donations. Let's continue.
strippers, you can all take your clothes off now. I was just coming in for the spaghetti. Ah, bitch! Ah, that hurts. Ah, I'm drunk. Heart's beating fast.
Am I gonna get copyright struck for this? That's not true, Uncle Gumbald. I always read my donos. Fuck you. Fuck you guys.
Spaghetti angel! I'm making a spaghetti angel. When Italian guys die, they turn into...
Family Guy is so fucking unfunny.
It's
Well, not to worry, Peter. I'll recreate the strip club spaghetti you decided to make an angel in. All right, let's start off by cooking up 1 pound of Italian sausage. Using a lid, this should take about 3 to 5 minutes. Okay, now I've drained the sausage, and it's time to deglaze the pan, and we're going to do this with some nice red wine. Merlot, if you want to know the actual type that I used. It doesn't have to be a real good bottle of Merlot either. You know, an $8, $9 bottle will do you just fine. And then you want to give this a couple of minutes to simmer and get all those bits of goodness that are stuck to the bottom of the pan up. And we'll be ready for the next step. All right, after about a minute, you should have something resembling this going on in your pan. And generally, we deglaze over about medium-high heat, maybe a little bit lower. You want to lower it to about medium or just a little bit under that. And, of course, cook the sausage on medium heat. But when you deglaze it, about medium-high, you want it just a little bit higher. Now, I've added 6 ounces of tomato paste to this. Give this a minute. All right, and then you want to grab a spoon and you want to stir this around, trying to break it up a little bit as you go. Again, you want to give the tomato paste just a little bit more time to when we add our next ingredient. Okay, now it's time to add 2 big...
Okay. Maybe I'm missing something, but there are literally enormous hunks of tomato paste still in there that has not been stirred or broken up even a little bit. Like, you can literally see it. Like, if I go back just a few frames here, ready? Hold on, I'll go back just enough. Look, you can see the chunks right in here. They're not mixed at all.
Time to when we add our next ingredient. Okay, now it's time to add 2 big tablespoons of Italian seasoning. Also, you want to make sure to get some...
I really, really, really wish that Dave would move up to using fresh herbs. His food would taste so much better if he didn't use something that looks like the fucking, like fucking pan catch. It literally looks like fucking pan catch.
Pepper in there. You can add salt, but keep in mind, tomato paste is really salty.
The Toronto steak powder. Oh my fucking god, the Toronto steak powder. In the old episodes, he would constantly use fucking shitty Toronto steak powder, and it was fucking disgusting. He didn't even know what was in it.
And so is the crushed tomatoes we're going to add in a bit, or more accurately, the food
Montreal. Sorry. Sorry. Misinformation moment. It was Montreal steak seasoning. Oh, my bad. Sorry, my wrong Canadian location. Jesus fucking Christ.
Then you want to add a 24-ounce can of San Marzano tomatoes to a blender and blend the ever-loving shit out of them.
Okay.
As I did. And then you just want to give this a stir around. If you want, also add a pinch of sugar. That can take the tinniness out. But if you get a good can of San Marzano tomatoes, it shouldn't be an issue. So basically, then you want to put the heat to about medium-low. And you just want to simmer it and let all the flavors incorporate for about 20 minutes. And at some point, get a pot of water boiling and get spaghetti in there. And I typically, when I make pasta, I take a minute off of the package directions, because by the time you've drained the water, put it in the colander, and brought it into the sauce, it's had the extra minute to cook. And right before...
Listen, credit where credit is due. At least he fully mixed the tomato paste at this point. That's true, Uncle Gumbald. Always feel free to heckle and troll me, but I will always poke fun back at you. Yeah, okay. Let's see.
You start the timer, add the sausage back into...
Also, as always, just getting shit all over the place is like the norm for here. You will notice if you have not seen Dave make things, he always splashes shit all over the place and never cleans it up. Yeah, the sausage looks like really low quality, and also it's still very visibly greasy. This sauce does not look appealing to me personally, but
to the
let's
sauce,
see where it goes.
And again, at least a 20-minute simmer time. Can be longer. Can be longer. All right, as you can see, we've got our spaghetti.
I simmer for that long to reduce it, but the meat is going to be overcooked as shit. That is pre-cooked meat that you're simmering in there for 20 minutes is going to overcook the meat like crazy. Like, the meat is going to be dry as fuck.
In our sauce, and you just want to stir it around till it gets all well incorporated, and then just put it in a bowl and serve it up. I like to add a little bit of Parmesan cheese and a little bit of pepper to the top of my pasta. Also, find out the spoon.
I despise putting the noodles in with the sauce. I don't care if it absorbs better. No. You never mix the noodles in with the sauce directly. Ever. That just ruins it. First of all, if you've made like more sauce so that you can use it in the future, you know, like if you do what most people do, which is they make a bunch of sauce so that you can have little jars of sauce that you use for noodles in the future, you're obviously ruining the sauce. But secondly, if the noodles sit in the sauce, they just get all soggy. You keep them separate. You cook the noodles nice and fresh, and then you plop the sauce on to your own liking. If you put the noodles directly into the sauce, well, you got to eat it all then and there, or else it's fucking ruined. I mean, this is simple. This is simple shit.
Sucks, and get yourself a pair of tongs. So yeah. That's Peter Griffin's Strip Club Spaghetti. Done.
All right, well, that was underwhelming. All right, let's check the next one. All right, what's next? We got the creamy mustard chicken sandwich. Oh, this has got a bag of chicken. That's concerning. We've got the Fuddy Cucks burger. All right, let's do it. Fuddy Cucks burger. Let's do it, everybody.
Welcome back to Piss Holes, Shitholes, and Greasy Spoons.
Bad start.
You know, Fuddy, who owns Fuddy's Diner, would always make this burger anytime a certain actor who acted up at the Oscars would come in. Nobody else would order this burger, and he always told his chef, make one for the cuck. So this is Fuddy's Cuck Burger Seasoning. Starts with 2 tablespoons of paprika, 1.5 teaspoons of black pepper, 1 1/4 teaspoons of salt, 1/2 teaspoon of brown sugar, 1/4 teaspoon of garlic powder, 1/4 teaspoon.
That's brown sugar he's breaking up. Man, just get... What? First of all, okay. Okay, hold on a second. I gotta show you all something. I gotta teach you something. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna show you something. Are you ready? You ready? Here we go. Oh, no. Here we go. Hold on. Let me get the image, okay? This is what you need, okay? This is called a brown sugar bear, okay? Also known as a terracotta bear, okay? They're like literally $1 anywhere. You can buy them at basically any store, and you can buy them online in bulk if you really need them. These are a piece of terracotta that you can put into your brown sugar. And what they do is suck up the moisture out of the brown sugar so that your brown sugar doesn't clump. It's a miracle. You put it in and it keeps the moisture out so you don't get shitty rocks of brown sugar and instead have nice powdery brown sugar that you can scoop, okay? Seriously. You don't want to look like fucking Dave right now, desperately trying to crunch a stone of brown sugar with his spoon.
Starts with 2 tablespoons of
Get a brown
paprika,
sugar bear.
1.5 teaspoons of black pepper, 1.25 teaspoons of salt, half a teaspoon of brown sugar, a quarter teaspoon of garlic powder, quarter teaspoon of onion powder, and a quarter teaspoon to a half a teaspoon of cayenne. And you mix all this around. And then we move on to the burger. Now,
just so you guys know, there is no way this motherfucker finished crunching that brown sugar. His seasoning is just going to have huge clumps of brown sugar in it.
now, old Fuddy wouldn't waste the good meat on a cook. So these are patties that he just kind of left on the counter from the night before. Increases the flavor. And their 3rd pound patties, the standard.
I don't get it. I don't get the joke. What's the joke?
Burger size you get here. And as you can see, they're cooked on a griddle. And then you want to sprinkle a little bit more of that seasoning mix right on the top. Of course, they always cook it at about a medium to a medium-high heat. And just kind of...
There it is! There it is! There's one of the chunks of brown sugar! I just told you! I knew he wasn't gonna finish the job! Watch! Watch again, okay? Fucking watch.
Of course, they always cook it at about a medium to a medium-high heat.
Dunk, dunk.
And
2 gigantic chunks of brown sugar, and I believe there's a 3rd chunk over here. Just fucking drop it on. Whoever gets that bite, it's not only gonna break their fucking tooth, but it's gonna taste like shit.
just kind of a generous amount, just
Sorry.
like that. After about 3 minutes or so, as you can see, they've kind of shrunken up here. It's time to give them a flip. And then he adds a slice of pepper jack cheese to remind...
Dave burns shit even when he's cooking indoors. These are fucking burnt. They're overcooked. The meat looks like it's fucking disgusting. And yeah, he always only seasons one side. I don't get it.
the man of the faintest memory that he once had balls and wasn't a complete simp coward for a bitch.
As you can see, Dave has not changed even a little bit, and this is why we always poke fun at Dave, because he sucks. His jokes are fucking terrible. He's just a weird misogynist. Also, I'm sorry. Look, with all due fucking respect, I don't care what your fucking opinion is on the whole slap thing. But my man, Dave, you live in a basement and you make a cooking show for like 15 people. Will Smith fucking walked up in front of, on literal, not even national television, global TV, and slapped a man in the face. I'm sorry, but he has more balls than like 15 of you. Who's the real fucking cuck here?
And then just add some water, the tears for his lost manhood, and melt this cheese right up. Time to speed this shit up. All right, with a nice toasted bun.
Okay. Also, who's gonna eat the cuck burger? In fact, who's gonna eat 3 cuck burgers? We just watched Dave cook 3 cuck burgers, supposedly for Will Smith, but
adds just a good little dollop of mayo. Because even cucks deserve mayo. Then a little squirt
he says putting mayonnaise on his own sandwich.
of mustard. Some shredded iceberg lettuce, the only lettuce worthy of a burger. And then just puts a patty on, decides if he really deserves pickles, and no, he doesn't. He can eat a trash burger without pickles. And that's Fuddy Cook's burger. Done.
That was trash. That was genuine Dave's Cooking Show trash. Hold on a second. I gotta check. Hey, that's not the right show. That's Good Cooking. We're not watching that yet. We gotta do the trash cooking first. Hold on. Was he wearing a fucking Pac-Man? Hold on. Let me see if I can find this. Hold on a second. Was he just wearing... Wait, hold on. We gotta jump in here. Is this a fucking shitty Pac-Man shirt? I would be so fucking embarrassed if I was wearing a shitty Pac-Man shirt. Okay? Sorry. Fuck that. If you get it, you get it. All right, everybody. We gotta pick another one. Let's watch another one. You want to do the sour cream and dill lesbian dip? This one goes out for Chariot. Chariot, here you go. What's wrong with Pac-Man? Oh, hold on a second. I gotta do a little rant here. A Pac-Man t-shirt is like broadcasting to the world that you got nothing. Okay? That's it. That's just what it is. Pac-Man shirt is like the most pathetic version of like a video game shirt. No, I said Chariot. It's not even, it's worse than high schoolers in an anime club. High schoolers in an anime club will at least like be wearing a shirt for something they like. Who fucking gives a shit about Pac-Man enough to put him on like the shirt that you wear around? It's literally like a thing that you wear if you want to be like, I am totally consumed by nostalgia for a game that doesn't have a story, that was like a single iteration, that like, it's just, there's nothing left. It's if you got nothing. Okay? No, yes, wait, yes, arcade gamers are legit, but I'm sorry. Pac-Man? Donkey Kong has a legacy. Donkey Kong had some some storyline and has lasted as a character. Pac-Man? Pac-Man isn't even like, Atari doesn't even exist anymore. The people who made Pac-Man don't even fucking exist anymore. I'm amazed that Pac-Man even made it into Smash Bros, but at least he made it into Smash Bros because like they were like, oh, well, you know, he was an iconic original and we are gonna bring him into the future. Q*bert is better than Pac-Man. I agree. It's just, I got nothing. That's what a Pac-Man shirt is, okay? I'm sorry. I will not take this Pac-Man slander. Yes, you fucking will. Wait a minute. Have any of you people played any of the other Pac-Man games? They were fucking garbage. They were fucking garbage. Pac-Man the original is the only acceptable Pac-Man game. Pac-Man World is shit. The Pac-Man rip-off of Bandicoot was fucking trash. They were so bad. Okay, I agree Mrs. Pac-Man is better than OG Pac-Man, but Mrs. Pac-Man is very niche, okay? Mrs. Pac-Man is better than the OG Pac-Man, But that's because, whatever. Okay? Miss Pac-Man? Fuck, oh my god. What is this shit?
Welcome.
Let's watch the fucking sour cream and dill shit, okay?
Dave's Cooking Show, and it's summertime again.
Is that cream cheese? Is that cream cheese? Please be cream cheese.
Welcome to Dave's Cooking Show, and it's summertime again.
I am very worried about the quality. Okay, sour cream is not supposed to be that sour.
Again, and that means you're gonna need dips for your chips and picnics and all that other.
Okay, all right. So it looks like the top, it might have been a previously opened thing of sour cream, and the top like formed a chunky layer, but that was like a solid ½ inch of chunky garbo. That's not good. I mean, I don't know if it's gonna make you sick. I don't know if it'll make you sick, but it's congealed, yeah.
Crap. And I suppose if you're really crazy, you could probably dip some chicken wings into this. But this is my sour cream and dill dip. This recipe is easily scalable to what you need. So, 16 ounces of sour cream. Roughly a tablespoon of dried.
That is very dry. You are right. That is very dry dill. You know, fresh dill is super, super delicious. Fresh dill is so much better than dried dill, and it's very cheap. This is like the driest dill I've ever seen. It's literal powder.
Dill. Then you want 2 teaspoons.
Wait, you're right. It does. It does say Dave's Cooking Show. Uh-oh. Oh, he was feeling adventurous.
Of onion flakes. 2 teaspoons of parsley flakes. A teaspoon of garlic powder. A teaspoon.
Okay. I'm sorry to be a pause Andy on a 1-minute video, but like, guys, why bother? Why? Oh, he's still wearing the Pac-Man shirt. Also, why would you bother making a dip with dried onion flakes, dried dill, dried parsley flakes, and like mildly expired sour cream when you could just buy a packet of fucking pre-made dip that literally has the same ingredients and would be easier and probably taste better? I don't get it. What's the draw? Why would you do it? Why would you go through the effort? This is not, this is slightly harder than a pre-made dried packet of dip. I don't get it.
Of onion powder. About a ½ teaspoon of salt. And about a ½ teaspoon to a teaspoon of black pepper, depending on how much you like pepper. And me, well, you know, I put pepper on goddamn everything. I put pepper on my morning fucking toast. And then you just want to basically mix this around. Now, I would recommend chilling it at least 2 hours before you serve it. But ideally, of course.
You gotta wait 2 hours for your dip. It's gonna be dry and shitty. Why just buy a pre-made dip? You're wasting your own time. It's not gonna be better. It's gonna be worse.
Of course, would be overnight. Basically, you just stir this till it's all nice, happy, and cover it with aluminum foil and pop it in the fridge.
No, there's still a clump of stuff here you can actually see just barely. Watch, it's gonna still be
Again,
there. Yep,
at
the
least
clump
2
is still
hours,
there.
but
He never hit that clump.
overnight. And that's it.
Like a solid 1/8 of all of the seasonings he put in is stuck on the side right now.
Sour cream and dill dip. Done. And that's it. Sour cream and dill dip. Done.
Lazy, waste of time. Pac-Man shirt. All right, let's do another one. Come on. All right, let's try something a little more exciting. Okay, let's try something a little more exciting. What the hell is that? All right, we gotta do what the hell is that. Yeah, no, he never puts lesbians in there. He just uses them on the cover, but it doesn't work. Look, wait, hold on. He put lesbians on the cover of this one, and it has less views than the one with... Look. 57 views, 67 views for the one that has, like, a shitty chunk of iceberg lettuce on it. The porn isn't even working for clickbait. It's just not.
Okay, to start, what the hell is that? You need 2 pounds of ground beef, and you just want to chop it up and brown it up. And once it's all brown and wonderful, make sure you drain it. Basically, this recipe came to me because I couldn't decide which one I wanted of the two, so I decided to put the two of them together. And you'll see what it is at the end of this. All right, so now the meat's cooked and drained. Here's a little taco spice that I whipped up. Here's the recipe for that. Now, this is the recipe for 2 pounds of ground meat.
He skipped it. He said, here's the recipe for this, and then he skipped it. He didn't give it. Is it literally just pre-packaged taco seasoning?
Pounds of ground meat. You can adjust if you want more or less.
Yeah,
2
Chad
tablespoons
moment.
of chili powder, a half a teaspoon of garlic powder, a half a teaspoon of onion powder, half a teaspoon of dried oregano, a half a teaspoon of paprika, 3 teaspoons
Oh, hey,
of...
wait, he's giving it to us. Woo! He's giving it to us. Hold on, we gotta listen again. Hold on.
Teaspoon of dried oregano, a half a teaspoon of powder, a half a teaspoon...
Sorry. Let's listen.
You can adjust if you want more or less. 2 tablespoons of chili powder, a half a teaspoon of garlic powder, a half a teaspoon of onion powder, half a teaspoon of dried oregano, a half a teaspoon of paprika, 3 teaspoons of ground cumin, 2 teaspoons of salt, and 2 teaspoons of black pepper.
So it's literally... Okay. So it's literally store-bought. You may as well just buy a packet of taco powder. Literally just going all dried ingredients. No fresh ingredients whatsoever. Just dried powder. He's just mixing it himself. Okay.
And then you want about a cup and a quarter of water. Stir this around and simmer till most of the liquid is evaporated. And that is literally the only thing we have to cook for this. So...
Honestly, you know, I always wonder, like, why bother at all? These videos are so low effort. They're so lazy. They're so uncreative. All of the ingredients are always the same. It's mayo, meat, paprika, pepper, salt, and occasionally maybe you get some mustard or dill. Why film it and edit it and put it up on the internet, especially film it so poorly, edit it so poorly? What's the point? Am I being judgmental? I am. Don't care. What's the point?
Come back, it'll be assembly time on what the hell is that thing? Okay, it's assembly time. First thing we do, put down some mayonnaise.
What did I fucking tell you about the mayonnaise? What did I tell you about the fucking mayonnaise? Every recipe.
And now it's time to add some Italian salami. You see, the thing is, I couldn't decide between sandwich wraps and tacos that night. So I got insane and decided to put them together. Now we need some deli turkey meat.
Why? Just why? Why? Why bother? Why do any of this? Deli meat? On a fucking stale tortilla? I just don't get it.
And surprisingly,
it's just garbage. This is just, I found this shit in my fridge and I piled it on top of each other. This is not a coherent dish. There's nothing going on here. It's just, oh, here's what I got on my fridge.
Worked because actually, all this shit does go together. We put mayo on burgers. As you can see, taco meat's on top. Cheese goes on everything. Little hot sauce for a little extra spice. And some pickles. And again, all this shit goes together when it's on its own.
All of this goes together when it's on its own. This is unironically like Tim's cooking show. This is bad. This is bad even for Dave. Just look at this. Look at how sad this looks. Also, no, I'm sorry. Salami does not go well with taco meat, okay? Salami and taco meat, they do not have like complementary flavor palettes. Salami and taco meat mixed with chicken, with deli smoked chicken and fucking pickles? Cold deli, why am I even trying?
Why wouldn't it work together? And surprisingly, these were actually really good. So give them a shock. Shock your friends and family with what you have made. And then I think the last thing I put on here is just a little old dab of sour cream or crema and wrapped it up. And that's What the Hell Is That Thing? Done.
All right. Smoking Thought Burger. All right, we're going to give him the Smoking Thought Burger. Oh, this one's a longer video. Let's see. Ooh, there's an 8-minute beef fajita video. Do we want to see what he does with 8 minutes, guys? 8 minutes for a beef. I want to see what he gets into. 8 minutes is chunky for Dave. All right, we're going to do this one, then we'll do the Smoking Thought, and then we'll go watch another channel. Okay, let's do this.
All right.
Dave, you have 8 minutes. You have 8 minutes and 23 seconds to prove to us you can do something better than throw a bunch of powdered ingredients into a bowl and then put mayo on it. Let's see if he can do it. Let's fucking see it.
Hey, welcome to Dave's.
Also, Wooly says, is there somewhere to suggest cooking channels? Yes! On the Demon Mama Discord at discord.gg/Demon Mama. The channel is called Cooking Mama Submissions. That's where we're going to be going through next. So if you want your cooking suggestions to be seen every time we do Cooking Mama, fucking post in the Cooking Mama Cooking Suggestions channel. Please. Let's do it.
Cooking show, and for you today we have a fajita burger, kind of a little twist on well, pretty much classic cheeseburger. But first thing we got to do is make our own.
He's wearing the Pac-Man shirt again. He's wearing the Pac-Man shirt again. This is weeks after. Oh boy. Does he only have one shirt left? In the last like 4 or 5 videos we've watched, weeks apart, he wears the Pac-Man video in every one.
Fajita mix, and you can see recipes like this every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 4 o'clock right here on Dave's Cooking Show. So, all right, let's get our fajita mix going. What you want to do is 4 teaspoons of chili powder,
Black pepper, salt, chili powder, probably some cumin, probably some paprika. Here we go.
By the way, always buy spices in bulk. Don't buy the pre-bottled ones. Go to your produce section, and they should have bag spices. They're way cheaper, and get yourself some spice jars and labels. Always buy spices in bulk.
How about you try buying some fresh spices? They're also cheap, and they're also delicious.
And you want 2 teaspoons of ground cumin.
Ah! Cumin! I called it. Also, Chunky Cumin needs to get a brown sugar bear for his fucking cumin. Paprika?
Followed by 2 teaspoons of paprika. Any paprika
Salt and black
you like.
pepper!
Smoked,
Salt and
sweet,
black pepper!
Hungarian,
Salt and
regular,
black pepper!
it's fine. Then you want 1 teaspoon of
Wait!
garlic powder.
Wait! Ah, I forgot the garlic and onion powder. Shit! I forgot. I thought he already put it in.
Powder.
God damn it.
And a teaspoon of onion powder,
onion
although
powder.
I might have mixed up the powders, but same thing. Then you want a teaspoon of white pepper. And a teaspoon of chipotle powder.
Whoa!
And if you can't
Ooh, we're living on the edge today. Some chipotle powder.
find it, then just cayenne is fine. So, but I like the chipotle. That's just me. Oh, and I did add a little bit of cayenne as well. About a half a teaspoon. But again, if you can't find it, and then just
What chipotle? Did I correct him? Did he say chipotle? Is that what he said?
But again, if you can't find it, and then just mix this around and set aside. All right, let's cayenne as well. That's just me. Oh, and I did add a little bit of cayenne as well.
I missed it.
About a half a teaspoon.
I'm gonna take your word for it. Chipotle.
But again, if you can't find it, and then just mix this around.
My dad called it chipotle. All right, okay, all right. I mean, chipotle is a little more like understandable than chipotle.
Around and set aside. All right, let's get work on the burgers. Okie dokie. Let's get on to making the meat. This is 2 pounds of 80/20 ground chuck I got in the stand mixer here. And you want to add all that seasoning mix we made up earlier. And then put this thing down and mix on low for a couple of minutes till it's basically.
So he's really just gonna stretch this one out. That's it. This is an 8-minute video. I don't know what else he could possibly add to this. He already showed us that he's doing the same shit as before. Is this just gonna be 8 minutes of him adding mayo?
Incorporated.
I thought he was gonna do something fancy.
Okay, so time to learn a little bit of a burger hack. You ever wonder how those places are able to keep the patties, you know, basically the size of the bun, and they don't, you know, blow up like hockey pucks, like when you make burgers at home? And I'm getting progressively pissed with my autofocus. Here's a real simple way to make thin patties that will balloon up when they cook, proportional to the bun. Take 2 plates and basically put 2 pieces of parchment paper in between them, and essentially you make yourself a burger press. No need to buy anything, just any 2 plates will do.
It's so lazy. Look, the edges are the problem, too. He goes through all this effort to flatten it out. Just fucking round out those edges so it doesn't fall apart. This is so lazy.
And then get yourself a third plate so you can, and you keep doing.
Life hack, everybody. If you want to make the flattest burger ever, take a big thing and flatten your burger. Then you'll have a flat burger. Thanks for watching my show, everybody.
Doing this until your burgers are done. I always use parchment paper when I have burgers on because, again, it pretty much comes right off and I don't gotta fuck with it. If you make these out of ground chicken, you will need the parchment paper because ground chicken, before it's cooked, it barely holds together. So that's my little trick for making burger patties. Get 2 plates, some parchment paper, and smash them together. All right, and in a pan, whenever I make fajitas, I always use a black iron pan. It's probably completely unnecessary, but that's just what I use. This is an onion that I've kind of just roughly sliced up. And I'm going to give this just a little bit longer in the pan than I am the peppers that we're going to be adding. So, yeah, give this a bit until it just starts to turn translucent. Then we're going to add our peppers. Okay, obviously it goes without saying, salt and pepper the onions. And add a little bit more salt and pepper when you dump in. This is 1 yellow pepper and 1 red bell pepper.
I don't know what you want from me.
I cooked the onions for...
The onions are totally uneven. He's just sauteing some vegetables. I'm surprised he put vegetables into this one, but all right.
About 2 to 3 minutes if you were curious. And over about a medium-low heat, too. And then you just want to cook this till basically everything is soft.
Why do a cooking instructional video if you just say cook it until it's done? That's fucking stupid. Just why?
Ready to
I
go.
don't get it. I don't understand.
Should be about 5 minutes or so, I think, if I remember correctly.
Why
But again,
do
just
it
cook
like
it
that?
till it's soft. Cooking times are going to vary a bit. Okay, so basically on a griddle over medium-high heat,
Yeah,
you want
literally
to add
Xerox.
the burger patties. They shouldn't need any more seasoning, but if you want to get adventurous, you can certainly add a bit of salt. Again, the griddle should be set to about medium to medium-high. And basically, you want to cook them till they're done about...
Twice in one video. Cook them until they're done.
It really just depends. Just till they're 165. I don't like giving side times because I'm a notorious flipper. There are some people that swear by the just flip the damn thing once, but I don't think it matters. So anyway, yeah. See you in the next step.
Those are the saddest patties I've ever seen. These are the saddest patties Dave has ever made, without question. These are the worst. He's never made patties this bad. They look like shit. It literally looks like roadkill. They're orange. They're greasy as fuck. They're completely falling apart, and they are as flat as paper. Literally, McDonald's looks better, unironically.
Right. Through the magic of cooking show editing, these burgers here are done. Well, nearly done. They got one more thing they got to do. Give them one last flip. And it's time to add the cheese. Because what's a burger without cheese? It's
Cosmic Destructor, thank you so very much for the incredibly generous $20. Really enjoyed the conversation with you and TJ tonight. Excellent content. Man, thank you so much. The generosity is deeply appreciated. Thank you. I'm really glad you enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it as well. It was really fun. Thank you so much.
just Salisbury steak. Anyway, you want 2 slices of a nice mild cheddar add a little water to help the melting process along, and pull them off, and we'll be ready for the next step. I also would let them rest for about a minute.
By the way, just so that you know, you won't be able to see it, but putting 2 slices of cheddar when the burgers were already... Remember what they looked like? Hold on. Let's go back and see when he flipped them. Right before he flipped them. Look at how much... Hold on. Look at how much char is on these burgers. These burgers are already starting to blacken. By the time the cheese is melted, these things are going to be so overcooked. These things are going to literally be like eating cardboard. Just...
Okay,
so dry.
got a nicely toasted bun. And we have that patty with all the lovely cheese. And then we got that lovely fajita mix.
That does not look lovely. That looks
I don't know why I'm trying to make it look all pretty, but...
That's your definition of pretty. That is your definition of pretty?
Do what you gotta do. And instead of ketchup or mustard, nice little dollop of sour cream. If you want, you could use taco sauce, but I didn't. And just put the top on there. And that's it. A beef fajita burger. Done.
Pathetic. Fucking pathetic. This is pathetic even for fucking Dave. No wonder there's only 2 likes on this video. I feel bad. I have to like it just because it's so bad. He did deliver exactly what I was expecting, which is fucking pathetic. I can't believe he didn't call this one the cuck burger. Always raid with love. I'll give him a like. Let's not raid Dave at all, okay? I'll just give him my like. All right, everybody, we can watch the Smoking Thought Burger, or we can check out this pepperoni pizza grilled cheese. I have a feeling this pepperoni pizza grilled cheese is going to be fucking oh, wait, creamy slut sauce. Yeah, you have to just watch him like it's a zoo. Please don't do that. Don't even raid with love, please. Slut sauce? We got to do slut sauce. All right, slut sauce it is. Let's do it. Hey, Paul, welcome to the show. Don't worry, plenty of people are still here watching. We've had a great day today.
Welcome once again to Dave's Cooking Show, airing every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 4 p.m. Central Standard Time. And what we have for you today is a penne vodka with a creamy slut sauce. As you can see,
yes, I do note the brownness of his pan. I'm a little concerned. It kind of looks like a chamber pot, but uh-oh. 1 like. Oh no. Oh wait, ew! There's already sauce smeared over here. There's old sauce within the come on, dude. Look, you guys can see that over there, right? Oh god.
See, got our cast iron pan going. Over about medium heat. And if I would hurry the hell up, yes, there we go. You want to start this dish off with 3 tablespoons of butter, and you want to melt that good. And now that the butter's melted, kill the heat to about medium-low, just lower it a little bit, and you want to add...
Mother Meerset with the incredibly generous $5 says, I can't believe that it's been almost 1.5 years since I started watching your streams. My goodness, how the time flies. Much love, y'all. Mother Meerset, that is fucking awesome. Thank you for being here with us. And I hope you still, I mean, clearly it seems like you're still enjoying this show. It's been wonderful having you. Thank you so much. Let's continue.
Approximately about a half an onion that's been chopped up. And
you see that? He didn't peel that onion.
You want to cook this till it's translucent. It'll be about 3 to 4 minutes, maybe a little bit less, maybe a little bit more, depending on where you live. But you want to cook this till it's basically translucent. Okay. About that 3 to 5 minutes has passed. You can see the onions are done. Now it's time to add a half a cup of vodka. And don't worry if you have little ones or people that don't drink. What's happening right now is all of the alcohol cooking out. Seriously. Alcohol cooks out at like 130, 120. That's why hot alcoholic beverages are kind of tricky. Then you want to add 15 ounces of...
Motimus, thank you so much for the $10. A small donation towards the production of Demon Mama Kitchen, which will be based and paprika pilled. Hey, I don't got any problems with paprika, okay? I'm fine with it. But it's in every fucking recipe. Alright? Fucking mayo, paprika, cumin, fucking onion powder, garlic powder, salt, black pepper. Every single fucking episode.
Of crushed tomatoes, or a cup and a half. Approximately 1 cup of heavy cream. About a half a cup of grated Parmesan cheese.
That's powdered Parmesan cheese. That's not, I can tell by the texture, that's not fucking grated Parmesan. That's powdered Parmesan. That's that shitty fucking shakers that they put at fucking...
And give that a stir. And last but not least, about a teaspoon of red pepper flakes or more if you want it a little spicier.
Have not.
But a teaspoon of red pepper flakes and salt and pepper to taste. And then you want to give this about 10 minutes or so to simmer on that medium low.
Wait a minute. He made a... Hold on a second. This guy made a big deal about like, oh, don't worry about if you're giving it to kids. Why would somebody who's making food for kids look up creamy slut sauce? Come on. There's just no thought put into any of this, is there?
We were talking about. By the way, you should be having a pot of water that's boiling and salted, and get your pasta in a couple of minutes. Okay, and as you can see, the sauce is reduced nicely, taking on a nice color. And now it's time to add 12 ounces of penne. You can really use whatever pasta shape you want, but I just like penne for this.
It does look like pumpkin soup. I will say, Punk C Corpse, you're right. It's fucking pumpkin soup. And
then it's time to give this a stir and make sure all the noodles are coated. Okie dokie. Now it's time to serve this up. Want to grab yourself a bowl?
I'm sorry, dude, just wipe off your fucking counter before making a video. It's not that much to ask. It really isn't that much. Just fucking wipe off the area you're going to be putting the camera.
And you just want to spoon it in. By the way, this recipe is, in fact, vegetarian. Not vegan, because fuck vegans. I can't cook for them. I always forget something, but it is vegetarian. And then you just want to douse some freshly ground black pepper on the top of it. And that's it. Penne vodka with a creamy slut sauce. Done.
Yeah, Capo, I can't watch this on stream, but I will check it out, okay? I'm gonna check this out. Because I can't watch it because it's copyrighted, but I will check this out on my own. Thank you. Yeah, we're doing Cooking Mama. All right, hold on a second, though. All right, now we've had enough Dave, okay? We've had enough of Dave. It's time for us to check out what has been put on the server's Cooking Mama submissions, okay? Oh, somebody posted some Dave in here. All right, let's see what this one is. I have no idea what to expect with any of these. Okay, so this is called Henry's Kitchen. How to make quiche Henry. Oh boy. Is this gonna be fucking horrible? Is this nightmare fuel? I actually kind of hope it's nightmare fuel. Dave's shit is like, it's like a boring nightmare. It's like a nightmare about school or something. All right, Henry's Kitchen. How to make Henry's quiche Henry. Let's find out. I don't know anything about this. I've never heard of this at all. This is, what the fuck is... Oh no. Oh fucking no. Oh fucking no.
Hello everybody, and welcome to Henry's Kitchen, where today we're going to be making Henry's Quiche Henry. For years, scientists have been baffled by the origin of the word quiche, but most likely it's a bastardization of the German word Kuchentard, which means egg cake. Okay, it sounds like our Airbnb guest is here. So, let's see who we have. Hey.
Hey.
Oh, yeah, Francisco?
Yeah.
Yeah, come on in. So, right now I'm just making quiche Henry for tomorrow's breakfast. And, meantime, you can just make yourself at home and, you know, hang out.
Okay,
Maybe we'll watch that next.
Yeah, I sit on the couch, it's fine. Sorry, yeah, those clothes are clean.
Oh, okay. So you're gonna tape this?
Yeah, I'm taping it for an instructional cooking video. Okay, we're gonna start by sauteing some of our onions. Gonna add in some spinach that I got from the farmer's market, actually. They say the farmer's market is kind of like going to jail, you know, where you just gotta kick somebody's ass right away, otherwise they're gonna think you're weak. We're gonna add in some turkey.
I'm sussing this channel. This is definitely a bit. I was suspecting there was a bit with the visitor, that the visitor was gonna be the bit, but I think the cooking might be a bit too.
Let's let that saute for just a little bit. Maybe this is a good time to get to know our guest. Hey, Francisco.
Hey.
So, what do you do?
I work in finance, as an investment firm. Kind of analyze companies and see if they're worth buying them, and then so we try to see.
Okay, we're gonna go check on our saute. Okay, now we're just gonna put this in a bowl for later. We're gonna start making.
Walks away mid-sentence.
Our filling. Gonna take.
Was the bowl? Did he break the bowl just there? Okay, no, the bowl was broken before.
Gonna take 5 eggs.
Bro, chill.
Our 2 cups of milk. The general rule is 1 cup of milk per every. And finally, our Gruyere cheese. Gruyere is a very, very fine French cheese. Now we're going to start adding some of our seasonings.
Is that the same guy? Oh, it is the same guy. He looks different. He looks older. Did he age between shots?
I got a little bit of salt, just a pinch. And I've got some ground mustard.
Do you have any food?
Well, no, I mean, I've got making quiche, but I don't have, yeah, and I've got,
Do you have like any nachos or something?
I don't have anything like that, really. Sorry.
Like chicken?
So I'm going to be using a store-bought pie crust. I wouldn't want my guests to know that I'm using store-bought, so a little trick that I like to do is to just kind of sort of fuck up the sides of the crust a little bit, just so it looks like I made it myself. Perfect.
Wait, is it really?
Now
is this actually the actor? Wait, this is actually the actor from that show. I didn't know that this was an actor. Yeah, this is a bit, but it's actually funny. Okay, this is a funny bit.
The floor of our pastry with the onion mixture. And then we're going to pour over this other shit.
Shit.
Okay, I'm gonna leave the quiche in the oven at 375 degrees Fahrenheit for about 1 hour. And then when it's done, I'm gonna take it out and I'm gonna put it in the refrigerator and we're gonna leave it there overnight. That way in the morning, Francisco and I will be able to enjoy delicious Henry's Quiche Henry for breakfast. Bonne soirée. She was my only true love. She was all I would ever need. But now she's dead and buried under the willow tree. Gonna grab one slice for me and one slice for our guest. Okay, rise and shine.
Yeah, man.
Oh wait. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know there was. Well, thanks for joining me here on Henry's Kitchen, everybody. And tune in next week when we're gonna make the Scotch egg. Yeah, that's yours.
Okay, this is so far. This is one of the better bit channels. Okay, I didn't know what to expect. It was a good bit. All right, it was good. There was effort and love put into the bit. I appreciate that. All right, what's this one? All right, let's check out this one. Next video from the channel recommendations. Here we go. All right, let's figure it out. Let's find out what this is. This is called Getting Fatter. I don't know what to expect. I don't know if this is, what the fuck is this shit?
I'm going to shit. Pizza! Just fuck it! Okay. Hello and welcome to Getting Fatter with Tom Scott, the show that'll make you say, yeah, that explains a lot. You fat piece of shit.
Okay.
I'm here with my assuredly straight friend, Dan.
Hi, I am heterosexual.
So you say.
Here's a beer.
We're drinking Desperados, which is a French beer.
Is it?
Yeah.
But brewed in the Netherlands.
Oh, well, just fuck my life, I guess. I was wrong, and today we've learned something.
You're big enough to admit that.
Yep, I'm big enough for a lot of things, Dan.
That wasn't the joke I was making.
I see how it is, Dan. Today, I'm going to be making some of my favourite meals from my life at university.
Okay. This guy is beautiful. I'm sorry, this guy is so beautiful. What the hell?
The meals that really got me to where I am today.
The meals that I saw at university and went, I'm alright.
First of all, we're going to start with a waffle sandwich.
Okay, I like waffles. Not with the same hand! Fucking Jesus!
It's going in the oven.
Can I swear on this channel?
Oh, absolutely.
I agree they're both attractive, but this guy is like so beautiful. Like, I think both of these guys are attractive guys, but this guy is fucking beautiful.
So what we're going to do is we're going to take 4 waffles, 2 for me, 2 for you.
That's nice.
Now you can actually have as many as you want. Technically, is it medically advised? God no.
When you say waffle sandwich, what's in the middle?
Well, Dan, so that's going to take about 15 minutes. So I would set a timer, but my phone's run out of batteries.
I can do it.
Thanks, Dan.
Set timer for 15 minutes, please.
Hey Siri, look up indecent images of.
No!
This is why no one wants to collaborate.
We don't really need to worry about what's inside the waffle sandwich for a good 5 minutes. So, Dan, how are you today?
Mostly fine. I woke up late.
Why, Dan?
Crippling sadness.
Oh, good. Yes, Charlie. I remember the time I put squidge in the washing machine and then I got stuck in the washing machine. It was hilarious.
Puppy!
That's just plates, Dan. It's going to be okay.
But it was aggressive.
It was.
Do I get to know what's in the sandwich now?
Now, obviously, you can put whatever you want into a waffle sandwich, but you do need to consider a few things.
So the waffle is the bread.
The waffle in this instance is the bread, yes.
Okay.
And these are potato waffles, to be care. Yes, exactly. Now, it's wholly, so you might be thinking, surely I have to be careful about what I put inside it. No, we're going to work on structural integrity. Our ingredients for today are going to be cream cheese. Any cream cheese is fine.
Light cream cheese. Specifically.
I'm on a diet, Dan. Bacon and chicken.
Bacon and chicken and light cream cheese. Oh my.
Oh yes. You'll see the purpose of the chicken soon enough. Now, I could take the chicken or leave it, but it'll make sense soon enough.
A secret ingredient.
Wait, do British people actually say bacon? Is that... I've never heard that. Is that real? Or is he goofing?
Let's go. Chicken. 10 minutes.
Fantastic.
Fantastic.
I'm going to shit.
Content.
I clap really weird, and I've only realised this since watching content. I clap like this. I didn't know I did this until watching these videos.
I'd go and seek medical help. And while you're there, ask them about the clapping.
While we're waiting for the waffle sandwich to get its shit together, we're going to start work on the next meal.
Is this a starter?
This is the start. This is breakfast.
Fine.
This is a breakfast. These are mostly breakfast foods. That's why you got your chicken, your bacon. I'm going to throw an egg in.
Okay. A fried egg or a boiled egg or a poached egg?
I don't know. But we're going to get to work on dinner/lunch. This meal is something I have tentatively named the Just Fuck It, because it's a meal that I've exclusively had at points in my life where I've said, just
Is this gonna get bad? Is this about to get bad?
fuck it. Just fuck it. Just fuck it. I don't care anymore. This is something that I definitely ate a lot of times when I went from, like, chubby to obese. So it's a cautionary tale.
Yeah.
Like, you're succeeding in life if you don't follow anything I'm about to show you.
This is the only recipe show that comes with, like, an advisory warning to just not.
I am the advisory warning, just right here.
That's the t-shirt I'm going to get you for Christmas.
Now, usually I'd recommend washing things before using them, but
you just blow on it instead, and hopefully that'll be fine.
Squidge! Hey, Squidge! Squidge! No one fucking cares. No one. Not one person cares.
I care a bit.
No. Squidge! Your opinions are so invalid.
They're wonderful opinions.
The logical solution would have been to close the back door.
Okay, I will say, I have seen no cooking yet. But these two are very charming and entertaining. Okay? They're very cute together. And they're nice.
But
we're inclusive.
It's hot. Alright, let's fuck it.
It's my fault because I gave him a cuddle.
The core ingredient to a Just Fuck It is an entire pizza.
That's step one.
So we're gonna smash this in the oven right now. Oh no! That's so defrosted. Now you could make your own pizza, but just fuck it! Bung that in the oven. I've ripped up the box. I don't know how long for.
Just fuck it!
Just fuck it!
There it is! There's another dog!
Dan, this tray is too big for my oven.
Oh, just fuck it.
I can't live this life!
You don't have to put it on a tray, you can just put it in the oven.
I don't want
Open
to.
the oven.
No,
Open
Dan,
the oven.
Dan,
there you go.
Oh, that's hot. Fuck! Shit!
Just fuck it.
Oh, fuck my life, Dan. Dan, the waffles are escaping.
I wish I could help you, Tom. I really do, but I've got a pizza in my hand.
I mean, to be fair, that's all I can really say so far. There hasn't been any cooking. They've only put things away. I've seen them, you know.
In it goes.
In it goes.
We've got 5 minutes left. That means it's time to get ready for our waffle sandwich. So what we're going to want to do is just turn on that frying pan. Hey, sexy frying pan. God, you look hot as fuck. I'm going to have sex with you.
He means turn on the hob to heat the frying pan. As
Oh,
of course,
yeah, sexy hob.
a frying pan does not have an on switch.
I'm going to fry the chicken a
You're
bit.
frying the chicken is already cooked.
Yeah. But I think a little bit of, I think lightly frying. Like, they'll be the last thing to go in. So we'll get 4.
There's a dog here. I'm not just stroking Tom beneath the counter.
Why not, Dan? Why do I even have you here? Ooh, you're a bit hot. Let's smash that bacon. Ooh, oh no. Don't forget to drink beer throughout this entire experience because...
Just fuck it!
Yeah. You want an egg as well?
Obviously.
2 eggs we are.
2 eggs we are.
Hey,
I have no
Furman!
food.
How are you doing? I hope you're doing wonderfully. You have popped in at the tail end of our little Cooking Mama segment here.
In the corner and was like, oh, never mind. She's just like every girl I've ever known.
All right,
In this episode, two very nice, definitely heterosexual men are apparently cooking. We haven't actually seen them. We haven't actually seen them cooking, but this guy is really beautiful, and this guy is very charming and funny. So we'll see if they cook. Maybe they do.
Waffles need a couple more minutes just to get nice and golden brown. Like we all know, Dan, brown is the magic number.
Just would you do me a favour, Tom? Before you put this video live, will you just check it with my lawyer?
Yeah.
Thank you.
The eggs have not entirely worked out. All right, waffles!
Oh, what a day! Right, what do I do with these? Can I put them on the plate?
Oh God! Oh God! Now, Dan, if I were to tell you the eggs worked out,
you would be lying.
I would be lying.
Did you try and fry those eggs? What the fuck happened? What the fuck is that?
Fell apart, okay?
But like how?
Not much left to do. We're going to take our squares of chicken. We're going to put them on top of our waffles. Now what this will do is this will block the
Guy lurking over here. Like it. Good
holes
touch,
in the
good
waffles.
I'm having the bit of the egg that's still got some runny yolk.
I will have the rest of the egg. I will do my best to have the rest of the egg.
Oh God, I forgot there was cream cheese.
Now, do you like cream cheese, Dan?
I do, yeah, but I don't know if I like it in this context.
We're going to put some cream cheese here, right here.
That's so much.
Yeah, I know. The coldness of the cream cheese will really complement the sort of heat and saltiness of
everything else.
Absolutely everything
There's
else.
saltiness in the cream cheese too.
Oh, see, now that needs to fold out a bit more because you've got some holes exposed, as we all know.
Yeah.
There's a punchline to that joke I don't want to make.
You can make it. Please pop your punchline to that joke in the comments below. Have you got any seasoning?
Yeah, no.
Got some pepper?
Was that ketchup?
Oh, ketchup. Yeah, that'll do. That'll save
I'm
this.
going to have some Nando's pepper.
Did you know there are no crows in Australia? Only ravens, and they sound like babies. Like, wah! No, oh, that's cute! That's so cute, Vermin! Wait, you're in Australia right now? That's fucking poggers! I hope you're having a great-ass time.
Mayonnaise, not spawn.
Mistake! Do I eat it with my hands or with a knife and fork?
Oh, don't crop.
Do you want to know what's really upsetting?
It tastes really good.
Yeah.
I'd like a mouthful, please.
That's good, you go.
I'm not gonna lie. The combination of ingredients, even though I think the temperatures are probably all off, the combination of ingredients does sound really good. Like a waffle. They don't have any like syrup. I would put a little bit of syrup in there. But bacon, egg, waffle, cream cheese with a little bit of chicken or other meat. That sounds fucking good. Sounds fucking good to me.
I'm trying to be a serious kid. Are you gonna also eat that?
What do you think, Swidge?
Oh, okay. That's a new low for this channel.
Absolutely delicious.
Good. Oh, it's actually really good.
Please give me some more, but don't actually because it's probably going to kill me.
No, if it kills me first, motherfucker.
I'm so disappointed in myself.
Oh, I'm just sweating even more than usual. Dan, I only wear one thing every day and it's ruined now.
Oh, is that not it?
Oh no, Dan. It's gonna get much worse.
At home, I've got a really lovely cauliflower and some really fresh tomatoes and
Pizza! All right, Dan, it's time to just
fuck
it. What we've done is we've made a pizza. Any normal, self-respecting human would go,
That's enough.
A pizza. I'll eat that.
Yeah.
Why haven't we ordered one in? Well, because we need it uncut. So personally, I prefer a meaty pizza. This one's got ham, it's got beef, it's got pepperoni, it's got a little bit of jalapenos, but that's not enough. I need more jalapenos. I want my mouth to be burning so much that I can't remember why I was sad in the first place.
I'm not really good on the heat.
Are you not?
Well, I'm alright.
This is
I'm
gonna
better than Sammy.
suck for you.
Sammy Paul, I'm gonna give you some truth bombs here that's gonna change everything and possibly wreck his career.
Slow
Sammy
down,
Paul
Dan and Phil.
has Nando's plain.
Ooh, well that's a good segue,
Straight
Dan,
up.
because I'm going to bring in this Nando's hot sauce, not spawn.
Not Spawn.
I made a little line of jalapenos in the middle of the pizza.
Yeah, why have you...
What's Nando's? What the fuck is Nando's? Is this some sort of oh, it's like a British thing. It's British chicken. It's like British chicken shit. From the USA, click here. Story. The Nando's story started centuries ago when Portuguese explorers set sail for the east. The winds of Africa called them ashore, and it was there that they were introduced to the African bird's eye chili, more commonly known as the peri-peri, a spice like no other. They used it to create a unique peri-peri sauce that put fire in their bellies and ignited the passion in their souls. It was the same peri-peri flavor that inspired Fernando Duarte to invite his friend Robbie Brosen to a humble Portuguese eatery in the heart of Rosettenville, South Africa in 1987. Just after one bite of the mouth-watering peri-peri marinated and basted chicken, they knew it was a taste that had to be shared. Bullshit! Fucking KFC-ass bullshit! Don't care.
It's very neat.
What we need now is some Doritos, not Spawn. Why do we want Doritos? Because we love the crunch. We just love the crunch. So we're gonna take these Doritos and we're just gonna fuck it. There we go. I'm using chili heatwave Doritos because I love the spice. You might be saying, oh, this is spicy. Well, that's why we add in the hot.
I know they said it's a fuck it, but this is a pathetic fuck it. This isn't even a good fuck it. Like, just throwing shit onto things is, like, whatever. Yeah.
Sauce. We're just gonna have just a little bit. We're almost done. We just need a bit of sour cream. Now the sour cream is gonna cool it down. Yeah. It's gonna add a nice little creaminess to it. It's gonna counter the burn, which is very necessary. So we're gonna be quite liberal with this. There are 80 genders. But what we're gonna do now is we're gonna take this pizza and we're gonna fold it in.
This is why it was in a line.
Mm-hmm.
You're folding it in threes. I'm
folding this like I would a fajita. You wanna be careful not to overcook the pizza so you can really crunch it in there. There you go.
Oh my fucking Jesus, wet.
Dan, no blasphemy on this channel. We're a good Christian.
What? What?
There is nothing good and Christian about this bullshit.
We're going to cut this in half because there's two of us, although I find cutting in half is good because then you can start at the most damaging part, the middle. Have you ever had a Just Fuck It? Have I ever given you a mouthful one?
No, because the thing was, I lived with you for a year, and every time you ordered one, I ran a mile.
I don't order them, Dan, I make them.
Fine, sorry, forgive me. Every time you constructed one.
Every time I summoned one from the depths of hell. Fuck. Expect to get messy. Just fuck it.
Just fuck it.
I know.
It tastes so good. Why does it work? So upset.
God, that's so fucking good.
Spiking diabetes.
I don't buy it. I'm sorry. I don't fucking buy it. I don't buy it. Fucking like shitty oven pizza is already barely passable. I don't buy it. I don't think it's good. I think they're overselling it. I think this thing tastes like shit. Okay, to be fair, yeah, it has more seasoning than the entirety of England has ever tasted. Yes, I forgot. Britain.
I will never have one of these again.
No, I don't want one again either, but I haven't had one of these in 4 years, but I just wanted to get one on film. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I know, surprising, but here we are. Well, thank you, Dan, for joining me on my quest to just a sooner death than usual. You know, after we're finished with this, I think we're going to want some dessert.
Well, fortunately, I have a baking show.
What?
I know.
Can I be on it?
Why ever not?
Should we do that right now on your channel?
How about we do that an hour ago? But yeah, it'll be on my channel.
Head over to Dan's channel, Daniel J. Layton.
That's me.
To see Baking with Layton.
Also Tom Scar.
That's me.
Wherein we make chocolate orange brownies.
God, I want to die.
We ate those first.
What a segue.
Go away.
All right. That was fun. A little less cooking than I expected, but it was still fun. I had a good time. We're gonna do one more video, okay? We're gonna do one more. All right? We're gonna watch Inflation Stew, Eating on a Budget. I have no idea what to expect from this. I don't know if it's going to be bad. I don't know if it's going to be legit. But we're watching Inflation Stew, cooking on a budget. Yeah, have fun, those of you who are into that. If you like getting puffed up big and round, this is the video for you.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Wolf Pit with another episode of Eating on a Budget. As we're all witnessing, inflation is real. Gas prices continue to increase every day to the point it's costing people body parts. Pretty soon, people are going to have to get part-time jobs just to afford gas to go to work.
Wait, this is from this year.
And then on top of that, food prices are increasing every day. Pretty soon, it might get to the point all we can afford to eat is beans and rice and beans. But we're not to that point yet. But if we do get to that point, today's recipe will be perfect. Even if we don't get to that point, today's recipe is very inexpensive, nutritious, and delicious. The recipe we're making today fits our current situation, and it's called Inflation Stew. But it's more like a very inexpensive cabbage roll soup, which only costs a mere 26 cents per serving. So let's get started. You're going to need a large pot for this recipe. The one I'm using today is 8.5 quarts, and you're going to need a pot at least that size or bigger for this recipe. I have the pot over medium-high heat, and I've added just a little bit of vegetable oil. If you save up your bacon grease, this will be a good time to use it. It's not only free, but it's tasty. Once the pan is preheated and the oil is hot, I'm going to add one very large yellow onion that I've cut into bite-sized pieces. You can cut them in strips or cut them in smaller pieces if you like. Saute the onions for a few minutes until they begin to sweat.
Yeah, good form on the wooden spoon so far.
Once you sauteed your onions, add 12 ounces of tomato paste. And then saute it with the onions for a few more minutes.
Oh, I feel you on that, Berman. That's literally how I feel about like box like instant ramen. I ate instant ramen while I was in college so much that I don't even like instant ramen at all. Like I can't even I just won't eat it. I don't care. I would rather eat anything else. Yeah. Yeah, fuck instant ramen. I can't.
And then add about a tablespoon of minced garlic. Salt.
Uncle Gumbald, I swear to fucking God, if you start this shit with me again, if you start this fucking shit with me again, I swear to fucking God.
Saute for just a couple more minutes.
The kid named Instant Ramen.
And then add 1 quart of beef broth.
So far, this is acceptable. Like, I think this video is, like, not very appealing, but this is fine, I guess. Like, this is fine. The onions were cut a little unevenly. And, you know, I always think that this is, like, I don't know, the tomato paste, I don't really understand why people put the tomato paste in before the liquids, because it seems like it just makes it harder to get it smooth, but all right.
Followed by 1 quart of water,
Damn, the piss lovers in chat must be having a ball. He like pours this in like the thinnest stream imaginable.
And then give it all a good mix.
I meant the stuff he was pouring in. Whatever. Okay, no, you guys, I was talking about the shit he was pouring in. If your piss looks like this, you are dying. If your piss looks like this now, you're dying. I was talking about the shit he was pouring in. Oh my God. What's wrong with you people?
And then add 2 15-ounce cans of stewed tomatoes.
Okay.
I like stewed tomatoes because they're nice and sweet and they're delicious. If you don't like stewed tomatoes, you can get the whole peeled plum tomatoes, or crushed tomatoes, or tomato sauce. Now give it all a good mix and bring it up to a boil.
Izoti, you need to go to the hospital. Yeah, this does not look, like I said, this does not look visually appealing, but like, I don't know, none of the ingredients are problematic at the moment.
And then season with a little kosher salt. Black
Got a
pepper.
nice soundtrack.
And paprika.
So this is like a Dave's cooking show type recipe, but like made by a competent video maker is what I'm seeing so far.
Then give it a good mix to get all the flavors combined.
This
and then bring it back up to a
onion
boil.
And tomato soup at the moment.
And then add a 3-pound head of cabbage that's been cut up into bite-sized pieces. If you start thinking you're going to need a bigger pot, don't worry. It doesn't all fit immediately, but after cooking for a few minutes, it'll cook down, and by the time the recipe is done, it'll cook way down. Now give it all a good mix, and let the cabbage cook for about 10 minutes. I'm looking for tender cabbage. I don't want fall apart soft cabbage. So if you want your cabbage softer, cook it a little bit longer.
Okay. I do feel like this is going to be a very sweet dish. Don't cabbages have like 0 nutrients? I don't know.
Once the cabbage is cooked down, add another quart of water.
Yeah, actually it does look like they have basically nothing in them.
And then add a 1-pound bag of dried lentils that have been rinsed and drained. Normally, ground beef would go in cabbage rolls or cabbage roll soup, but ground beef
I guess what it does have is a lot of fiber. Cabbage has a lot of fiber. All right.
Expensive, and we're trying to eat on an inflation-based budget. So lentils are a very good, delicious,
nice touch.
and healthy protein substitute.
Lentils are fucking delicious, okay? I fucking love lentils. I'm sorry. I think fucking lentils are great.
So give it all a good mix, bring it back up to a boil, cover, reduce the heat to medium, and let the lentils cook for about 15 minutes.
Yeah, this recipe is solid. This is simple. It doesn't have like a super exciting flavor palette, but it looks
After
totally
15
acceptable.
minutes,
Quick,
take the lid off,
pretty easy.
give it all a good mix.
Oh, please do post your lentil stew. That sounds great. Lentils? The hell is this shit? What is this? What are lentils? They're like a tiny bean. Or something. Yeah, I'd totally eat this.
And then try a little spoonful of the lentils to see if they're done yet. And after cooking for 15 minutes with the lid on, they were almost done, but they were still just a little bit firm. But that's okay, because we have one more ingredient to add. And that's 4 cups of cooked rice. So that would be 2 cups of uncooked rice. Or if you don't even want to measure, it's a 1 pound bag of rice.
Damn.
Now mix in the rice, replace the lid, and let it cook for another 10 minutes.
Yeah, that's a smart move.
After cooking for 10 minutes with the lid on, our inflation stew thickened up a little bit too much. So we added a couple more cups of water.
This guy's got nice ass nails. What the hell's going on here? Wait a minute. Hey, look at this. This guy's got fucking nice ass nails. Hold on, I gotta hide the chat for a second. Look at that. Dude's got fucking, he's got fucking French tips. Damn. Impressed. I did not expect him to have such nice nails. Oh, it's his wife. Oh, that's disappointing.
Now mix in the rice, replace the lid, and let it cook for another
no
10
offense
minutes.
to the wife. I thought he was gonna have cool nails. Okay. Good night, Luxander. Rest well. Yeah, men paint your nails. It is hot. I agree.
After cooking for 10 minutes with the lid on, our inflation stew thickened up a little bit too much. So we added a couple more cups of water.
This looks good as fuck. Like, I mean, I'm not saying that this is like a super gourmet meal, but for like a survival meal, this has got like plenty of nutrients. It's very filling. It's easy to make. Yeah.
After we added the water,
solid.
bring it back up to a simmer, and then taste the seasoning. And it needed just a little bit more salt, pepper, and paprika. Now I'm going to tell you this right now before the end of the video. At the table, I added a little bit of Worcestershire sauce and some hot sauce. And before I tell you how it turned out, I recommend adding it to the recipe before it gets to the table. But everyone might not like the hot sauce or the Worcestershire sauce, so you can do it either way.
Yeah. I think both of those would be good. One of my partners likes to use Worcestershire sauce in a lot of soups, very, very sparingly, and it's really good. I bet that would be fucking great.
I originally just left it out of the video because it is a budget video and everyone might not have hot sauce or Worcestershire sauce. But just like with any recipe, use the recipe as a guide, not as a rule. Add things you like. If you don't like lentils,
I'd add some. You know what? Actually, this recipe would probably be really good with like couscous as well, or something similar.
Use another type of legume. Add different vegetables. Make it the way you like it. Now at this point, our inflation stew is ready. And in the beginning of the video, I said the cost was 26 cents per serving, and that's a 1 cup serving. But in this bowl, there's 2 cups, which I actually had a hard time eating. This soup was extremely filling and delicious. The total cost of this meal was $8.34, and I'm gonna guess that in this 8.5 quart pot, I have 32 1 cup servings, which would be 26 cents per serving. Or in the bowl you see here, that's 2 cups, which will be 52 cents a serving. Either way, it's extremely inexpensive, filling,
fucking impressive.
healthy, and delicious. Thank you all very much for watching. I hope you give this a try. If you do, let me know how it turned out.
Yeah, this is a
and I'll
poggers
see you
one.
soon.
All right, everybody. Damn, we got a good cooking video. I was not expecting it. That was fucking solid. Yeah, that was fucking solid. Wow. Damn, good recommendation. Good fucking recommendation. All right, everybody, real quick, before I say anything else, real quick. Where am I here? Uncle Gumbald with the gifted tier 1 sub to Val9Thou. Thank you very, very much. Base Nodders, Robert Barons don't give a fuck about us, yet want to earn money based on our labor by doing nothing. They don't call that socialism. Agaric Starfall with the tier 1 sub. Arachnoid with the tier 1 sub. Thank you very, very much to both Agaric Starfall and Arachnoid. Arachnoid says, had to take a long break from online politics space, but I'm happy to hear my favorite streamer again. Happy to have you back. Welcome back. I know sometimes it can get stressful. Emerald Queen with the tier 2 sub. Thank you very, very much. And then, of course, 8D5D2D Derek with the $5 and Votimus with the $10. Thank you very, very, very much. My lovely, lovely imps, the time has come for me to go eat dinner and rest. I will see you again soon. This weekend, we will do a video gaming stream. I gotta play Cult of the Lamb with you all, so show up. I'm gonna do voices. I'm gonna be making jokes. Maybe I'll even dress up for it. Should be really wonderful. Thanks for being here today. I had a really wonderful time. Thanks for supporting me. Tell your friends about the show, etc., etc. Much, much love to you. Have a wonderful night and take good care of one another, okay? Bing. Good night.